Hello everyone and welcome back. Today we are going to build this Fullstack Food Ordering app using latest Next.js. So this is our homepage with a hero section here. Here we list our best sellers from the database. Here we have a little bit about us section and contact us section. We have also here some navigation, like let's go for example to this menu here. And as you can see here we list all of the menu items that we have in our database. Let me show you. I can for example add this classic chicken pizza. If I click add to cart, it will go straight to our shopping cart. For example, in this one, pepperoni pizza, if I click here, as you can see, it says from $12. And this is because we have defined several sizes here. So you can buy small, medium, large. And then there are also some extras that you can pick if you want. Then I can just click here, add to cart. And now we have two menu items in our shopping cart. Right, so now let me show you the shopping cart. Here, as you can see on the left side, we can see our products, and then we have a subtotal, delivery fee, and total. We can remove those items from our shopping cart if we want, and then on the right we fill our address and phone and so on. And then if we hit this pay button, it will redirect us to Stripe page, and here we can just pay using our credit or debit card. So let me just fill this information here, and if I hit pay, then it's paid, and as you can see I'm redirected to the thank you for your order page, where I can see what I ordered and the information about the address. If we go here to login, let me show you. You can log in with both email and password. You can create also here your account on the register page with an email and password, or you can log in with Google. So I will log in with my Google account here, and if you log in, you can go to your profile by clicking your name here, and in here you can change your image, information, address like this, and this address will be used on the shopping cart page, so you don't need to fill it manually every time you buy something. If you are logged in as an admin, you will also see those extra free tabs here. So for example, you can go to categories, but only if you are an admin. You will see this only if you are an admin, and in here you can edit and add or delete the categories. Then as an admin you have also menu items here, where you can add, edit and delete menu items. Let me for example show you this pepperoni pizza. In here, as you can see, we have a title, description, category, we have base price, and we have even here sizes, so we can add, edit and remove sizes, and we can apply different prices for those sizes. And we have even here extras that we can add, for example extra cheese for $1, extra pepperoni for $2, and so on. If you are an admin, you can also see all of the users, and you can edit address information about them, images, and you can also apply if they are admin or not. So you can invite your friend and make him or her an admin. If you are logged in, you can see all of the orders, and if you are an admin, you can even see orders of other people. You can of course also open each order to see all of the information. For this project we are going to use latest Next.js 14, Tailwind CSS for styling, and Mongo for our database. You will learn a lot about Next.js, Stripe checkout, and cool React libs you can use for your future projects. This tutorial may look like it's very long because it's 12 hours, but that's because I wanted to explain as much as possible to make it easy to follow even for beginners. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description, and as always, all I ask for is that you will smash that like button for me to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. Alright, so as always we start with an empty directory. Here as you can see I have opened Food Ordering App, an empty directory in my editor. And here on the right side, we have just an empty Chrome tab. And now, as you can see, I have opened terminal here inside this directory, so we can scaffold a new Next app, right? So I'm going to use Yarn, but you can use NPM if you want, but Yarn is just a little bit faster. So I will do Yarn create Yarn create Next app, and let's just put a dot here so it will be installed in the current directory. And now we have some questions. TypeScript, no, not this time. ESLint, yes. Tailwind CSS, yes. Source, yes. App router, yes. And customize the default import alias, no. And now everything is installing. And now we have everything installed. So we have this public source and some files here. Right, but now let's start by opening this app, right? So in our terminal, let's just do yarn dev, and we have our link here that we can open inside our Chrome browser. Let's see. And we have a Next.js app running here. All right, so now let's build a structure of our app first. So we need a header on the top, then we will have a hero section here, and then we will have a menu and stuff like this. All right, so let's go to our source, and inside app, as you can see, I will hide this terminal for now. We have layout and we have page. Let's start with layout. Here we have a font that is called Inter. Instead of Inter, I would like to use Roboto. So I'm going to rename this and change this. And let's rename this to lowercase Roboto. Right. So now we have an error because we need to change here to Roboto. And now let's see if I refresh. Still we have an error. Missing weight for font Roboto. Okay, so we can have different weights here. Let's see. I will add here weight, and let's see. Let's do a string, and I want to have several weights. So I want to have 400, 500, and 700. Let's see if this will work. I will put this as an array. Let's put those three here. No, it looks like it needs to be a string. So I'm going to put it like this without an array, and I'm going just to add commas here inside this string. Now let's see. No, this doesn't work. Well, looks like we can do an array, but here we have an error. Font loader values must be explicitly written literals. Let's see what happens if we change to regular strings, if we will still have this problem. No, it moved to this 500. So I'm going just to replace those backticks to regular ticks like this. So let's put it like this, and it works. So now we have our Roboto font, and yes, it was an array that we need to put for weights. All right, so I think that will be it for now for our layout file. We can change the metadata later. Let's go to page, because here we have a lot of stuff going on. So I'm going to remove all of this HTML here, and I would just put a div with test inside. We don't need this next image for now, so I will remove it. And now let's see, we have test. We have this black background, as you can see, with white text, and this is because inside the globals CSS we have some styling here. I'm going to remove it. So we have only those Tailwind imports, and we have this white page now, and that's better. Now, let me go back to our layout, because inside the layout, I'm going to define a main element, sorry. And this is because I want the website to be centered in the middle. So it will be something like this. Yeah, something like this. So here I will put a main, and the children will go inside. And for this main element, I'll put class name, and let's do max width of, let's try 6XL, and let's do border, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, so as you can see, this ends here. We just need to make it centered. So let's do MX Auto, so the margins on the sides will be automatically set. And as you can see now, it starts here and it ends here. Maybe that's too wide. I want to make it a little bit more narrow, so I'll do 4XL. And yeah, now it's much better. All right, so let's go to our page. And now instead of this test and this div, we need to put like several sections for our page. First will be header. So let's replace this with just a React fragment. And here the first thing we're gonna need is a header, right? So let's just put a header like this. And well, inside our header we'll have a logo. So let's put an A tag for now. And here will be logo. Let's call our pizza place Sant Pizza. Sant Pizza, why not? And then we will have a navigation. So let's do nav tag, and we will have like 5 elements here, 5 links. So I'm going just to put regular links for now. Or maybe actually we can just change it to a link. I think link will be better. So let's do link, and the first will be to home. And I'm going to copy this for 5 because we'll have several links inside our navigation. And we will do menu. We will have also about, we will have contact, and we will also have login, something like this. That should be it. Let's change also this to a link as well. So our logo will be a link. And yeah, now let's see. So now we have something like this, and now we need to style this a little bit. So first, let's see if we can add class names to the link component, and I want this to be text red 600. Let's see if this will work. Yes, it works. I want this to be, I will remove this text red run, although maybe I will just leave it. Let's do text wave. No, just wave. Let's see, bold. We can do font bold and semi-bold. Let's do semi-bold. Yes, that's better. For the logo, I want this to be bigger. So let's do text 2XL. Yeah, something like this. I don't like this red color. Let's see if we can do 400. Then it's like this, 500, and then it's this. I want to have my own color. So to do this, I will go to tailwind config, and let's see, we have some config here. Background image, I don't need this background image. I only need to add the colors, and I'm going to add primary color. And for me, the primary color will be, let's go here, this one, F1 3A01, and it's like red orange-ish color. Right, and now we can go to page, and instead of text red 500, I can do text primary, and now it's the color that I want to use here. All right, so now we have our link here. I'll put this here and this closing tag here below. So this works. Now I want to style those navigation items here. So let me see. For navigation, I will add the class names. I will put it as flex. So the those will be next to each other, but I also need to put flex on the header. So the logo will be next to our navigation. Let's do flex, yes. And let's align this in the middle. So let's do items center, yes. I'll make it a little bigger so it will be easier to see everything. And yeah, now I want to do space here, as big space as possible. So let's do justify between. So this did this space, automatic space here. Now I want to have some spacing between those. So here inside navigation, let's add gap of 4. Let's see. Yes, this works. Nice. This login sticks to the right side and the logo sticks to the left side. So I'm going to go to our, let's see, inside app, back to our layout. And we have this width, max width, but I'm going also to add padding on the sides, or maybe padding on all sides. Let's do 4. And this will give us some padding, as you can see, from the top, from the sides, and from the bottom. I can remove this border. We don't need this gray border anymore. And yeah, that looks nice. So let's go back to our page. And we have this header here. I'm going to change the colors here. So let's do text. And I want to do, let's try gray 500. Yes, I think it works nice. I want to make it semi-bolds for those links. Let's do font semi-bold. Yeah, but let's make this lighter here. 600. No, another way. 400. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's zoom out. Yeah, I think maybe a little bit darker. Let's put it back to 500. Yes, and I think this will work. Now for the login, I want to add extra class names to make it like a red button. So let's do background primary. Yes, and text white. I'm going to put this like this. Yes, now let's add some padding of padding on the sides of 4 and padding on the top and the bottom of 2. So now we have something like this, and now it's not aligned anymore. So I need to go here and add items center. Now it's aligned. I want to have more padding on the side, so I'm going to do 6 here, and I also need to add rounded full, so we'll have rounded corners. Yes, this works nice. I want to have even more on the sides padding, yeah, like this. And now let's zoom in. Let's see. Yeah, I want to have even more spacing between all of those. So let's see. Here I will do 8. Yeah, I think that's much better. And now I think we are done with our header. All right, so it would be nice to actually put this somewhere else, because underneath we will have also a hero section and stuff like this. So we don't want to have that much code in one place. So inside source, I'm going to create a new directory called components, and where we can place our header. Let's see. Maybe let's create another directory called layout. And inside, I'm going to create a component or a file called just header.js. And here export default function. Let's do just header, and it will just return our header. So let's go back here. Let's grab our header. Let's cut it from here. Let's put it here. And now here inside our page, let's just do header. Yes, and now it's imported for me here. As you can see, if it doesn't add this line automatically for you, you need to add it manually. We don't need those links because now it's imported inside header. All right, and let's go to our page. And yeah, so now we have only header here. And now we can do a hero section here. So on the hero section, I want to have like a title, description, buttons, and then here a photo of a pizza. All right, so let's maybe create also another component here for our hero. So inside layout, I'm going to add a file. Let's go hero.js. I'm calling this hero because it's always called hero section. So let's do hero, let's do return here, and well, let's just put React fragment for now. And let's see, what do we need here? we need to have, let's maybe do this to a section. So we can put section here, or we can even remove this React fragment because we'll have only one HTML element here. And for our section, we need an h1. It will be our main title. We need to have some kind of extra text. So let's put paragraph, and let's put something here. So let's do everything is better with pizza. Yes, and everything. And for paragraph, let's do pizza is the missing piece that makes every day complete, simple yet delicious joy in life. I asked ChatGPT to generate those texts, so don't blame me. All right, so we have this h1 and paragraph. Nothing is displayed here because we are not using our hero inside our page, but let's change this. Let's do hero. Now it's imported, it should be visible. Yeah, now we see this. Let's go back to hero and let's see. Now we also will need to have an image of a pizza. So let's do image, and maybe instead of this image, let's do image from next image. And for alternative text, I'm going to put here pizza, and now we need source here, right, for the pizza image. I have prepared a pizza image here, and I'm going just to download this. We have three source images here, and you can find a link to those inside the description. So now I'm going to put those files. Let's see, I will put them inside public. So I'm going to put this pizza image here inside public. All right, so we have pizza here, pizza PNG. And I'm going also to put this salad 1 and salad 2. So I'm going to have this one and now salad 2 as well. We will use it later for other elements. So let's see, salad 1 and now salad 2. Oops, it happened to move. Salad 2 to public. Okay. And now try to put our pizza. So let's do slash pizza.png. Let's see if this will work. No, it's missing required width property. I don't want to put the width. I want the width to be automatic. So I'm going to do instead layout fill and object. Let's see, object fit will be contain, I think. Now let's see, now we have a pizza here. All right, so I'm going to put this pizza into a div. Let's see, something like this. And for this div, I'm going to put the width to full and the height to max. Let's see, this didn't change anything. Let's also add relative. Okay, now something has changed. I don't see my pizza, but let's see if I change the width to, let's see, 16, for example, and this to 16 as well. Then we have a pizza here. All right, so as you can see, the image takes the width of the parent div here. But I want to have those texts on the left and pizza on the right. So how can we do this? Let's put the texts into a separate div. So h1 and paragraph here inside this div, and then we have image inside separate div. For our section, we need to put flex, yes, but maybe instead of flex, let's do grid. Let's see, grid, and let's do grid columns 2. So we'll have 2 columns. Now I think we don't need this width and height. So let's see. No, looks like it works. But let's see how big is the div here inside. So here we have the image, here we have the div, and now I think if we make anything bigger, the pizza will get bigger as well. So let's put here for our h1, I'm going to make this bigger. So let's do text for XL. Yeah, that is nice. Everything is better with pizza. I want this to be a little bit bolder, so let's do semi-bold, font semi-bold. Yes, that is nice. Now let's see, and now I would like to have some spacing here. So for our paragraph, I'm going to add a margin top of 4. Let's see, yes, that's cool. Now I need also to have change the colors. Let's do text gray and let's do maybe 500. Yes, that looks fine. And under the paragraph, I also want to have buttons. So let's change this margin to top and the bottom. And now I will put a div for our buttons. And we'll have a button to button order now and a button to learn more, right? And they look nice here. But I want to style them a little bit. So order now, we'll have some class names here, and those class names will be, I want them to be almost the same as the button to login. So let's do text white, more padding X will be C8 and padding Y will be 2, and we want to make it rounded full 4 corners. Yeah, that's nice. I don't know if it's too big or not. Now let's keep it this way. Now we want to have spacing between those buttons. So for this div, that is the parent of our buttons, I will do flex and gap of 4. Now let's see. Yeah, we have learn more here. And we have order now. Now for this order now, I also want to have an arrow to the right here inside this button. So for this, I'm going to use hero icons. And let's search for right. And this is something that I want. But let's see if we have more options here. No, it looks like this one is what we're going to use. So copy JSX. Let's see, yeah, copy JSX, and let's put it as a separate component. So inside components, I'm going to create a new directory, icons. Inside icons, I will do new file, and let's call this one maybe just write.js. Export default function, let's do write, and let's do return. And here I would just paste this thing that I copied from the hero icons. Here we have a class name with width 6 and height 6. I'm going to cut it from here, and instead I'm going to define it as a variable here, and it will be a property from here where the default will be this. All right, so now class name will be class name, and this will be a property with those defaults. Now let's go back to hero, and we have this order now. I'm going to add this right icon here, and let's see, yeah, something like this. To make this next to each other, I'm going to put flex and a little gap of 2. So now let's see, yeah, that's better. The padding on the sides doesn't need to be that big. So instead of 8, I will do 4. Now let's see. Yeah, that's much better. Now for the learn more, I want to also use flex and this arrow. So let's do flex, gap 2, and inside I'm going also to add our right arrow. Let's see. Yes, I also want to have some spacing from the top and the bottom. So the py2 and 2 padding for the top and the bottom. Now I want this to be dark gray. So let's do text gray 500. Yeah, maybe a little bit darker. So let's test with 400 darker. So another way around, 600. Yeah, let's try with semi-bold. Yeah, I think this works nice. So we have learn more and we have order now. For order now, I want this to be uppercase. So I can change the text or I can do uppercase class here. I think that the text is too big, but let's see. Yeah, I think that text inside the button is a little bit too big, so I'm going to make it smaller. So let's do text and let's do SM for small. And did it change anything? I don't know. Let's see. If I remove this, yeah. So let's put it back, text SM. And now the text is not aligned with this icon here. So we have flex here, so we can do items center, and now it's much better. But I think for the text, we can move it from the button and we can put it to the div above here, so it will be on both buttons. Right, so now I think it's better. Let's see, we have this and this. I want to have some spacing here, right? So for our div with texts, I'm going to add some class names here. I'm going to do padding on the top and the bottom of 4. So let's see. Yeah, now we have this much of padding. Let's double this. Let's do 8. So now we have this much of padding. Yeah, I think that is better. Let's now see here inside our inspector. Yeah, we have this much of padding. Let's make it even bigger. Let's do 12. And our pizza got even bigger, so that is nice. Now I would like this column. Let's see. We have 2 columns and that are identical in width, and this is because we have this grid columns too. And what I want to do is to make this column first a little bit shorter than this one. So how can we do this? We can go here and let's try to put this for style, into style. So I'm going to remove this, and now let's put style, and I'm going to do grid template columns, and here I will do, maybe not, let's not do this here. Instead, I'm going to rename this to, instead of grid, I will put just hero section, and I'm going to put it inside our style CSS or global CSS. Let's see where it is. We have inside app, we have global CSS. Let's do section.hero, and I want to apply some tailwind classes like grid, and I want to do grid template columns to, let's see, I want to do 1.4 FR and then 0.6 FR. Let's see. Yeah, so now we have something like this. Pizza is much bigger, and now I would like to go to hero, and I want to split this text another way. Let's see, everything is better with a pizza. First, I want the pizza to be red, so I'm going to cut this pizza from here, and let's do span with class names like text primary. Let's put pizza here inside. I'm going to put span into separate lines here. So now we have something like this. I need to have a space here, no breaking space. Now I want to have a break line after everything. So let's do break BR. Everything is better with a pizza, and I want to have break line here after better. So let's do BR, and I'm going to put with a here. Everything, break line is better, break line with a pizza. All right, so now we have something like this, and yeah, I think it looks much better. Now for this text here below, I would like to style it a little bit more. So I want this to be smaller, text SM. So we have only 2 lines here, and I think now it works fine. The only problem will be for mobile, but it's both problematic for now for the header because we don't have enough space, and also for the hero section. But we'll fix it later. For header we need some mobile navigation, and for header we need to put this into 2 separate lines, or we can maybe get rid of this pizza image. Right, so we have header, we have hero, And now it would be nice to put some kind of menu underneath with pizzas, right? So let's do this. But before we will do this, I think I would like to have a little bit more spacing here between those, and even here between lines. So for paragraph, margin top and margin bottom, I would do 6. So we have more spacing here, and maybe let's do even more spacing here between those lines. So inside our H1, let's do leading, let's see, 3. No, that's too little. Let's do like 12. Let's see, yeah, that works, but let's see, 16. No, this doesn't change anything. Let's try 24. No, nothing changed. So I think we don't have enough values here, but let's try with leading loose. Okay, that's too big. Let's see, leading, we have also relaxed. So we have something like this. Let's try with leading normal. That much of spacing. I think that's too much. Let's see how much we will have without anything. So I'm going just to remove. Well, let's keep it this way. I think it looks good enough. All right, so now I'm going to put a menu here. So I want to have a title menu here, maybe with some subtitle. And as you remember, we want to have those salad leaves on the sides, right? So let's do this. This will not be part of our hero. So let's go to, let's see, inside app, we have this page. And let's change here because we want to have another element that will be our home menu, right? So maybe let's put this into layout. I'm going to do a new file and let's do home menu. .js, and let's do export default function as always for new components, home menu, and return parenthesis react fragment for now. And well, here inside I want to have small letters check hour and then bigger letters menu. So I'm going to do h3 check hour. Let's put a div here instead of react fragment, check hour, and h2 menu. Yeah, something like this. We don't see anything because we are not using this yet. So let's go here and let's put this home menu here, check our menu. Yes, and now I would like to style this a little bit. First, I want to do class name here, and I want to do text center. I want to center the texts here. Maybe we can center only the headers, not the whole section. So let's do text center here into a separate div. Let's put those here, and this div will have no classes for now, and we can maybe change this to a section. All right, so checkout will be gray and smaller, but uppercase, text gray 500, maybe 600. And let's see, I'll put this here. Yeah, and I want to make this a little bit wider so we'll have more code visible here. All right, so text gray 600. Let's make it semi-bold, maybe a little bit lighter. Let's do 500. Yes, and then for our menu, I want to do class names and I want to do red. So let's do text primary and bold. So let's do bold, font bold, and I want to make this big. So let's do text 4XL. Yeah, something like this. Can we add italic here? Yeah, let's see if I remove it. Oops, I have removed too much. Bold, font bold, and text 4XL like this. And now if I add italic, yeah, I think this will work for now. Now I want to decrease the spacing here. So for our H3, I'm going to put leading 3. Yeah, I think that is better. Maybe let's do 4. Yeah, 4, and this will work for now. Now I want to have those, as you remember, those salad leaves. and I'm going to put those into a separate div. So let's use next image component here. And for the source, I'm going to put salad1.png here. And now we need alt text salad like this. It's missing the width property. All right, let's put some width. Let's do width of 100. I think it needs to be like this and with pixels. No, invalid width, numeric value. Okay, so let's put just 100. Has missing height property. Well, I don't want to put width and height then. I want to put this layout to be the same thing that we did for hero. Let's see, layout fill and object fit contain. So let's do fill and object fit contain. But now we need div for both of the salad images. So let's put this here. And for this div, let's put height of, I don't know, 16. And now we have a huge salad here. Let's change this to 4. I forgot to do relative. Yeah, so we have this small salad thing here. Let's increase it to 16. Yes, and 48, something like this. Yes, and let's do for second salad thing. So I'm going to copy and paste this, and let's change this to salad 2. That's nice. Now, instead of relative, I want to do absolute, and now we don't see them. But if I add here left 0, I still don't see them. Let's add top 0 here, still don't see them. But if we maybe add on this one relative, no. I think this is because if we set to absolute, then we don't have any width, and that is what destroys everything. So I will remove it. I will put relative as it was here and relative here. Yes, and now what I want to do is to take this one to the left side, and this one should go to the right side, right? So how can we do this? Let's maybe first try back with absolute, but we are going to add the width here, width of 48. So now let's see. Yes, this kinda worked. So let's do the same thing here, 48, and let's add absolute positioning. Yes, and this kind of worked. So now this one should be left 0 and the second one right 0. So now it kind of works. If we remove relative from this, and then it's more to the left, but doesn't help that much. Let's change this to absolute, and let's do left of 0, right of 0 on this parent, and well, then we have something like this. It's not aligned to the left side all the way. Let's see why. Let me inspect this one. We have section here, then we have this div here. Maybe because we need to add here width of full. Let's see. No, this didn't help. Let's see what happens if we just remove absolute from here. Let's see. Then we have something like this. Maybe I can even put absolute back, but this div is the parent of this image. And I think what we need to do is to align the image to the left. So let's see if I do here text left, if this will change anything. No. Let's see, justify start. No, this didn't help. Let's try again. I'm going to hit inspect here. We have the image here, and the whole image takes this amount of space. What we can do is to do minus left. So let's do minus left, and let's do 12. And now it kind of works. So let's do the same thing for this one. Let's do minus right, and let's do 12 here as well. And this kind of worked, right? So now I want this one to pull it up a little bit. So we have right minus 12. Let's do top, and let's do minus 12 as well. So now we have something like this. We have this horizontal scroll now, as you can see. And I think it's because this image takes too much space, as you can see here. And we can fix it by doing that the section will have that the section will have overflow hidden or something like this, or this one will have overflow hidden. So this one that is absolute, let's do overflow hidden. Let's maybe change to overflow X to hidden. Now we don't see anything because this div is 0 in height. So let's see, I'm going to add height here of 64. Yes, I think that's maybe not enough. So let's do 120, I don't know, let's do full. And let's see, now we have something like this. And the problem is that this image is cropped here. So let's see, this one is cropped, and I think it's cropped because of this one, overflow X hidden. Yes, so this looks like overflow X hidden doesn't work as it should. Let's then do just style like this, and let's do overflow X to hidden. Now it still removes this top part, so that's not good. Let's remove this overflow X. We have width of full, and the problem is that this image that we pulled to the right, it has like some padding or empty space on the right side. And this happens because our parent div here is a square. So I think maybe it would be easier to actually use this width and height for images. So let me try to remove this layout and content fit. And I'm going to put this width and height instead. 195 for height, and let's see now. Let's see. Yeah, now it's I think it's better. Let's remove this right of this, and instead I want to have right of 0. Whoops, right of 0. Yeah, I think this will work better. Let's see. Yeah, but now we don't need this width here on this one. We can just remove it. Yeah, now it's better. Now we can do top like -18 or 24. Yes, that looks nice. We will put it under this pizza slice in a moment. Let's see. Let's try here index or maybe z0 minus z of 10. Yeah, that's better. And this one looks fine, I would say. But we can also make it with width and height. Let's see the width and height of this one. Let's see. This is width and height 192. Not sorry here. 109, 189. So let's put, let's remove this layout and object fit, and let's do width of this, and for the height we will have this. Okay, so now we have something like this, and now we don't need the width, we don't need the height. You can also remove the height from here, and we don't need this left to be -12. Let's just put left 0, and let's do minus top of 12. Let's see now. Yeah, I think it worked. It looks nice. Now I want to pull the left one even more. Let's put it here. Yeah, and I want to pull this one a little bit. So let's see. Let's do 24. Yes, but it should be underneath. So let's do minus z of 10. Yeah, something like this. This is maybe too much. So I'm going to put here like 100 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, let's change this to 70. Yeah, this, I think this looks nice. Maybe we can pull this one even more on the right side. Let's see, minus, let's do 300 pixels. That's too much. 200, 100. Yeah, I think this will work. Now for those columns, I want the pizza to be maybe even bigger, or I don't know. Let's keep it for now as it is. We have our menu here, and now what I want to do is underneath I want to have a grid of meals, right? Of menu items. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So here we have div for the headers. Let's put here a div for a grid, right, with menu items. So I'm going to put grid columns free. Let's put here grid columns free. And let's also add a gap of 4. And now let's put an example meal. So it will be a div with an image, but for now I'm going to put regular image for now. It will say pizza as an alternative text for now. As you can see, it's broken here. Now for this div, I want to make it gray, background gray of 300. Let's do padding of 4. Let's do rounded corners of not full, but something like medium, or maybe let's do large. Oops. Yes, and I want the text to be centered inside. Let's do text center. Yeah, something like this. And now under the image, we'll have a title. Let's maybe do H4. Pepperoni pizza. Just for now, underneath we will have some small description that will be short like this. Maybe I'm going to put this into separate line, because for the paragraph we are going to put text to be gray 500, something like this, and I want this one to be small SM. Yeah, this looks nice. And now I want to add some classes for the title. I want this to be semi-bold, and I want to have some margin on the top and the bottom of, let's say, 4. I don't know, maybe 4 is too big. Let's do 3. Yeah, maybe still too big. Let's do just 2. And now under here, I want to have a button added to cart, right? So let's do button with some classes. And background primary, text white, rounded full, padding on the sides of, let's do 4, padding on the top and the bottom of 2. And here let's put add to cart, and let's do $12 just for now. Later we will pull it from the database. Right, more padding on the sides. So let's do 6. Yes, and let's see. Yeah, I think it looks almost nice. If we zoom out, the header should be bigger. So let's do text XL. Yes, this looks fine. Later we'll have also a pizza image here. Maybe let's put the pizza here, a working pizza PNG, just for now. And yeah, now I want to have some spacing here. So for the button, let's do margin top of 4. Let's see. Yeah, we can increase this margin top and bottom to 3. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe a little bit lighter gray. So let's see. Background gray. Let's do 200. Yeah, I think 200 looks nice. Now even more spacing on the button on the sides. So I'm going to do 8 here. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Now this is our box for one item. I'm going to put it as a separate component. So we have components here, icons layout. I'm going to put another directory called menu, and I'm going to take this whole div from here, and I'm going to create a new file here inside menu called menu item.js, and here export default function menu item, and let's do return, and we want to return this div. Now let's use this one inside our where home menu here. So let's do menu item, and we have this one. Now we can put more of those. Whoops, let's remove this line. Let's copy. I want to have like 6, I don't know, something like this. And this looks nice, except that I would like to have some spacing here. So here let's do margin bottom of 4 at least. Yes, this looks okay. Let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Maybe we can do a bigger gap, but it's 4. it's already big enough. Now let's go inside menu item, and I would like to have some more things here, like I want to have on hover effect. On hover, the background will be white for the box. It didn't work. Let's see. Hover, background white. Let's see if I refresh. No. Nothing have changed. Let's see. No, still nothing. Let's see if I inspect this one. So let's see here. It doesn't have, let's see inside this one for our first meal. Here, open, we have over background white. So it doesn't give us white color. Maybe we need to group this. Let's see. No, still nothing. Let's see what happens if I remove background gray 200. And on hover, I want to do background red 500. Still nothing. I hover this and nothing happens. But maybe I'm not hovering because I cannot select the text here, as you can see. So let's see what is blocking here. And the thing that is blocking is this div with the salads. So let's go to our hero and let's fix it. I think it's, let's see, it's not hero, it's from the menu, not menu item, home menu, and absolute here we have have of full. Let's remove this one, and now as you can see it works. So let's go back to menu item, let's put background gray 200, and now on hover it works. We have this white. Let's add the transition all. So we'll have small, like 200 milliseconds transition between the colors. And now I also want to do on hover. I want to have a small shadow. So let's see, bigger shadow. Let's do shadow medium. Let's see, bigger to XL. Yeah, something like this. And I want to do the shadow bigger. So let's do hover, shadow, or darker. Let's do black. Yeah, so we have something like this. Maybe now I can make it maybe not black, or maybe let's do black but 50% black. So now we have something like this. If I close it, yeah, I think it looks nice. Maybe we can make it smaller. Let's do this to medium. The shadow, yeah. Let's change this black 50 to black 75. Let's see now. Okay, that's too much. Let's do 25 of black. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Right, so now we have here some pizzas, and I think the images are too big. So, but we'll have different images later. But let's put a div that will be parent for our image. I want to do text center. And I want to do max height of, let's see, let's do 8. Yes, and for the image here, I want to add the class names as well. Height auto with auto, something like this. And this didn't change anything. Let's see why. I'm going to inspect this element here, and the div is this big, but the image is much bigger. I think that instead of height and width, we should have max height auto and max width auto. No. Let's see, max height will be, I just put maybe here just 10 and see how this will behave. I think this is better, so I'm going to remove this max height from the div. And now for the image, let's see, let's make it a little bigger. So let's do max height of 12, maybe 24, somewhere like this. Now I want this to be centered, so I'm going to add the block here and MX auto, so it will be centered. Yeah, and I think this is a little bit nicer. All right, so we are done with our menu, and the next things that we need to fix will be for our homepage to have about and contact. And let's go to our page, and about and contact should be super simple. Let's do a section for contact. So for about and the contact, I would like to reuse those two. Checkout menu, but I will have a different text for those. We have this inside home menu. Let's see, here we have a checkout menu, and I want to make a component of this. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go to components, layout, and let's do new file, and let's call this one section headers.js, and let's do export default function, section headers. And here we will have two properties, sub header and the main header. Yeah, something like this. Now let's do return, and inside let's just put those two. And here inside, instead of checkout, we will have a sub header, and here instead of menu, we will have a main header. Something like this. I'll put those into separate lines so it will be easier to read. Now let's go to home menu, and instead of this we can do section headers. For the subheader we will have check out, and for the main header we will have a menu. Yes. So now let's go back to our page.js, and now we want to do first about. So let's do here inside section headers, and I want to do a subheader or pre-header of what can we do, our story, and main header will be about us, something like this. So let's see. Yeah, now we want to put it in the middle, right? So let's do class names here, text center. We want to do margin on the top and the bottom of at least 8. Will be probably better with something like 16. So we'll have some spacing here. Now, paragraph for some lorem ipsum, something like this, but I want to add the class names. I want to do max width of 2xl, mx auto, so it will be centered, and let's see, and some spacing on the top of 4, and text should be grayish, 500, and I think this will be good enough. Maybe we can do another paragraph also with lorem ipsum, and I would like to do the same styling for the texts. So I will put a div with class names of this text gray 500, and instead of having this text gray 502 here, I'm going to put those paragraphs here into this div. And we need to have more also this max width 2xl. I'm going to put this on this div above, same with this mx auto. Let's put it here. Now I would like to put margins here. We don't need class names here. I'm going to put margin top of 8 here. Let's see, 8 is too much. Let's do 4. Now I would like to have a spacing between the paragraphs. So how can we do this? We can do something like this. On the parent, we can do flex. We can do flex column, I think, and we can do a gap of 4. And now we have spacing between paragraphs. Maybe we can add another one. Paragraph with some lorem ipsum. Let's make it even shorter, maybe something like this, and let's make it even more narrow. So I will do medium, yeah, something in this style. I think this works nice. Now the last thing is our contact, and let's go to, well, we are here. Let's put another section for contact, and we are going to use those section headers. And for subheader, let's do don't hesitate, and the main header will be contact us. All right, and let's maybe put this here and this here, something like this. Now I would just put a phone number, like something like this, plus 46. I don't know, we can put any number here, but this will be an a tag. So let's do a tag with ref, and let's put this not h1. Let's maybe do this as an, it doesn't need to be an h. So let's just put this number into an a tag, and it will be tel colon and the phone here without any spaces. And let's put into new line, and I'm going to add a class name here, or class names. Text should be 4XL, super big. Let's see, yes, something like this. I also want to make everything text centered. So now we have something like this, and now let's see. I want to do margin on the top and the bottom of 8, and also here for the phone number, margin top of 8. And this didn't work. Maybe let's put this into separate div, class name margin top of 8, and let's put this a tag here inside. We don't need this margin top inside here because we have it here, and I think this works nice. Contact us, and we have this phone number here below. Maybe we can do something like an underline, and let's do text gray 500. Yeah, now the last, let's just do a small footer on the bottom of the page. I want to do a border top, so we'll have some spacing here, yes. And let's put like padding of 8 inside, and we can do some copyright or something like this, let's do copy 2023, all rights reserved, something like this, just to have something here. And let's make it also center. So let's do text center, and let's do text gray 500. Yeah, I think this will work. Now let's also do margin top of 8, so we have some spacing. Let's do more 16. And I think this looks nice, looks good enough. You can improve styling on the about us and the contact us. We can also put it into separate pages. For now those links doesn't work, but we have a basic styling for our website, right? So we have some here menu, it should be menu here, right? Right, so let's go to home, not home, here we can, or actually home menu. Let's put menu here, right? Looks fine. So we have now some basic layout and styling for our page. And now we can do that. Those links will scroll to a separate section, to the correct section, sorry. Or we can later also change that all of those links will go into separate pages, right? So there are different approaches for this. Maybe for now I will keep it this way, that we have only one page, and later I will change that we have several pages. But the most important is that we just need this basic styling. So now we can fix the login. So we can log in and add pizzas or add meals to cart or something like this. But what I want to do is also that we can log in and we can actually add a small admin panel, so we can add meals, menu items to our database. Because for now everything is hard coded, as you can see, and we just put everything is just pepperoni pizza. We don't have any separate images, separate prices. It's just in some HTML. So the next thing will be to fix the login and to do a small admin panel for all of this. Okay, now let's continue and let's fix authentication. So here in the header, we have this login button. But I think this time for authentication, I'm going to show you how to do this both with social sign-in, so with Google account, and with credentials, so username and password. So to do this, first I would like to have both login and register. So let me see. We have this header here. We need to go to header, and we have one navigation here, and I would like to have two navigations. So first would be the regular, this one for pages, and the other will be for login and register. So here we have our one navigation. I will put another one, and I will move this login here, and I also want to have another link that will have some graph here, and I will have register here. So now we have something like this. I don't need the login here. So now we have something like this, and I want to change those two. So first login and then register. So here let's do login, and here let's do register. Yeah, and now I also want to have same styling here. So flex, items, center, and gap 8 as above, text gray 500 and semi-bold. And yeah, now it's much better. Maybe we can decrease the spacing here from gap 8 to maybe gap 4. Yeah, I think this works nice. We could also probably decrease this spacing, so we will have like left side and right side. So let me see if I just move this logo inside the first navigation, how it looks like. Yeah, I think it looks much better. Maybe we could increase the spacing here. So let me see. We need to go to hero section. So let's go to hero here, and hero. Let's add some margin top of, let's do 8. So we'll have some spacing. Maybe that's too much. Let's do 4. Yeah, I think that is much better. Right, so now we have login and register. Let's go back to our header, and let's fix those links. So for login, it will go to /login, and for register, it will go to /register. All right, that is good. Now let's see. We want to have some kind of register page. So if I click here, it goes to /register, but we get 404. So let's fix it. I'm going to create a register page. So inside app, I will do a new directory called register, and inside I will do page.js. And here let's do export default function. Let's call this one maybe register page. The function name doesn't really matter here, but I try to do something. I try to name it with some meaningful name. So let's do return. Let's put a div that will say register. Yeah. So now we have register. Small problem I have here is that we don't see the header and the footer and nothing. And that is because here inside this page, you can see we have header here and footer here. And it should be moved to our layout. So let's do this from the page. I'm going to remove this header and I will put it to our layout. So here, let's do header like this, and we have header. And now let's also move the footer that is hard coded. So let's grab it from here, copy, and let's paste it under the children. So we have now some footer. Right, that's nice. Let's go back to our page inside register, and now let's see. Now I would like to have like header here, register, and it should be this red. So let's see. Maybe I will make this to a section, not like this, section for HTML. Let's put h1 that will say register, and let's add some class names here so we can, for example, text center this, text center, and I want this to be text primary for the color, and I want to make it bigger. So let's do text, let's do maybe 4XL, Yeah, this works. Now I want to have some spacing here. So for this section, I'm going to add margin top of 8. Yeah, that's much better. So now it would be nice to have some kind of inputs. And I want to fix the navigation a little bit, because now if I click one of those, it doesn't do anything. So I will go to my header, and let's fix that home goes to slash, and same for the logo, it should go to slash. And I think that's it for now. So I can go back to the home page. Yes, and to register. All right, now for our register page, here below, I would like to have some kind of form, right? So under this H1, let's do a form. I will remove this action for now, and let's add an input that will say something like, yeah, let's leave it like this, text, and the placeholder will be, let's see, email. Let's change this type to email as well. And we need another one for password. So now we have email and password here. We will also need a button that will be type of submit, and register. It will say register. Right. So we have email, password, and register. We need to add some classes to this, but I think we can just add it to all of the inputs and all of submit buttons. So I'm going to add this into our globals here, global CSS. So for input type of email, and input type of password, and input type of text, I'm going to add some styling here, and I'm going to apply tailwind classes. It will be faster than writing just CSS. So I want to add some border. I want to add a padding of 2. I want to make it border, let's see, grayish. So let's do maybe gray 500. Now let's see, now we have something like this. 500 is too dark. Maybe let's do just 300. And I want light background color. So let's do background gray, and maybe not, let's do 200. So now we have something like this, and I want those to be block. So let's do something like this. So they are under each other. And let's see, I think this will work. Now, I want also to add a few things, like I will apply more classes. I will put block here, and I want to do width full, so they take the full width, and I want to add some margin on the top, on the bottom of 4. So we have something like this, and let's also do rounded corners, rounded 1XL. All right, so we have something like this. Let's make it lighter, so background gray 100, and I think this looks nice. Now let's do the button. First I'm going to do like a default button, and then I will also do a button that is type of submit, or a button that has a class name of submit, just in case in the future if we want to have this kind of button, or maybe anything that has a class name of submit. It can be a link. So first let's do for all of the buttons, I want them to be, let's see, I want them to be grayish maybe, with a border. So let's apply some classes. Let's do block with full, and I want them to be text gray 500, something like this, maybe darker. Let's do 700, yeah. And let's do text semi, not text, I think it should be font semi bold, yes. And what else? Let's add some border in a new line, apply border, and border not the border. Let's do rounded here, rounded 1XL, something like this. Let's make this border same color as the text. So let's do gray 700. So we have something like this. And I think this looks almost fine. I also need to add some padding. On the sides will be 6, and on the top and the bottom it will be 2. So we have this type of button. Yeah, maybe the border can be a little bit lighter. So let's do 500. Yeah, I think this looks fine for default buttons. But now for the submit buttons, I'm going to apply classes like border 0, and I only want to have background of primary instead, and the text should be white, and I think this will work. Maybe we can decrease the spacing between form items. So here we have 4, let's change it to 2, so everything is closer to each other. Let's go back to our register page. And now I want the whole form to be block, and I want to add max width of XL, and I want to make it center. So let's do MX auto, margins on the sides of auto. So we have something like this. That's too big. Let's do just SM instead, so small. Still big. I want to do then XS. So now we have something like this, and I think this works nice. Now underneath, I would like to have a text like or use or login with Google. So here under this form, I'm going to add a div and another button, login with Google, something like this. Maybe I will actually put this inside the form, so it will be the same width. Yeah, something like this. And here above, I will have a text or login with social media, or login with provider, something like this. And now I would like to have a little bit of spacing here. So for this div, I'm going to add some class names like margin on the top and the bottom of 4, text center, and the text should be grayish. So the text 500. Yes, and that looks nice. Maybe even some spacing here. So let's see. From this header, let's do margin bottom of 4. Let's see. Yeah, I think this will work for now. I would like to have a Google icon. Let's see if we can have it on here. Hero icons. No, we don't. Then let's just find it. Google icon PNG transparent. Yeah, so we can just grab it from here and website. So now I'm going just to put it here to public, and let's see, I'm going to rename it because it's some random string. Let's do Google. Let's go back here and let's put it here. So I'm going to, not here, to the button. I think I will put it on the beginning of a button. So let's do image, and the source will be /google.png, and here login with Google, or maybe empty alternative text. We will also need to have width and height here, if I remember correctly. So let's do maybe 32 and height of 32 as well. Now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, almost. Let's do a class name of flex. Let's see. Yeah, maybe let's make it smaller. Let's do 24, and let's do a gap of 4. Now let's see, we have something like this. Now I want the text and everything to be in the middle. Let's do justify center. Yeah, now everything is in the middle, and I think it looks nice. Maybe the border could be lighter on the default button. Let's see, global CSS, default button, text border, let's see, with 300. Yeah, I think this looks better. Right, so now we have a register page here, and now I would like to start first by implementing this email and password register. To do this, we are going to use Next.auth. So let's go to Next.auth, and let's see, get started. We need to do yarn add next auth. So let's do this, yarn add next auth. If you do npm, you can use this, and yeah, but I'm going to use yarn here. Now we need to add this file for pages, but we are not using pages route. We are using the latest Next.js 13 app router. So here's guide for us, and we go here. So let's see. We need to go to app, then API and auth directory. So let's do a new directory API. Then inside, let's do auth directory auth. And then inside we need a directory with this weird name here. And this is because so we can grab all the requests that go to API auth. Let's do new directory, this, and then we need to create the file route.ts. So let's do new file route.ts. All right, so now let's just put this. And let's see. So this will not work because we cannot have those dots here. And now let's see. And now we have an error here saying that we need to have some auth options like providers. So let's do this. Let's scroll here, and I don't see anything about the providers. So let's see here, getting started, configuration. Here we have providers, credentials. So here we have credentials provider, and as you can see, we just need to have, we need to copy this, and we need to have this import. So let's use this import. Let's add this import here. And now for providers, so let's put providers here. Providers will be an array, and for providers we are adding credentials provider. So let's put this one here. Right, so here should be providers plural, and now we have all of this code. So let's get rid of this, and then we have credentials. We have username and password. We need to change this because we will have actually email that will be type of email, and maybe we don't even need this array here. Let's get rid of this. No, now we have an error. So let's put it back. Email placeholder test at example.com. Then we have a password, type password. Okay, this looks fine. Now, here we have authorize, and you need to provide your own logic that takes the credentials, blah, blah, blah. We cannot do this right now because we don't have any database set up, and we need to first fix that we can register, right? Before we can actually log in. So we will get back to this. First, let's fix that we can actually register. So inside API, I will create a directory called register. And inside I will do a new file route.js. And here I'm going to handle export function post. So when someone sends a post request, I'm going to grab the request information and I'm going to handle this. So let's go back to our register page. And now let's see. We have input, password. This is React, so we need a state for this, right? So let's do const email set email equals use state. From React, default will be empty string. And let's do the same for password, set password like this. So now it's complaining that we are using use state in a server component, and we can just fix it by doing use client on the top. So we will say that this is actually a client component. And now it's fixed. But now what I would like to do is, as you can see, we have state for email and password, but maybe, or maybe not. Let's just use this and let's see how it will go. So here first for email, we are doing value email, and on change, as always, let me put this into separate line. On change, we will get an event, and we'll just do set email event target value. And now the same thing for the password. New line here on change. We have event, and we will do set password event target value. So now we should be able to edit here. Yes, that's correct. And we have a button that is type of submit here. And now, because we are submitting this form, let's add here on the form on submit. And what do we want to do? Let's create a function for this, handle form submit, and let's run this function here on submit, handle form submit, like this. And we get an event from the form, and we want to do prevent default, so we will not use this default form sending that we get from HTML. And instead, I want to send a request to our register route inside the API. So let's do, maybe we can use either fetch or we can use Axios. Maybe this time let's use fetch. So I want to send a request to /API/register. And now here we can do here method, and the method will be post. And then I want to also, let's put this into lines like this. I want to send body, and body will be JSON, so let's do JSON stringify, and let's see, JSON stringify, and I want to send an object of email and password. All right, and I should probably also send headers, like content type, I think it is, that what we are sending is actually application JSON. I think that's it, and this should work. So now let's see what happens if I just put test, but before I will hit register, let me open the console, and let's see network. This is what I'm interested in. Let's click register. Okay, this doesn't work because I need to put an email, testexample.com. Now let's see, register. We get 500 error. So let's see here, what's the error about? So no response is returned from the route. Okay, that's correct because we have an empty function here. So let's just return response JSON. And what do we want to send? Let's send just okay. Now if I clear here, click register, we get 200 and it says okay. So this works. But now we want to add a user to the database, so we can later do this authentication that we try to copy from Next.js, right? So we want to save user to a database. We don't have any database yet, but I'm going to use Mongo database. I will just quickly create it. Let's go to Mongo Atlas, sign in, and I will sign in with my Google account to create an empty new project. I'm going to create a new project, and it's for free. Let's call this one food ordering. Yes, I think that will work. Next, create project. All right, and now we need to go to database and we need to build a database. And I don't want the paid version, I want a free version. So I will go here, and this really doesn't matter here. I will just hit create. Yeah, some captcha. Okay, now we need to create a user and password for our user admin for the database. So I'm going to name it like this, food ordering, and let's generate a password, some random password. I'm going to copy it, and I will put it into my project inside .env, and let's just put it as a comment for now. Something like this, so we don't lose it. Let's create the user. And now here, IP addresses. As you can see, I can add my current IP address, but it's already added automatically. So I can just do finish and close. Go to overview. And now it's creating the database for me. One thing I would like to show you something. If we go to database access or not network access, add IP addresses, when you publish your website somewhere, you need to either add IP address of the server here, or you need to click this one, allow access from anywhere, because otherwise your app will not be able to connect to the database from another IP. Because when you deploy it to another server, the app will try to connect the database from that another server, and that server has another IP address than your home, so it's not your home IP address. Let's go back to the database and let's see. Yes, it's created, so we have a database. Let's go to connect, and I want to have a connection string, so like an address to the database. We can put select one of those, and here, as you can see, we can just have the connection string that we can just copy. I think that you can just pick any option here. If you do connect and then shell, you also have a connection string here, kinda. Or if you go, I don't know, to VS Code, you also have a connection string. That is almost the same, I think. So here I want to add it. So let's do mongo URL, and let's put it here. So let's have it here as a connection string. And now, as you can see here, we need to replace this password thing. So I'm going to cut this password from here, and I'm going to put it here instead. Now, it ends here with a slash, and you should always put some name here after the slash, because this will be your database name. So you can do like food ordering or a test. I think that if you don't put any name, then the default name for the database will be test. Right, let's save it. We have a database, we have a connection string, but now we need to go back to our app API register route. And here, instead of OK, I want to save a user to the database when you register, right? So to do this, I need to connect to our database with this connection string, and I want to create a user, put a user into collection. So to do this, I'm going to use mongoose as always, yarn add mongoose. And now this one is installing. For mongoose, we need to create models for the database. So I'm going to put this inside app. Let's do a new directory called models, and I will create the model for our user. Let's do user.js, and here let's define how our user will look like inside the database. So let's do const user schema and new schema from mongoose. Let's import this, and now inside we just define how it will look like. So we will have an email, and now type of this will be string, and it will be required, so it's the required true. And let's also add that it will be, I think, unique to true. Okay, now what else do we need? We want to have password, right? So let's do type string, and it will be required. We can also do some validation here. So we can do a validation function like this, and it will be a function. So let's put a function, and I think it should just return true or false, but let's make sure. Mongoose validate function. So this is how we can put validate function. You can return a promise, or you can also do like this as an object, and then you do validator, but you can also use required instead, and you can do something like this, required to a function like this, and you can just check that, for example, here you check the drink and you check that bacon is bigger than 3. This is funny, but let's use something more professional. So I will do validator, and let's see, validate. So I'm going to put it as an object like this. So first let's put this into separate lines so it will be easier to read. We have validate, and we are going to change this validate to an object. like this. And inside we need to have message. So let's do message, will be well, the message will depend of how the password looks like, right? So maybe instead of having this as an object like this, we will have just a function, and we will just do new error if something is wrong. So let's do validate, and let's put this back as a function. And now, what do we want to check? We want to check that the password looks correct, right? So let's do some testing. Let's say that I think that the value will be actually here. So, or we can do something like this and this password. So let's do this. Let's just check first that validate colon. I think we can use this dot value only where we use regular function and not arrow function. But as you can see, the value is here. So we can just do pass as password, and we can do just pass, and we can check this string. So first, let's check if password has the length and it's bigger than, let's see, at least 5 characters. And if it's not, if it's smaller, then, or maybe we can first check if we have a length. If we don't have a length, or pass length is smaller than 5, then we will throw an error the same way they do this. Let's see, here, new error, the new error, and let's do not invalid password. Let's do password, let's do must be at least 5 characters. Yeah, and then let's test this. So we have schema, and we validate the password. We also need to have a model here. So let's do export const user equals. I want to check first the models if this exists. So let's check models if we have user. Otherwise, I want to create a new model with model function of the name user and our user schema. Right, and here for the schema, I'm going also to add timestamps to true, just in case. And now let's try to create our user inside register route. So here, first we want to connect the database. So let's do mongoose import mongoose from mongoose connect, and here process.env.mongo URL. So we connect to our database, and now we want to create the user. So let's do await, because it's a database query. Let's import our user, yes, from models, and now let's do create, and we want to grab the data from request body, right? So to do this, first we need to grab the body. So let's do body equals, and now to do this we need to do await and request not body, request JSON, because we are sending JSON. Right, we have this red error on the await because we need to make this async function, and now it's all right. Now here we just put the body, and the user should be created. Just to be sure, I'm going to assign this newly created user to a constant here. So let's do user equals user, or maybe we can name it created user, and let's put it here so we can see this inside the response, created user. And now let's see here, if I hit register again, we get pending, and now we have status 200. And inside the preview, you can see that now we get ID, we get updated at, created at, and timestamps, and we have created the user. The validation seems like it didn't work. So let's see, user. and this didn't work. So let's do return false here. Let's see if this will help. And let's delete our user from the database. So let's close this. Let's browse collections and we have users, and let's delete this one. Right. And now let's try again, register, and it looks like it still works. So this validate doesn't seem to work, but this can be the issue because we need to restart our environment. So let's start again and let's try to do another user. Let's clear here, register, pending. Okay, let's see, 500. Let's see why here. And we have an error, cannot resolve models user, module not found. That's weird. Let's see why. User schema. We are exporting user. Let's go to the route, app models user. Everything looks fine here. Let's just restart here and let's try again, register. No, still the same problem. User cannot resolve app models user. Let's see why this looks fine. Let's go inside here, export const user. Maybe let's assign it first. Let's assign it first, and then let's maybe use export default user like this. And let's go to the route and let's just import it this way. Now let's see if I hit register, we get an error. I'm going to restart an environment once again, register, and we still get the error. Let's see how our imports work. So we have components here. This looks fine. App models user. Here we have, let's see, do we have anything inside next config? No, this looks fine. Let's go back to API register route. Okay, I'm going to try to move our models maybe outside of the app to the source. Let's do refactor, and now let's go back to API register route, and let's remove this import for the user, and let's try to import it again. So let's do user from models user, and now I'm going to restart my environment, and let's see if this helps. Let's do test 3 maybe, or at least test 2, register, and now we have still the same error, can't resolve models user. Right, let's see what's the problem there. Let's go to models user, and let's maybe put it as it was, as not the default. Just export const user equals this, and inside the route let's import it this way as not the default, and let's try again. So hit register, and I will also restart the environment, hit register, and still the same problem. Let's see if it helps if I add .js here, and let's restart here, register. No, still the same error, can't resolve models user.js. So I think I know what can be the problem. This is some compiler errors, and this can be fixed here. I think we just need to define all of the paths. So for example, let me define that we will have app components and models. So let's do app here, and I want to do the same for models and models, and the same thing for components, and this thing should fix everything. So let me restart this, and now let's see. Inside here we have models, yes, and now let's see if I clear here, register, pending, still 500. Let's see why. Cannot resolve models user, and let's go to source models, right? So this didn't work, but let's go to the route, and let's see. Instead of this, we can just import the regular way, or let me also try something more. Let's go back, and here let's also add the base URL to a dot, and let's also do include with include paths. You just do include, and let's do a dot. This doesn't work. Okay, because we need to do double quotes like this. And now let's restart yarn dev. And let's see if I hit register. No, we still get the same error. Let me try another thing, and it's called module. Specify module code is generated, and let's do ES 2020. Does it fix anything? No, I don't think so. But let's restart, register. No, still the same error. Let's get rid of this. Let's go back to our route and let's import this regular way without any shortcuts, models and user. So now it's saying you can shorten this with this, but this doesn't work, but this should. So let me restart. Let's hit register. And now we have something else. We have user validation failed on the password. So we need to provide the longer password, right? So because as you remember, inside models, we have this validation for the password. Password validate, and we have that the length needs to be at least 5. All right, so we have test2. Let's put test2 here as well. Hit register, and now we get 200 here, as you can see. So now it works. Let's see, test2. Let's go to the database. Let's refresh here, and we have 2. Let's delete the old one. And we have only one with this email and this password. The only thing that is problem here, we don't want to store the password with clear text. So instead, I'm going to use bcrypt for this. So I think for this, we can do something like this. User schema, and add a pre. So before save, I want to do, I want to run a function, and we will have a next here that we need to run. So it will know that we can, we want to go further. Let's maybe console log everything from here, console log, and let's do rest. Let's grab everything, rest, and let's see how this will look like. So let's do test3 with test3 as a password, and let's try to register, and nothing happened. Let's try again. I'll restart everything here. Test4, clear everything, register. We have only save options here and nothing more. All right, so it looks like this pre will not work because we don't have the document, but let's try here if we can do add the password and add the test 1, 2, 3, 4 on the end. And let's do this when everything is correct. So let's do here return password, and let's see if this will change anything. Let's restart here, and let's do here 5 and here 5 as well, register, and let's check inside our database. Let's do refresh, and we have another user. Let's see here, but the password is only test5 without this test 1, 2, 3, 4 on the end. All right, if this doesn't work, let's see if we can do something after the validation. So user schema after. So let's do after. Do we have after? No, we have pre. We should also have a post, and post validate. Let's do a function, and I only want to do console log on the arguments that we will have here. I just want to see what's inside. Let's try with test6, and I think I forgot to restart here. Let's do test7, register, and now we have arguments, and we have one argument, and this is our document. So here we can change this document, or we can change this to user. We can call it user, and let's see if our test7 has been created, pushed to the database. Let's see on the bottom. Yes, we have test7. So here I would like to do something like this: user, and I want to change the password to hashed, something like this. And now I want to check that if I create a user with test8, register. I forgot to restart here. As always, let's do test9, register. And now let's go to here, refresh. And let's go test 9. As you can see, the password is hashed, but we don't want to make it hash. Instead, we want to use, for example, bcrypt to hash our password. So let's see. We just grab bcrypt like this, and we just hash the password. So let's do yarn add bcrypt. And now let's see how we can hash the password. So let's do grab the password, pass equals user password. And now the new password should be the encrypted version. So let's see, here we have usage sync. So we can do just something like this, require bcrypt, and we need to do generate salt, and then we do something like this. So let's try to put this here, and instead of var we want to have const. And we need to import this bcrypt, and let's see if it's imported. No, it's not. So let's do here import bcrypt from bcrypt, and here as a string. And now let's see if this will work. Here we have hashed password. Let's do hashed password equals this, and this here we want to put our password, right? So let's do pass. We can maybe rename this to something like not hashed password, and here let's put not hashed password, and here user password will be hashed password, right? And we can just simplify this by putting this like this, user password equals, and this bcrypt. All right, now let's try to restart here our environment, and let's see if this will work. Let's do test 10, register, and let's see, everything worked. Let's refresh our database, and let's see, on here as you can see we have a hashed password, so that is nice. So now let's see, we have hashed password, but maybe we can simplify this. We can make a function somewhere else, and we can reuse this function. So because I don't want to put like this generate salt here, I just want to have one function for this. Or maybe we don't need this because we will have it only in one place on the user. Let's keep it like it is now. All right, so now we can create the user. We should have an alert that the user has been created because everything went okay. So let's go to our register page, right? And now we want to have, here we have a fetch. Let's add a wait here, and let's add async here. And now after here, we want to say everything went okay. So we want to update this UE to say everything is fine. To update, we will need to have some kind of state. Let's say user created, set user created, and default will be false. And I want to have some kind of state for when it's saving. So let's do const creating user, and set creating user, default will be false. All right, and here on the beginning I will set creating user to true, and here I will do set creating user to false. And when it's creating, I'm going to block this button and block those inputs. So let's see, for inputs I will do not blocked but disabled, and we want to make it disabled if is creating user, if this is true. Same for this input, and for this button that we have here, register, I want to make it disabled as well. So like this, I guess. Let's test with user 11, and I'm going to inspect this, let's see, this button. Let's see if I click, nothing has changed, but I think everything just worked. So something is wrong. Maybe we need to add some styling. So let's go to global CSS, and now here I want to do styling for all of those inputs, but disabled version of those. So let's do disabled, and let's do disabled, and here disabled. And what do I want to do? I want to do, maybe we can remove the border, or we can make them darker. Let's do darker. Apply background and gray 700. All right, and now let's see if we do 12. Let's just refresh. We have an error, cannot resolve components layout header. Okay, let's see why. Maybe because we've changed this, let's see, not here, tsconfig, no, esconfig here. So cannot resolve components layout header. Okay, let's add the one that we had before here, that if we have something like this, it will go there. Now cannot resolve layout header. Let's refresh. Let's also restart everything here. Okay, we have an error again. Caching failed. I'm going to remove those old, and I'm going to put the as it was before, so we will not have this weird error here. Can't resolve components layout header. Components layout header cannot import. Let's remove even those because those didn't help anything. Okay, so I found what is the problem, and actually during restarting my environment, what happened was that Next.js added this file tailwind, not tailwind, tsconfig.json. And as you can see, here we have a compiler options, but it doesn't have those paths that we have inside compiler options in JSconfig. And to fix it, those import problems for those paths that starts with @, we just need to copy those paths from compiler options from JSconfig, and we need to go to tsconfig, and here inside compiler options we just add those paths here, and now everything just works. So we can most likely also go to register route, and here for this user import we can simplify this with models user as it should be. Right, so now let's go back to our user, and let's see, we have this hashed password, and we were about to fix that. We can see some progress. So let's go to register route, and not here, register page, sorry. And here, let's see, we have this creating user that is false by default, but when we create a user, we set it to true, and then if it's created, we set it back to false. And we should disable those inputs. Let's see how they look like. So I will just set it to true. As you can see, now those are blocked, read only. So I'm going to change styling a little bit. Let's go to globals, and here for disabled, I'm going to make them a little bit maybe brighter. Let's do 200, maybe like 500. That's too dark. 300 will be enough. And let's see now for the button, maybe let's do the same button, submit, but that is disabled. If it's disabled or disabled here, I want to apply classes that will say cursor, let's see, cursor, not default, grab, help, move, cursor. Let's see, do we have disabled? No. Stop? No. Let's see, what else do we have? Wait, progress, pointer. We have cursor not allowed. This is something I want to also add to our blocked or disabled inputs. So let's add it here. And now, as you can see, we have this different cursor. Now for this submit button, let's also add change the color. So let's do maybe background red 400. Yeah, so we know it's disabled. And now let's put back this that it's not disabled. Let's change this to false. And now let's try to set this user created to true. And now here we have register. Here we have register. Here we have the form. And I want to change that is, or maybe not is, let's see, user created. Then I want to add the div with some class names like padding or maybe margin from the top and the bottom of 4. and I want to add a text saying user created. Now you can log in. All right, so now we have this text user created. Now you can log in. Let's make it centered, text center, and user created. Now you can log in, and let's change this login to a link. So let's put a link here to /login and login. I want to add arrows here. Now you can log in. Now, yeah, it's a link. I would like to add like class names here. Underline. Now we can log in. Yes, I also want to add a space here. Now we can yes, and maybe a break line here. User created. Now we can log in. Yeah, so let's now set it to false. And now let's check if this will work. Let's see. Handle form submit. First we set it to true for creating user. Then we create the user, and then we set creating user to false. And we also need to set user created to true because it's complete. So now let's do test, I don't know, 11 at example.com, and let's do test 11, or yeah, register user created. Now we can log in. So that works really nice. I'm going to remove all of my users now to clear the database because we have like 20 users now. I'm going to create a new one, test at example.com, and test here. Let's hit register. Let's see what happens if I click register again. We get errors, and we get errors even for the first user. So let's see what's the problem. bcrypt is not defined. Let's see inside our register route. No, not here. I think it's inside models user. bcrypt not defined. Okay, I don't know. I probably commented this thing. Let's try again. Let's register this user, and let's see. Register 500. Let's see what's the problem. bcrypt is not defined. Maybe I need to restart this. bcrypt is not defined. Now it should be fine. Module is not installed. All right, now let's try again. Register, pending, and we get 200. So now it works. Now I want to see what happens if I click again register. It shouldn't register a new user with the same credentials here, right? Because this one already exists. But let's see what will happen. I will clear everything. Register. We just get 500 error. And yeah, we just get an error and nothing happens. So let's go to our register page and let's see. Handle form submit. We probably need to add a try catch here. Try. Let's try to do all of this, and catch. We catch an error, and then with this error, we just want to notify our UI that we have an error. So let's do error and set error equals use state, and default will be false. And here let's just do set error to true, and here maybe underneath let's add an if error. If we have an error, let's do end, and let's do, well, the same thing that we did here, but no links. It will just say error and break line. Please try again later. Right. So maybe error, an error has occurred with double R. Please try again later. So now let's see. Let's see if I click register again. Well, we just get an error here. Nothing happens. Let's refresh and test at example.com and test. And nothing happened. Let's try again. Test at example.com, test. Let's hit register. User created. Okay, that's not good. It says user created, but it gets 500 error. Let's see why. Let's see here. Looks like we shouldn't do try catch here, but instead we should do, let's see, error, an error has occurred. Let's try to get rid of this catch and try. Whoops. And now try. Let's put this back. And instead of doing a wait here, I will do then, and Maybe we can leave this await, but I will grab the response. Const response equals this, and let's console log our response. Right, so now if I click register, we get a response, and it has OK false. So we can do something like this. If response OK. If response is not OK, then set error to true, and creating user false, regardless if we have error or not. User created true, no, only if it's OK. If response OK, then user created, and set error only if response is not OK. We could simplify this to first, if it's OK, then we say it's created, otherwise, so else, set error to true. Right, now let's see. Let me copy this and I will refresh. Let's do test, register. An error has occurred. Please try again later. Let's try with test 1 and test 1. Register. Well, now it says both user created. Now we can log in and an error has occurred. And this is because we need to set error to false before we send a request. We need to reset this. Right, so now if I click register, and we still have both because we also need to have set user created to false on the beginning because we want to reset everything. Register, error occurred. Let's test with test 2, register, and now everything works, and we can go to login page. All right, so now this works. We can register with credentials. Let's check our database. For our users, we have hashed passwords here, as you can see. So that is good. We don't want to have clear passwords or raw text passwords. So that is good. And now we just need to fix login. So when I click here, we will see a login page, and we need to fix the login with provider. Here, maybe underneath, we can also have text like already have an account or already a member, click here to login. So inside this register page, we can have under this button a div that will say existing account, and then a link that will say login here, and it will go to /login. Yeah, something like this, but of course we want to have some class names here, like text center, and what else? Some margin, right? Margin on the top and the bottom of 4. And for the link, we want to have an underline or something. Class name, underline. And for the texts, we want to make them gray 500. And we want to have space here. So I'm going to add a space like this. Okay, and login here, I will add this requo arrows, and this looks nice. Existing account, login here. This looks fine. Maybe we could add a border on the top of this div, so we have like a line here. That is nice, but let's also add padding top of 4, so we'll have some spacing, and that looks nice. The only downside is that we have this footer that is really close, but that's okay. That's okay for now. We can fix this styling later. So now we need to have a login page, and we need to fix that we can log in with our users that we created with those credentials, and so we can also log in with Google here. You can also add more providers if you want. All right, so now let's fix the login page, shall we? So let's click here, login, or if we click here, we will have the same problem. We don't have a login page. And then when we have a login page, we need to fix that we can log in with those users with those passwords, right? So let me see. We have an API here, app, we have a register. We need also have to have a login directory here inside our app for login page. And inside we just put the page.js, export default function, and let's name it login page. For all of the pages, I try to put the name like the path name and then the page. Now inside this return, let's maybe check what we have for the register, register page here, and we have this as a section. Okay, let's go to login page. Let's do section HTML like this section. Now we need an h1. Let's copy this h1 from our register. I will just copy this and I will put this thing here. But instead of register, I will have login. Right, now let's see. Here we have login and we have a section. Even for this section, we should have margin top of 8, that we have same thing for register. So it's the margin top of 8. All right, so now we need almost exactly the same that we have for register. So we need the email, password, and then the button, and then our login with provider, login with Google, and then almost the same thing, existing account, login here. Right, so let's do this. Underneath here, let's do a form, no action for now. We just need to have input. Well, we can just copy those inputs from register page. Let's see. I will grab those inputs like this. And now let's go to login page and let's paste those inputs. We don't have state for email and password, so let's copy this as well. So let me see, email and password state. Let's go to login page. Let's put it here. For login page, we also need to use client here on the top, because now it's a client component. Let's see, login, creating user is not defined. We don't have it. So let's put here and here false for now. We don't want to block anything. Now we have this super long, so I'm going to add the class names on this form to make it max width of XS, and let's make it center with MX auto like this. Now we need a button that will be a type of submit, and it will say login. So now we have almost the same thing that we have on register, but well, it's login, right? We also need this or login with provider. So underneath, I think I will just copy from the register page. Let's see, or login with provider, and then the button to login with Google. So let's paste it here, and now let's see login page. Yeah, it works. Let's see register. And I think that we should even copy this part, but change to, if we are on the login page, don't have an account register here or something like this. Or maybe not. Let's keep it like this for now. We did some copy pasting here and I don't really like it. So we will clean it, both register and login page, in a minute. First, I would like to fix the on submit on this form on submit. We will create a function handle form submit. I will put it here, function handle form submit, and we get an event here that we need to do prevent default. And then if we want to log in, first let's fix that we can log in with credentials, right? So let's do fetch request that will go to /API/login, and this will be an async function. So let's add a wait, and here let's add the body, and the body will be JSON stringify for object of email, email and password, right? We also need to have headers to be content type. I think we need to have it. I always try to add it if it's not Axios we are using, and we are using instead our default fetch. And what else do we need here? Method will be post. All right, and that should be it. And let's grab a response here. And as you remember, inside the response, we have a field that is called OK, and we can do if response.OK, and if it's not OK, then something else. this will work. We have it this way inside our register page. Another thing that we can do is to actually not get all of the response. We can grab only the OK part, and then we can do just if OK like this. I think it was called OK. Let's just check inside our register page and more to the top. Yes, it's a response OK. So that is correct. So now let's see, inside this we want to have a state to block our form, right? So for now it's disabled false on all of the inputs, and let's also add it to the button false. Let's add a state that will disable all of it. Let's call it maybe login in progress, set login in progress. Default will be of course false. And on the beginning, we will do set login in progress to true. And after everything is done, we will do set login in progress to false. Doesn't matter if it's okay or not. We will do set login in progress to false. So now let's do something like this. Instead of this false here, here, and here for disabled, we will do login in progress. So now if I click here, it changes to the dark gray, the colors of those inputs. As I don't know if you can see, because it takes like just a few milliseconds to try to log in. All right, but now let's see, we have this. This disabled login in progress should be actually on this button and not on the login with Google. Now let's see. Yeah. Now let's see. We need to fix this endpoint, right? So we can know if those credentials are okay and we can log in with them. So as you remember, inside our API auth, we had those copy-pasted stuff from Next.js. Here we have credentials, and we have this authorize function that we can use. Let's get rid of this comment, and we don't need to do anything from here. We just need to do something like let's maybe do console log, and let's console log our credentials. Is it this credentials? No, it should be fine with just only credentials. Right, and we don't need this user, and we are just going to return null for now. So I just want to see if something will happen, but of course we need to change this fetch, as you can see here, and instead let me see how we should go with those credentials provider documentation. I think we just need to send the request there. So let me see here. Let's try to do, instead of on submit, let's do action, and let's go to /API. Here let's also add the method of post and action API. Let's see where it should go. API auth. And now let's see. We will also add here name to be email, and here we will also add a name to be password. And let's see if this will work. If I do test at example.com and test, let's open here our console, and let's see what will happen if I click login. So we have some spinning, so something is working. I don't know what actually is going on here. I think we shouldn't go there. We shouldn't go to this API auth. I think that instead we should do something like this. On submit, let's put back our handle form submit function, and here instead of doing this fetch, we will not create this endpoint ourselves, and instead we will use Next.js, right? So let's get rid of this, and here we want to do sign in, and the provider will be credentials. All right, and let's do await here, and let's see what will happen. If I hit login now, well, as you can see, something happened. We get a small working small warning, next auth URL and no secret. So let's add those to our .env file. So let's do next, how is it called? Next auth URL. So let's do next auth URL equals, and let's do HTTP localhost 3000. Yes. And now let's also set our secret, maybe here, secret, and some random stuff here. And now let's use this secret inside our route for this next auth. So here they also want to have a secret that we are going to grab from process environment secret that we have inside our .env file. Right, so this worked here. And now let's see. We have this console log. I don't know if it showed anything. Let's try again here. I will do, whoops, let's refresh, test at example.com and test. And now let's see, I will open console here, and let's hit login, and looks like nothing happened here. It just redirected us to this API auth page, and this is not something we want instead. Instead, I would like to fix this authorize functionality. Right, so let's maybe see if I restart my environment, if this will help. Okay, so now everything is running, and I want to check if I will get this console log by any chance. Test at example.com. Let's do test. Let's do login, and nothing happened. Let's see, we didn't have any console log here, and no console logs here. Let's see what we have for the network. I'm going to put test example.com test, and let's clear the network, login, and we get redirected now. Let's see. No console logs here, providers. Let's see in the response if we get anything useful. No, we don't. Let's see, do we miss anything? We have name credentials. Let's also add ID credentials. All right, and now for our login page, let's see. Maybe let's do credentials with lowercase c, because I think it should be ID. All right, and now let's do test at example.com and test, and I will copy this just in case. And now we have a console log of credentials. So as you can see, we get the callback URL, but this is not something I like, because I don't want to have email and password here. Instead, I would like to send it as extra data. So here we can probably do this with email and password, yes. And now let's try again, test, login. And now, as you can see, we have both email and password here. So let's go back to our authorize function, and from the credentials we can grab email and the password from credentials, like this, because we have email and password here inside. And now what we want to do, return null if we couldn't log in, and we want to return user if email and password is correct. So first we want to grab the user, but before we will do this, we need to connect to the database, right? So let's do mongoose. We need to import mongoose here. No, it's imported now. Mongoose connect here, process.env.mongo URL. All right, and now let's do mongoose, not mongoose. Now we can grab our user. So let's do const user equals user. Let's see, we need to import our user. I cannot find the user. Let's import it manually here, import user from, and now let's do like this, not components, models, and user. And now let's do user. We want to find one where email is email. And if we have a user and the password is okay, maybe let's just do like this. If we have a user, then we want to compare password. So let's do maybe here inside, let's do bcrypt there's a function called compare. Let's see, maybe inside the documentation, I do search for compare sync. Yeah, there's a function called compare sync. So let's run this compare sync, and our password that we get from the credentials sent, and the other password is from our user from the database. Password, like this, password, and then we know if the password is okay. So maybe we can do something like this: password okay equals this. It's not an if anymore, so we can just do like this. And we will also add if we have a user and backcrypt compare. All right, so now we know if we have a user and if the password is okay. And so we also need to have a wait here because we are finding user from the database. Now, if password okay, then we want to return our user. All right, and now let's see. We are grabbing credentials we are grabbing email from credentials. Looks like they are saying that email doesn't exist or it's optional. So instead grabbing those like this, I will do email equals credentials email with this question mark in case if it's empty. And I also need the password. Password equals credentials password. All right, still we have an issue with email, and they say it's only username and password here inside, but they are wrong because we get email as well. And I think this is partially because this is the only TypeScript file we have. Let's change this to JavaScript, and now we don't have this problem anymore. And let's try to log in. Let's do our test example.com and test. Let's try to log in, and we have an error. Let's see what happened. Does not contain default export. All right, so let's go to here and export const user. Yeah, so we need to import it different way. We need to import it like this. Right, now let's try again. Test, login, still error. Let's see. User does not contain default export. Let's see here. It looks so fine for me. Let's maybe do yarn dev again here to restart everything. And now let's see. I would do test login, and we get 4.1. Here I don't see anything. Maybe let's do console log of the password okay, and we'll put this as an object so we can see what's inside. And here we have a typo. It should be password. And now let's see, test, and let's see, we get password test. I wanted password okay instead. Let's see. Here I want to put test, and let's do login. Password okay, true. So it looks like it works. So now, instead of having this login and register here, because here right now we are logged in, I don't need this password okay. Let's get rid of this. And let's go to our header. And instead of this login and register, we want to use state, right? We want to use session here, sorry. So let's use session equals use session from Next.js. And now I'm going to put use client here, and let's print our session with console log inside the browser. Let's see what do we have here. Use session must be wrapped inside session provider. All right, so we don't have this, and we need to have it inside our app. So how can we fix it? Well, we need to go to our layout, and we need to have a session provider. Let's try to just put it here inside main. Let's do session provider. Let's put it like this, and here let's close it after the footer, and let's see if this will fix this. React context is unavailable in server components. All right, so it sounds like we cannot put our session provider here. So what I'm going to do is I will remove this session provider from here. Maybe let's try to make this will not work, to make it client component for the whole layout. So I will get rid of this session providers, and I'm going to create a component called app context. Let's do app context.js, and I'm going to create a hook called export function called let's say app provider. Yeah, and here I'm going to put our session provider, and all the children will go here inside children. And I'm going to mark this as client component. And now let's go back to our layout, and now let's do app provider like this. The closing will go here, and now it works, and we see some session data that we are authenticated, and we see the information about the user. So that is cool, right? So let's go to our header, and as you can see, we have this status that is authenticated. So instead of grabbing whole session, let's just grab status from session status. And now here we have this login and register navigation. Let's do something like this. Here inside, if status equals authenticated, then if I'm unauthenticated, I want to have a logout button. So let's copy. I want to copy this with the styling. So I'm going to copy the link with all this primary blah, 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 and it will say logout. And I want to also do if status is not authenticated, then I want to do those two. But because we have two elements here, I need to put React fragment. So that's why this empty HTML tag. So now we have logout, and this logout doesn't work. So let's fix it. Instead of this link register, I'm going to change this to a button. So let's see now. Yeah, and we have class names here, but I also need on click on this one. And I will just put this as a sign out inline function, and this should do the work. So now we are logged in, and if I click this logout, I'm logged out. And now I need to log in again. So let's do test at example.com and test. I try to use wrong credentials. If I do test1, it will go here. All right. So let's do test at example.com and test. If I click login, I'm logged in. So that is nice. Maybe we should be redirected to another page, but we can put it as an extra param to redirect, but we will fix it in a moment. We are logged in, and we have this logout button. We have also here status loading, status authenticated, and let's see, if I log out, the status is unauthenticated. So here, to see the login, the status needs to be unauthenticated. So on the beginning, I will not see anything if it's loading. So that is nice, and now let's see. This looks fine. The only problem is this button is weird. So let's fix this one. So let's go to our hero, I think, and here we have this button, learn more, and I don't want this border. So let's do border 0. It's the default border that we got. Yeah, I think that is better. I also need to have items center here, and now I think it's fine. Now same for this button. Looks like we need to add flex and let's see, flex and justify center here, so it will be centered. Yes, I think now it's better. Right, we can register and we can log in with credentials, and this works, right? And we can log out. Now it would be nice to fix this login with Google. Before we will do this, let me just refresh the database. I want to see how it looks like. Yeah, we have just few users here. All right, so now let's add the Google provider. So for this, I need to go to Google Cloud Console, and I'm going to create a new project. So let's do a new project, and let's do food ordering. Let's create this project. Now let's select this project, food ordering, and we need to create our OAuth client. So let's search here, OAuth client, OAuth client consent screen. Yes, let's start with this. External create and app name food ordering app, and here my email, and what else do we need? Email again, save and continue. All right, this works. Now let's go to credentials, and let's create credentials, OAuth client ID, application type web application, and here we have those authorized redirect URLs. If we go to let's see, providers, and we go to, let's see, Google, you can see that for authorized redirect URLs we need to put this for localhost, and then when you deploy it you need to also change it to your domain and add another one. So I'm going to add this for localhost. Let's put this one and let's hit create. Now it's created. We have client ID and the client secret. So I'm going to add it to my .env file. Let's do Google client ID and Google client secret. So first the client ID, let's put it here. Client secret, let's put it here. And now let's see how we can add Google provider. We just grab it like this. Import Google provider. So let's go to our API auth route here, and let's grab Google provider, and let's put Google provider like this. Here inside providers, Google provider, Google client ID, Google client secret. Yes, this looks fine. And now let's go to our, for example, login page, and we have this login with Google. To fix it, I'm going to add on click here, but I'll put this into separate line, and this will just run this sign in function with provider Google. All right, so now let's see login. If I click here, sign in failed, and check the details provided. Okay, something went wrong. Let's refresh. Let's try again. Maybe I will restart the environment just in case. Login with Google, and now it works. I will select my account and I'm logged in. As you can see, now I have this logout button, so I'm actually logged in. I think maybe I can add here a redirect URL here, so I don't want to go to the login page after I logged in. I want to go to the start page. Let's try again. Login with Google. Let's try again, refresh, login with Google. Now something went wrong. Let's restart everything here. Refresh, login with Google. And I'm going to log in with my Gmail, and the redirect didn't really work. This didn't work. Let's see. We have also callback URL. Let's try this one. If I log out, let's maybe try to log in with credentials this time, but we also need to add this callback URL to our credentials login. So let's do callback URL and start page. Test at example.com and test here. Let's do login, and we are on the home page and we are logged in. So that is really nice. All right, so this worked. Now the next thing, we can log in and with Google, and we can log out. And here on the register page, we also need to add this function here for login with Google. So let's go to register page, and we have this login with Google. So I'm going to put this on click here. And now the problem is that we need to put sessions to our database, because I think that those small problems we have that we cannot log in is actually because we don't have session inside database. To fix it, I'm going to use here documentation, and we have providers. It's not providers, we need to have adapters here, and I think this is all documentation. I will go to this page. Let's go to providers, not providers, adapters, sorry, adapters, and not DynamoDB. We need to have, this is the latest page. Okay, let's go to get started, adapters, and here we have MongoDB adapter. So we need to yarn add this. Let's do here in a new tab, yarn add this, and now we need to create this file, and let's create this. Let's create this inside, let's see, I'm going to put a new directory here called libs, and inside I will do a file called mongo connect.js, and I will put this. This is TypeScript, so I'm going to just remove those typings here, and here, as you can see, we have MongoDB URI. For us, it's Mongo URL instead, so I'm going to change this. And this looks fine, so I'm going just to save it. And now we use adapters inside the config like this. So let's go here, API, auth, route, and let's see, we just do adapter, and now let's do Mongo, let's see, MongoDB adapter. Let's import this first, MongoDB adapter, and now let's use it like this. Adapter, MongoDB adapter. We have this client promise that we need to import as well, and so let's try to auto import this. Yes, I think this worked. Let's see. Yes, it imported from our libs, so this works fine. Now let's see if we will have session if we log in with Google. Let's try. Yes, and now let's go to our database, and we have sessions here. So as you can see, I have an active session. Let's try to log out, log in with Google. Sign in failed, so something went wrong. Let's see here. I don't see any errors. What is wrong? Sign in failed. Check your details provided below. Login with Google. Well, that's odd. Let's go to the login page and let's see what's the problem. Login page, sign in Google. Maybe let's remove this callback URL and let's try login with Google. Sign in failed. Check the credentials you provided. But if I click here, it will work. And this is not the flow I would like to have. So we need to fix this. Let's do logout and let's try again. I will hit. Let's maybe try on the register page, login with Google. Okay, it works on the register page. That is weird. Let's try again. Register. Okay, so it works on the register page, but not on the login page. Login with Google. No, it doesn't work. On the register page, it works. So let's see what's the difference. So on the login page, we have this on-click sign in with Google, and it's a client component. And maybe I also need to add the type of the button here, because otherwise it will send this form. It will trigger this form submit. So maybe that's the problem. Let's go back to login and let's try login. Yeah, and now it works. So that was the problem. We are sending this form. I can put back this URL, callback URL to our home page after we are logged in. So let's try again. Login with Google, my account, and we should go to the home page. Yes, that's cool. Now, what I want to fix is, you probably seen that this page for login and for the register is very similar. So I can open here login, register, and those are pretty much the same. And it would be nice to fix some stuff and to, I don't know, to make it simplified. Or maybe we can fix it later. Let's see here what is the problem, because we have some errors. No, there are no errors here. All right, so now we can register and log in, and our authentication works. So this is nice. And the next thing will be actually, so we can, instead of going to the home page, we can go to our profile page and we can edit information about our profile, like address, update name, and stuff like this. Let's also check our database for users. As you can see, we have this testexample.com user, and here is my user that I used to log in when I logged in with Google. So this is my Gmail here, and yeah, so we have several users now. So next step will be to have some kind of user panel so we can update profile information. All right, so now it would be nice to have maybe here a profile link. So maybe your email or something like this. And then when you click on it, you will go to your profile page. So first, let's go to our header. So inside components layout, we have a header. And here we have, if it's authenticated, we have this logout button, but I also want to add a link to profile. And because we have one element here for button, we will need to have a React fragment, because now we want to have 2 elements. And now here, let's just put a link to, let's see, it will say profile for now. Let's see. Yeah, we need to have a link, so let's do /profile, and now let's see, now we have profile, but maybe it would be nice to have a name of the user, right? So we have a session here and we are console logging it. So let's see, what do we have inside our session? As you can see, we have some data, and inside data we have user, and then we have email. And I think sometimes we also have name if you log in with Google. Here we have name. So we have email and name. So let's do something like this. Let's define here username, and maybe not username as a username, but user's name. So let's do something like this. First, we want to grab user data. So user inside data. So let's do const user data equals session, and then we need to go inside session. We need to go to data, and then user, right? Session data user, session data user. All right. And now inside the user data, we want to grab name. Let's see. Yes, it's a name. But if the name is not inside the object, I want to grab email instead. So let's do, or let's do session, not here, sorry, here, or user data dot email. Right, and now we can use username instead of our profile. So here I will do username like this, and now let's see, let me refresh. We have an error because we are trying to access user, but the data is undefined. So I guess the problem is that on the beginning, when we render this at the first time, the session is empty, and then we find the information in the database, and then the use session is refreshing the session information here. So let's do something like this. I will add question marks here in case this information is empty. Now let's see, I will refresh, and let's see, it looks like everything is empty. I don't even see the logout button, so something is wrong. Let's see, we are authenticated, but I don't see anything. So let's see what happened, and it looks like I have just removed the status by accident. So let's do status from session status. All right, now let's see. Yeah, so now I have my name here, as you can see. It's in 2 lines. I would like to have it only in 1 line, or I would like to just grab the first name. So let's do something like this. We have this username here. What I want to do is I will change this to let, so we can change the content of it. And now let's check if username, if the string includes a space, then I want to username to be only the first part. So I want to do username, and not user data, username. I want to split using space, and I want to only the first part. So now we have only David here. I will remove this console log. We don't need this. And now let's see, include is undefined. All right, so this doesn't work because this username can be null or undefined. So let's first check if we have a username, and username includes space. So now we have only David here. We can add something like hello colon. If we want hello colon, and we have something like this. I would like to put this in one line. So let's see, I will put this here, and let me add some class names, and let's see, white space, no wrap, and now we have this in one line. So I clicked this and it goes to profile, but as you can see, we get 4 because we don't have a route for this. Let me close API register and login here, and I'm going to do a new directory inside the app, and let's create a profile. And inside we just need to do new file and page.js. And inside this page.js, export default function, and let's call this one profile page. And inside we just need to do, well, let's maybe start with a section like this, and h1 that will say profile, right? And we have something like this. So there is something like, I would like to have this h1 that we have. Let me log out, log in here. I would like to have this h1. So I will go to my login page, and let me see, I want to have this, but with profile inside this, but it will say profile. And yeah, now the problem is that we can actually go there to profile page, and even if we are not logged in, so that is not good, right? First, I will add some margin from the top. Let's do margin top of 4 or maybe 8. Let's see how big is it on our login page. It's 8. Okay, so let's do the same. We have profile page, and well, here I would like to do that. If you are not logged in, you shouldn't see this page. You should be redirected to the login page. So I'm going to use session. So let's do session equals use session. Yes, and let's do console log of our session. And now let's see, what do we have here? Well, we have an issue. React context is not available in server components. Right, so let's make it a client component. Use client. And now let's see. We have inside our session information, status loading, and then status unauthenticated. So what I want to do, if before we will return this h1 and so on, first I want to check if status, so let's grab the status const, we can grab it maybe like this time, session, status from session, and I want to check that if status is loading, then I want to return here loading, yes. And then also if status is unauthenticated, we want to redirect. We don't want to return this HTML, we want to redirect. So how can we do this? I think there is a redirect function that we can use from Next. Let's try redirect to /login. Yes, now let's see if I save. Application error or a client side exception, blah, blah, blah. So we cannot redirect like this, I think. Let's maybe see if I return this redirect. Did it work? Does it work? Yes, then it works. So let me go to home, and if I go to /profile, it redirects me to the login page. So this works now. Right, so let me remove this, and now here we are authenticated, and now what else do we want to do? Let's maybe first log in with my Google account so we can access this page. Let's go to this profile, and what do we want to have here? Well, we want to have addresses or one address, and we want to have well, something that you can edit your profile profile. So we can edit your name and maybe your image, profile image, right? So let's fix it. So we need to have some kind of form here. So you can edit your image and name, and then maybe on the right side you will have addresses, or maybe we can do everything in the middle, profile picture, name, and then addresses underneath. Maybe that will look better. So let's put a form, and inside this form I will remove this action and I will add class names, so we can do max width of XS and MX auto, so it will be centered. And inside this form, what do we want to do? We want to have an let me add the border for this form, so we will see how it looks like. Okay, so it ends here. Now I want to put the image on the left side and then name on the right side, something like this. So let me put a div, and this will be our first row of the form. And well, on the left side I want to have an upload for image. So sometimes we will have image information inside session, and it comes from the user information from the database. So I want to display it somehow here. Let me maybe first do console log on the session, console log on a session, so we can see where it is inside. Session, data, user, and we have image here. So that is nice. So let's grab this image. Let's do const user image equals, and then let's do session. Then we need to go to data, then we go to user, and then we go to image. And now let's here is the first row, with the div. Let's put an image, but let's put it as an image from next image, and the source will be user image. And I will put here width will be, let's maybe do 64, and the height will be the same because it should be a square. And alternative text, let's add it as well as avatar. Right, now let's see, loading, and we have some error here saying that hostname, this Google user content is not configured under your next config. See here for more info. Let's open this on a new tab. And the thing is that if you add images to your app, to your next app from different host names, you need to add those host names. So let's go to next config, and as you can see, we need to add images, remote patterns here. So let's do this. Next config, images, and then inside images, remote patterns. All right, and remote patterns is an array, not an object. So let's do an array, and inside this array I want to add, well, something like this. Let's put it here, and I want to put host name. Maybe we can skip the path name and port. And the only thing I want to add here is, well, this host name, googleusercontent.com. Let's try. googleusercontent.com, and let's see if this will help if I reload. Loading, and no. Let's see if it helps if I add this subdomain here. Let's save it, and if I reload, loading, and I have my image. I don't want to have it like this. I would like to add like here any subdomain. So let's see if this will work. Yeah, it works. So let's have it like this, and let's go to back to our profile page, and I would like to fix it a little bit. So first we have this div that will be first row, and I want this to be some things will be on the left side like this image, and other like an input for the name will be on the right side. So let's add the placeholder with first and last name, something like this. And now I want this first div to be on the left and second on the right side. So let's do class name flex, and let's see, yeah, that's good. Now I will add a gap of 2, 2. That is nice. Now, let's see why this input doesn't take the whole space. Let's see. Well, because the second div should grow. The right side, let's add a grow on the right side. Yes, now it goes all the way to the right side. And now I think I can remove the border from the form. So let's remove this, and now it looks like this. So we have this flags gap 2. Let's add items center here, so it will be centered, the image and the input here. Now maybe we can do the image a little bit bigger, and maybe we can make this form a little bit wider. So let's do medium on this form. Yeah, I think that is better. And now the image can be a little bit bigger, so let's do maybe I don't know, 120, 125. I don't know. Yeah, this looks nice. This looks nice. Maybe this is too big. Let's do, I don't know, 80 pixels. Yes. And under first and last name, I want to have a button to save it. So underneath, I want to have a button of type will be submit, and it will be save. Yeah, something like this. Maybe it's too big. I don't know. I would like to have this image in the some classes here. So for this image, let me try to add some class names. Let's do rounded medium or maybe large. Let's see if this will work. Yes, it does. And now I would also like to add a div above, so we will have some padding. I'll put this image into this div, and for this div I will add some background of gray 300 and some padding of 4. Now let's see. Yeah, something like this, but maybe a smaller padding and also rounded here. So I want to do here rounded large and smaller padding like 2. Yeah, this looks nice. And now here under the photo, I would like to have a button to change avatar. So under this image, I will have a button of type button change avatar. Yeah, something like this. And we have this button here. It's not visible because I think the color is the same. Let's see if I change this gray to 800. Yeah, then we have some outline here. So it's a little bit better. Let's see if I change to 100. Yeah, then we have something like this. Well, I don't know what would work best here, but maybe we can get rid of this background gray and we can increase the gap here to maybe 4, so we will have more separation. Yeah, now for the, I don't want the image, I would like to have the image all the way to the right, so it will be as big as the button. So let me see. Instead of doing width and height, I will do, let's see, on no layout, and layout will be, I don't remember, let's go to hero. I don't remember how to do the image layout fill. Okay, layout will be fill, and the div above needs to be relative. Let's do it like this, and now let's see. Well, almost. Let's put another div with class name relative just for the image. Relative just for the image. And let's put it here. Now let's see. I don't see the image. Let's add object fit contain, I think it should be. Still no image. Let's see inside here. Object fit contain layout fill. I think this is because let's see, our div needs to have some height here, otherwise nothing will be shown. Or maybe I don't know. Let's change the let's add some height on this one to 24. I don't know if this will change anything. Yes, it does. But the problem is here, I would like the image to take the whole width. So let me try try to do with have full and with full. Now let's see, nothing is here. Let me see. We have 100%, 100%, but we have no have here on this div. So that's why if we would add a have here of like 100 pixels, then we will see this. But otherwise, well, we need to tell what the have will be. And I don't want to define have. I want the have to be automatic. So, well, let's get rid of this div that we have as a parent of the image. And I don't want to have this object fit contain, and I don't want to have this layout fill. Instead, I will do something like this. I will change the width to be 0 and the have to be 0. And what else I will do is that I will add here on the classes on the image, the width to be full and the have to be full. Now let's see, and now we have something like this. It looks really weird, and looks like it's something wrong with, because we did this 0 and 0 here. Let's see if we do maybe like 250 to 350, 250 here and 250 here. Okay, now we have something. As you can see, the image is smaller than 250 in width and have, but we added those classes here with full and have full, and it means it will take 100%. It's a little too big because well, it's not that sharp as it should be. Let's see. Yeah, it's this big, and we have stretched this a little bit. And the image is 96 pixels, and we stretched this to 153. So maybe we can make this smaller, but to make it smaller, we need to change this button to maybe something like edit, and then it will be smaller. All right, and I would like to add a small margin bottom of 4 for this between this and this. Maybe 4 is too much. Let's do just 2 so we can edit the avatar. Maybe that's still too big. Let's do 1. Yeah, that's good. And now let's see. We have here for the name, and maybe I can add another input that is disabled just for the email, so you can see your email. So input type email, and the value will not be editable. So let's do just user session data user email, session data user email, like this. And you can see your email. You cannot edit this because we don't have any change, but I will also add here disabled to true, so it's disabled. We could maybe style this disabled field a little bit more. So let's go to global CSS, and as you can see, for disabled we are doing darker gray. Let's maybe do lighter gray like this with no border. So let's do border and 0, so we have something like this. But even for the text, I would like this to be lighter, not the dark. Let's do text gray, and let's do maybe something like 500. So we have something like this, maybe even lighter for the text. Let's do 300. And we have something like this, and well, it's barely visible, so I need to add more styling to this. Let's make it a little darker, like 300, but the text will be like 500 and no border. So we have something similar that we had before, and I think this looks best. So we see that this is disabled. And if you put a text here, it's black, so it's clearly visible that you can change stuff here, but not here. Right, I think this will work. So we have this first and last name here, but it should be filled with the state. So let's go back to profile page. And if we want to have something editable here, we need to have state for this. So let's call this username and set username equals use session is state and from React, and here the default will actually come from session. Let's do session and then data and then user and then name or empty string. And I will add the question marks here in case anything of this is undefined. Right, so first and last name, let's put username into this input. Here we have this input. I'm going to put here value equals username, and let's add on change. Let's do event, and with this event, let's do set username, event target value. And now we have my name here, and I can change it and add stuff into it. So this works. Now I can edit the input, but now I should be able to save it, right? So when I click save on this button, we will trigger submission on this form. One thing I don't like is it looks like we have two forms in one form element. We have one form element that takes actually two forms. The one is this, the second is this. So well, to fix it, I will change this form to just a div, and then I will put only those stuff into a form. So it looks like it's this div that grows. It's the right side. I'm going to change it to a form element, and I'm going to add on submit. And for this on submit, I will have a function called handle. No, not handle form submit, because we will have several forms here. Instead, I would like to have something like handle profile update. Handle profile info update, something like this. Now we need to define this function. Let's see, somewhere here above. So let's do function handle profile info update, and as always we get an event and we want to run prevent default on it. And then let's send, not Axios, let's send fetch request to /API/profile. Why not? And it will be a method of post. We want to send headers, and those headers will have content type application JSON. And what else do we need here? We need body, and well, the body will be JSON stringify, and we want to send only our username, because this is the only thing we are updating here. Maybe not as username, let's send it as a name. So name will be username. All right, and I think that will be it. And this is an fetch is async function, so I'm going to add async and await here. Await, no equals here. Let's do response equals await, and now we can do something like this. We need to have this endpoint for a post, but because this is an update for our information, I will change this to put. And now let's create this endpoint inside our API. So let's go to API and let's do new directory, and let's do profile. Right, and inside we need to put route.js. And now export function put, and export it will be async function. First and foremost, we need to do connect to our database. So we can do connect, but we want to use mongoose. So let's do mongoose. Let's import mongoose. Let's do connect, and here we want to just do process env mongo URL. Okay, we are connected to the database. What do we want to do now? We want to grab the data. So let's do const data equals, we need to run await here, because when we grab request JSON, it will, this is async function. I think it's request JSON. Let me just double check inside register. Yes, it's request JSON. All right, so we are grabbing data, and then what do we want to do? We want to first check if data has a name. If data, or maybe we can check it other way. If name in data, not date, data, then we want to update the user name. And so let's do this. So to update username, we want to first grab the user, and we want to grab the currently logged in user. So let's do this. I will do this here. So const user equals await get server session. This is what I want to use, and it will not be user, it will be session, right? And here we need to put our auth options. And our auth options are actually defined here. Here we have, this is an object of our auth options. I'm going to cut them from here, and I'm going to define them here above. So the const auth options equals this, all right? And then I will put them back here, auth options, but I'm going to also export, I'm going to also export them as a constant. So we can import it here inside our profile route. Auth options, let's import it. And now we have our import here. All right, auth options, we have it here, and we have session. Maybe let's do console log of the session so we can see what's inside. Here we don't do anything yet, and I will end this with just response JSON with true, so the route will work. Now let's see what happens here inside network. I will hit save, and we are sending this put, and we get 200. Let's see, we get true here. Let's see in the console, we get inside session, we have user with name, email, and stuff. So because email is unique, we can grab the user information, we can grab email, and then we can see what has been sent here as a name. Let's also let's print both the session and the data that we are sending. So let's see, save. And now, as you can see, inside session we have user, inside data we have our new name that we are sending from here. So now let's update. So first we want to grab the data. So first we want to grab the user. So we know what is the email. Const email equals session user. Was it session user? Yes, session user email. And this way, maybe we can first check if we have email. Maybe no, we don't need to check it. Let's just grab our user from the database. So await, let's grab our user model, and let's find one. We want to find one by email to be email. Right, we have our user, and we want to update our user. Actually, we don't need to fetch it first. We can just directly update it using our model. So we can do user update one, and with this update one, we need to first filter, and then we want to filter by email. We want to update where this email is, the email inside this constant, and we want to update, what do we want to update? The name to be data name, like this. So if you just want to update inside users, you just do user update one, because we want to update only one row. Here is how we can find the user. We find it with email, and here the next object is what do we want to update. We want to update the data, the name to be this name. Right, so this should work. So let me just add a wait here because it's a database query. And let me try, if I refresh here, it should go back to, well, it's empty. It shouldn't be empty. I don't know why it's empty. Let's refresh once again. It's empty, but it shouldn't be. Let's see why it's empty. Profile page, and username should come from session data username. Let's see why it's empty. I don't know. Let's see inside the console. Do we have any console log about the session? No, we don't. Let's do console log, and let's do user, let's do session here, and let's see. We have data here, user, and we have name. So something's wrong here because it's empty. We do session data username. So let's do session data username. Something is wrong here, and And I think this is because we initiate our state only once, and the session actually changes. So to fix it, let's first let's set this username to empty, but then I will also add something like this. I will add use effect. Here we will have a function, and here we will have dependencies. Our dependency will be actually status, and I will do something like this. If status is authenticated, then I want to update our set username, and the username will come from session data username. Okay. And maybe we can change this from status to session, or we can add both session and status, because both of those are dependencies. Right, and now as you can see, we have our name here, my name. Right, so let's clear this, and I want to add 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and let's save it, and let's see what happened. Let's go to network. We send a put request. It's returned true. Let's see if I refresh. Well, we get the old name. But let's see inside here. I need to log in again. Inside our database, let's browse collections. Let's go to users, and let's see, here is my name, here is my Gmail. So it looks like it didn't work. Let's see, I will clear everything. Let's hit save. We send a put request. Let's see payload. We are sending the name, but it's not updating. Let's go to profile route, and let's see if we have name inside data. Let's maybe here console log everything. Let's console log our data, because it's important to know if we have a name there. And inside data we have a name. So let's see, let's do something like this. If we have name in data, so it should print true or false. Let's hit save, and we have true. So we know we get inside here. So something here inside doesn't work. Let's see how the email looks like. Let's console log the email. Let's hit save. Email looks fine. So this should work. Now let's do both email, and I want also to print this. Maybe let's check the documentation. Everything looks fine. Update, and let's put this into update field, so we will see if everything works. Let's hit save. Email is this, and update is named to David Pashko. Okay, let's add 1, 2, 3. Save. Email is this, update is this. It looks fine. Let's hit refresh to see if we have this 1, 2, 3 somewhere, or we don't. No, I don't see update. So something is wrong here. We are doing update. Let's see the result of it. Const result equals, and let's put this console log here, and I'm going to add result. Now let's see, I'm going to hit save again, and let's see, acknowledge true, modified 1, matched count 1. So it looks like it should work, right? I just don't see the result inside my database. Let's see. Yeah, and the name is not updated. Let's see if it's updated somewhere else. No, it's not. Let's see inside accounts. No, nothing here. Sessions. No. Users. No. Maybe I would just delete this user, and let's see what will happen. I will log in again, log in with Google, and let's log in with my Gmail account. And let's go here. Let's add 1, 2, 3, save, and well, it looks like it should update. Let's do refresh, and let's scroll to the bottom of users. No, my name is not updated. Let's see once again. Update 1. Oops. Update 1. Filter query. Well, the email. Let's see. The email should be my Gmail. Let's see. Email is my Gmail, and we should change the name to this. I will now try to comment this out, and I will try to do this another way. Let's do first, I'm going to grab my user, const user equals, and let's do just await user find one by my email, and then I will do user name equals data name. Then I do user save with await, and then we will see if this will work. So let's go back here. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, save, and we have an error. Let's see. Password is required. Okay, so maybe that's why it didn't update. Let's go to user and let's see. Password is required. Let's see what happens if I just remove required. Then if I hit save, password is required. Maybe I need to restart my environment. All right, now let's hit save and we get an error. Data and salt arguments required. Okay, and so something here was wrong. So it looks like this function runs post validate even if we want to save, even if we want to update the user, and we don't want to run it this way. We want to run this only when we create a user. So I think we will need to put this into register. So inside here where we create a user, I will check this here instead, and I will hash the password here. So I'm going to go back to here. Let's change this validate. I will remove this validate from the password. Let's put it like this. And now let's see here. This is for creating users. I'm going to paste this here. Instead of pass length, I will first grab this pass equals body password. And now let's see, if it's wrong, then we will throw an error. But if it's okay, we want to hash it. So let's do something like this. And we don't need this post stuff here. Let's put it here. And we need to fix it because not hashed password will be just our pass from password, and then we'll have salt, and then the hashed password. So let's do const hashed password equals this, and then we want to put it into body because as you can see we are saving just the body. Body password equals hashed password. All right, and we can simplify this. We can inline it like this, and this should work. So now let's see to our profile route if this will work. Let's hit save. Put request didn't work. Something is wrong. Let's see. Data. I'm going to restart my environment to be sure that that we get an error. So it looks like now everything works after restarting the environment. So let me jump to the database and let's see if, well, if this will work. No, I still have this name, the old name without the numbers. So let's add here into our console log that I want to print user as well, and we will see if it's updated. Let's hit save, and the user name is still the same. Let's see, here we are changing this. Let's print now data. I want to check if we have name inside data. Let's 1, 2, 3, save. Let's see, data name. Yes, this looks fine. Let's print now user instead. Let's hit save. Now the user name is not changed. Okay, I know what's the problem. We can put back this, the simple solution. The problem is actually because our name is not defined here. So let's do name type. Type will be a string, and that's it. Now we can update this. So we don't need the result either. We can just update. So 1, 2, 3, save, and no errors here. Or we got an error. Or did we? Let's clear everything. Save. Put 200. Everything everything seems to work. Let's do refresh. And now let's see. No, nothing has changed. Let's see. Update one, email, name to this thing, because we need to update our environment, restart our environment. Now if I do save, let's go here to our database, refresh, and now I have my 1, 2, 3. So now it works. So now we can update, and if I refresh here, I still have my 1, 2, 3. So that is nice. Now I would like to be able to change my avatar here, right? So I can change it to a different photo. So let me go back to our profile page, and well, we don't need to have this response here. Maybe we can, maybe before we will go to the avatar, when I click here, we are saving, but we are not notifying that it's saved, right? So maybe we would like to have like here above or something like this. The profile has been saved. Let's see. I will style it first. Maybe under this H1, I'll put an H2, the profile, or maybe just profile saved. Profile saved, and I will add some class names like text center, and let's see. Yeah, like this, profile saved, but I will add like a green. I don't know if it will be green. Yeah, let's do green. Background green. Let's do like 200. Let's do some padding of 4. Yeah, something like this, but I would like to put it inside this div so it will be more narrow. Yeah, something like this, and maybe let's just do 100, and let's add rounded large for rounded corners, and well, this looks fine, I guess. Now maybe we can add some border. So it's the border 4 to make it visible. Let's do border green, and let's do 500. So now we have something like this. That's too big and too bold. So let's do 300, and let's do regular border without this 4. Just do border. So now we have something like this. Profile saved. Well, and I think it looks fine. Profile saved, and but now it's visible all the time, and I want to show it only if it's saved. So here we have this response, and we need to check if the response is okay to save, to say if it's saved or not. So let's do if response okay, then we need to update state somewhere. So let's add a state for this. Let's call this one profile, or maybe just saved and set saved equals use state, and default will be false. And on the beginning here we will update this to false just to be sure to reset this, and here if it's okay we will set it to true. Set saved to true. All right, and now if I refresh, we still see this because I need to add a small if here. So we have this H2 here, and I will add is saved. Was it is saved? Let's see. No, it's just saved. Let's do saved. If saved, then let's print this H2 here. Okay, so now I don't see anything, but if I change something and I click save, profile saved. We can add another thing for when it's actually saving. So let's do something like this. I will do here another state is saving, and set is saving. Default will be use state of false, and here on the beginning we will do set is saving to false, to true actually, because we are about to save now. So this will take like 100 milliseconds or so, but after it's done we will set it back to false. Set is saving to false, right? But now we want to also add an here we want to add is saving, and now let's add something similar like this H2, and that will say saving ... but maybe let's make it like a blue color with border of blue as well. So now if I hit save, it said saving and then profile saved. I can make it a little bit longer longer so you can see that it actually is saving. I will clear here. Here we have throttling, and if you want to make your request slower, you can change here like to slow 3G. Now if I hit save, it's saving and then it's saved. So as you can see, this took, I don't know, like 2 seconds or so. Yes, 2 seconds. I can hit save again. Let me change something. Save, saving, and then profile saved. Let me remove, no throttling, refresh, let's clear, let's add the throttling to slow 3G, and now let's try again, saving, and the profile saved. Yeah, that looks really nice. Let's remove this throttling, and now I would like to fix so we can also edit this profile picture, right? So, for this profile picture, I would like to do that when you click on this edit, you will see a file, this choose file window. So let's fix it now. Let me go scroll here. Here we have this button that says edit. Well, to edit, to change, to pick a file, we will need to have an input of type file. And well, now we have here the input of type file. As you can see, it stretched everything. But the thing is, I'm going to make it hidden. So let's add a class name hidden. So now it's not visible, but this edit doesn't work still. But I'm going to fix it by putting a label, and I will put this input inside this label. I don't need this HTML4, and here inside I will put a span with edit instead of this button. So now I have this edit here, and if I click on it, I get this file picker here. So I can, for example, pick this image, or maybe this, or maybe this. So we have this edit working. I have prepared an image here of me, but I want to style it a little bit. So I want this to look like a button. So let's add some class names. I want to add a border, rounded LG, and let's add padding of 4, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, something like this. But I want to change this to a block. Yes, something like this. The padding is too big, so let's do only 2, and let's do text center. Now let's see. Yeah, this is much better. Maybe I will do this also a little bit darker. Let's see here on those buttons. Yeah, darker border. So let's do border of gray 300 at least. Let's do gray 300. Yeah, something like this. And I want to also add a cursor of pointer. So I have this hand when I click on the button. So now it works, and I can choose an image, but as you can see, nothing happens if I do this. And this is because we change the value of this input, but we don't do anything with it. So to do something with it, I will add here on change on this input of type file, and I will call this function handle file change. We will have only one file change in this component, I think. So let's define it here. Function handle file change. All right, so now we get an event. And with this event, we not need to do stop propagation or prevent default. I want to show you that inside this event, we actually have information about the file. So let me just refresh. I will change this image, and here inside console we have this event information, and inside the target we have value. But this is just a fake path, as you can see. The one thing I want to show you is that we have something called files here. Files, and as you can see, we have one file. And here's information about our file. It's a file object. So let's grab our files here. So let's do const files equals event files. I will add a question mark just in case if now this will never be empty, so no question mark needed. So for files, I want to check that the length of the files is bigger than 0, and this means the array is not empty. If the array is not empty, it means that we can just send our file, right? We can upload our file. So first I would like to just send it. I would like to send it with our fetch. So let's do something like this. Let's do fetch, and I will send it to /API/upload for now. And let's add more stuff here. I'll add a wait, and I need to add async here. Right, so what type of method it will be? Let's make it post, because we are posting a new file. Right, and now I think we need to send also body. And the body will be, well, I think the easiest will be to send it not as a JSON, because we are not sending strings, we are sending file. I think the easiest way would be to send it as a form data. So to prepare this form data, I will do something like this. A const data equals new form data. And let's do data and set. Let's do files, and let's add those files here. And now let's try to do something like this. And to the body, let's put our data. And now let's also add headers. We want to inform that content type is, it's form data. Let's search for this content type, form data, content type, and let's search for form data. Let's see. I think we should use this thing, multi-part form data. As you can see, we have content type multi-part form data. So let's use it. Multi-part form data as we would send a regular form. Okay, and this should work, right? This should send the image. So now we need to have this endpoint inside our API. So inside API we have a profile register. We don't have upload directory. So let's put upload, and we need to have a route inside. Let's do react.js, export default, not default, export function, post, and we will have a request information here. Let's just for now return a response that will say okay or true, something like this. Now let's try to change our image. Open, and let's see. I will reload here, edit, let's pick the image, and nothing is going on. So nothing is sent. Let's see, and that's weird. Let's go back to our form profile page. Let's see if this function is actually run. Upload, let's see, upload, and let's go to console, edit, this one, open, and this thing runs, but we are not sending any request. Let's see, I will cut it from here and I will put it here. I'll put upload to, reload, edit, put image, open, console. We don't see any console log here, so it looks like file's length is not bigger than 0. Let's see why. Let's do, okay, I know why. It's not inside event files, it's inside event target files. Now it should work. Let's do refresh, edit, let's send this one, open, let's go to network, and we have our upload here, request. And as you can see, we are sending our files here, but those are not sent properly. As you can see, this looks bad. It's not correct. Maybe we have actually only one file, so let's send only one, and here let's do files of 0, and we'll send only if the length is 1, right? And we are going to send only one file, and the first from the array. Let's refresh, edit this one, and now we do upload, and let's see, we are, now it looks better, I think. Content type, I don't see any more stuff here, but maybe it's okay. Let's see how big the request is. Size 244 bytes. Well, let's see, what do we have inside our console. Inside our console we don't have anything, but we will see if we have anything by doing some console log on on our request. So now if I change here to another image, let me first refresh, change the image. Let's see. Well, we have some stuff here and cookies, next URL, but what I'm interested is actually form data, method post, body stream is undefined, client, but I don't see any information about our form data. Let's see. From the request, let's search for form data. I think it's a function that we need to wait for, and we need to add async here. Let's do data equals, and now let's do this, and here let's just console log data. And let's see now if this will change anything. Edit, let's upload this one, and we get an error. Let's see what happened. Boundary not found. So this is what was wrong. Let's see. I will go back to this profile page, and I will try to get rid of the headers for now. And let's see if this will fix anything. So refresh, edit. Let's pick this one, and now as you can see, we don't need those headers, and we get form data with name file, and we get value. So now it works. Let's go to our upload route, and here, as you remember, inside data we have a file. So we can probably do something like this. If data, we can do get. Let's see if we have a get on form data, because this is form data object form data, and let's see, what do we have? We have a get here, so we can do a get on the file. If we have the file, then let's do console log saying we have file, and maybe let's console log it as well. Data get file. Right, and now let's try to see how it works. Edit, let's pick this one, and we have file, and we see size, type, name, last modified. And this is a file object, as you can see. That's why it says file here. And it actually also contains the data itself. So the image, the binary data about this image, and we can actually upload it. So if we have data, if we have a file here, we can upload the file. So to upload our file, I'm going to use Amazon S3. This is the most popular way to store files. And just so you know, in case you don't have a credit card or something like this, there's a nice website called privacy.com, and you can generate credit cards with, prepaid. So you can send them like $1 or something like this, and they will generate you a credit card with $1. I'm not sponsored by them. I'm just saying in case some of you don't have any credit card. All right, but now maybe it will also work with debit card. I don't know. But if you guys have a problem with it, then I've read good things about that website, privacy.com. Well, let's go to S3, and we are going to create a new bucket. Create bucket, and let's call this one food ordering, I think. Yeah, let's call this one food ordering. All right, and ACLs enabled, object writer. We want to enable ACLs, so we can change ACLs, and we want to do that whoever writes files to the bucket will be able to change the ACLs. And now public access, we want to allow it. So let's allow the public access to the backend, and I think that's it. So let's hit create bucket, and let's see if food ordering name already exists somewhere else. So I'm going to name it David Food Ordering. Let's create this bucket. Now it's created, and now we need to create a user for it. So let's go to security credentials. And here we need to go to users, create user. And here I will do user called David Food Ordering, same as the backend name. And next. And then what do we want to do? Attach policies. I want to create only one policy, so I'll click here, create policy. And let me create this policy here. The only thing we will need is service S3, and we want to allow all S3 actions, but only on, let's click all resources. No, only on specific resources. I'm going to select here everything, and the only thing I'm going to uncheck is the bucket name. So here I'm going to specify not any bucket name. I want to specify that the bucket name is David Food Ordering. So this is the only bucket this policy will apply to. Let's go next, and policy name, Food Ordering S3 policy. It doesn't really matter, just so we can find it. Let's create this policy, and now the policy is created. Let's go back to our user, and we need to refresh policies, and let's search for food ordering. Here's our policy. We just need this one policy for this user. Create user, and we are golden. Let's search for David Food Ordering user. And okay, the user is created. We have this one policy. Let's go to security credentials, and we want to here create access keys. Here application running outside AWS. Yes, this sounds nice. Create access keys, and we have access keys, and this seems to look fine. So we want to save them inside our .env. So let's do maybe how we can call it, access key. Let's do AWS access key, and also we will need AWS secret key. Yeah, like this. And now access key, copy, paste, and the secret key, copy, paste. I'm going to change it later so you guys cannot use it. So we need to create it yourself. Right, but now we have our user for S3, so we can go back to our upload route, and we can upload a file that we have inside our data get file, and we can upload this one to S3, right? So to send this to S3, we are going to yarn add AWS SDK. Yes, AWS SDK yarn add. Whoops, this didn't work. Let's see, yarn add AWS SDK. Let's do client S3. Let's see now. Yes, it's installing AWS SDK client S3. We can maybe now import it here. So let's import, or maybe we can do dynamic imports, automatic imports here. So we have our file here. What do we want to do? We want to upload. First, we need to initiate our S3 client. So let's do S3 client equals new S3 client. Let's import this one from AWS SDK client S3. And now we need to specify some information about this client, like region. The region is when you create a bucket, you select region. I always select the default one, which is US East 1. And then you also need to have credentials for your client. And here you have access key ID. And we also have secret access key. And we have this inside our env file, so we can do the just process env AWS access key, and here for the secret we do the same, but it's called the secret key, like this. Right, so we have our S3 client prepared. And now what do we want to do? Now with this client, we want to upload our file, right? So how can we do this? We are doing this with S3 client. We are doing this with send. But we are not sending file here. Instead, we are sending a new put object command. So we are sending commands. Let's see, object command. And this is also something we need to import. It imports for me automatically. And inside this command, we need to specify, well, some information. We need to specify the bucket, and the bucket is, well, the bucket name. I will put it here. I think it was David Food Ordering, if I remember correctly. Now, we also need a key, and the key will be file name. As you can see here, we actually have a file name like this emg, and this is our original file name, but I want to change it. I want to make it random. Why? Because if you upload this to S3 and you upload, someone else uploads with the same name, then it will be a collision, and we don't want to have any collisions with the files. So we need to have unique file names. So we need to have a key, so the file name that is unique. Let's first do new file name, and what will be the new file name? I want to generate random file name, and I want to add this extension .jpg. So first let's grab extension, and extension I will grab by first grabbing the whole name. So let's grab the name from file.name, and then I will split it with this dot to an array dot split with a dot, and I will grab the last part. How we can grab the last part? Well, to grab the last part, I can do slice, and I will do -1. I will comment this out for now, and I will see how the extension looks like, because I don't know if it's actually a string or an array. So let's do like this, refresh. I will open my console here, edit, let's open this one. And as you can see, it's an array. So I want to grab the first part. So let's do 0. And now this looks fine. All right, so we have extension. So we can do new file name. And first I want to have some random string. And to do this, I will install something like unique ID, and it generates just unique identifiers. As you can see, you run this function and it returns something like this. So let's go here, yarn add unique ID, and now it's installing. I'm going to run it here, unique ID. It's not installed yet, that's why I cannot import it automatically. Let's do import unique ID from unique ID. Let's see if this is correct way of importing it. I will just copy paste it, unique ID. All right, and now here I'm going to run it, unique ID, and I'm going to add a dot with extension. Now let's do console log to see how our new file name will look like. So let's go here, refresh, edit, let's pick this one, and let's see here. As you can see, the new file name will look like this, .jpg, and this is a unique file name, and this looks nice. Maybe not nice, but it's unique, so it does the job. So let's uncomment this, and for the key we can put our new file name. Right, we have a bucket, we have the key, and we want to specify ACLs, and the ACLs will be public read. Because when we send this command, when we send this file, we want this file to be publicly available. All right, so we have ACLs to be public. We also need to send the content type, because we need to tell what type of file is it. And if you scroll a little bit up, as you can see, we have this type here, and this is actually what we need to send. So let's just do file type, and I think this should do the job. And the last thing is body, and the body is the body of our file. So here we actually need, we cannot just send the file, it will not work. Instead, we need to send a buffer of the file contents. So I will put here buffer. As you can see, it's now underlined, it's not defined, but I will prepare this here. So we have a file, and this file has a stream. I don't know, it's complicated, but we just need to read this stream and inside for loop. Let's do for await, because file stream is actually an async function. And now for each chunk inside of this stream, each chunk of file stream, for each chunk we want to save this chunk somewhere. So let's do const chunks equals empty array, and we are going to add all of the chunks together. So let's push another chunk after we are done reading this chunk, right? And then if we have, after we read all of the chunks, we want to convert them to a buffer. So let's do const buffer equals, and here just buffer, and here concat, and here just our chunks, and that should do the job. And here we put our buffer. We have this await here, and well, this means we uploaded our file. But now I want to know the link. I want to return response JSON with the link. Well, the link will look something like this: HTTPS, and then the bucket name. The bucket name is David Food Ordering, and then we just do s3 Amazon AWS.com / and then the new file name. So let's do plus and new file name. Right. Maybe we can make this shorter. Let's see. I can put this bucket name somewhere here above. Let's do const bucket equals this, and here bucket, and even here I will do just like this, plus, and here between bucket. Okay. Maybe I can even put a link here above so it will look better. So let's do response JSON link. Maybe we can call it link to file, doesn't really matter. But it should respond with JSON with the link. So now let's see if this will work. Edit, and let's open. We are sending this upload, and it's still pending. Okay, we get 200, and the preview, we get a link. Let's copy this one. Let's see, and I see my photo here. So now it works. All right, so we get a link. So let's go to our profile page, and let's see. We have this function called handle file change, and we are sending this fetch request or post request, and we get a response here. Let's grab the response, and let's do console log response to see what's inside. Right, so I will refresh everything here. Let's go to console. I will pick this file again. I will upload it. Inside the network, you can see we sent this request, and let's see the response. We have a response body, and well, response body is actually our readable stream, and it contains JSON. So let's grab it like this: const JSON equals response body. Well, it shouldn't be the body. I think we have JSON method here, and we need to add a wait here. So let's put like this, and let's do console log of just this JSON. It should be a string. So let's see. I'm going to refresh here. Let's clear this, and I will upload once again. Let's go to console, and let's see, we have our string. So that worked nice. So this is not actually a string JSON. Well, it is JSON, but it has only this link. It's a string. So we have a link here. So we have a link, and what do we want to do with the link? Well, with the link, we want to update this photo, right? So we want to put this link into this image, into this user image. This user image is actually comes from session, if I remember correctly. Let's see, user image. It's defined here. It comes from session. Well, this is wrong, and instead of this coming from the session, we want to come it from the state. So let's prepare state for this. Image set image equals use state, and default will be empty string. And because we want to have session as the default, we will go to here, and when we see that session or status of the session changes, we will do set image to session. Let's see how it goes here. I think it's session data user image, like this. And now we don't need this user image here. Instead, we will just use this image from the state. So let's see, here we have user image. Let's just put image, and let's refresh, and let's see. Image is missing required source property. All right, but it's just temporary problem. So let's here do something like this. If we have an image, then show the image. So let's put this image here. Now if I refresh, yeah, it looks fine, no warnings. So now after we are done with the uploading and we have the link, let's put it to our set image, to our link. So we will see if this will update. Let's do edit. Let's change our image. And it's uploading. It takes like several seconds to upload it. And we tried to set it and display it, but again we have this problem that we need to list all of the host names for our images. So let's go to next config, and let's add another protocol will be HTTPS. And same we did with Google user content. Let's add our bucket here. So let's do host name, and let's add our bucket. So let's try again, refresh, and loading. Now let's change the image to this one. It's uploading and takes like 2 seconds, and I don't see what's going on. So I would like to add, I want to add a preloader or something. But now it's updated. The image is super big, and well, I would like to make it a little bit smaller, right? So let's go to profile page, and let's see where is the image. The image is here. And for this div here on the left side, I would like to, let's see, add max width of XS, or maybe I will do max width of like 120 pixels. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think this looks better. Right, so we have this, and well, it works, it uploads. It doesn't save to my profile, because if I refresh, it reads from the session and from the database. We are just uploading, we haven't saved it. And let's fix this first, right? So it will save to our profile when we click save. When we click save, what we'll run is, we will run this handle profile info update. And we are sending name to be username, but I also want to send the picture, or however it's called. Let's see how it's called inside session. Inside data we have user and we have image. Yeah, I want to send the image. So here I'm going to add image. And image will be actually image. We have the same name inside our state here. So I'm going to send it to as a profile update, and let's go to our here profile inside API. And here, as you can see, we have, if we have a name inside data, then we are updating. But I don't want to add another, like if we have an image inside data, update user again, because if you send both the new name and the new profile picture, I don't want to update it twice. So instead, I'm going to do something like this. Let's do const update. It will be an empty object. And then if we have name, in data, then I'm I'm going to add this into update. So I'm going to add update name will be data name, like this. I can actually do something like this, name, update name will be data name. And here where we are updating, I will just check if we have anything inside update. So if update is, well, maybe I can grab update keys, and I can check that the length is bigger than 0. And here I want also to check if we have an image inside the data. If we do, I want to add it to update. Update image will come from data image. Right, and here we are sending only name, but I want to send the whole update object. Right, now let's see if this will work. I will refresh here. And let's go here, edit, let's upload our file. Now it's uploading, our new photo is uploading. I'm going to add the preloader for it. We have a new photo, but we need to save it. So now if I click save, we get 500 error. Let's see what's the problem. Let's open console here. Cannot read the properties of undefined reading length. Okay, so this doesn't work. I was wrong. It should be object keys. And here we put the object name. It's update. And there's another thing we need to change. Inside our user, we need to put image. We need to define it that it's type of string. No, it's not required, but we just need to tell that it exists. I need to restart my environment because we did some changes here. And now let's try to click the save button again. And let's see. And the profile saved. So this worked. Now let's see what happens if I refresh. If I refresh, it's loading, but it shows the old picture. So something went wrong. Let's see our database, refresh. And let's see on the bottom, we still have the old image here. And here, let's see, I will go back to my profile route and well, it should be an object. We just need to put it as an update. It's already an object. All right, so now let's try again. Let's edit photo. Let's upload this one. I still need to add some kind of preload there, so it informs us that it's uploading. But now let's try to save it. Profile saved. Let's see if it's actually saved. I will refresh. And as you can see, we have our new photo here. What I want to do also is that if I select this one, it will upload again, but during the upload, I want to see the message here. So let me go back to the profile page. We have this thing called is saving. I want to have similar is uploading, and set is uploading, default will be false. And here where we are uploading, handle file change. On the beginning, before we will send the request, we will do set is uploading to true. And then after we are done, we will do set is uploading to false because we are done with uploading. And now here we have something called saving ... with this blue thing. I will do the same is uploading and parentheses. Let's do another h2 with uploading ... And now let's see, let's refresh. If I change this one to this one, open, now it says uploading, and now it's uploaded. So that's cool. I can save, saving, profile saved. So that is really nice. Let's change this one to this MacBook photo uploading, and now it's fine and I can save it. And if I refresh, I have this MacBook photo. Let's put this one back. Yes, uploading, and now it's uploaded. Let's save it. So I will have a regular photo here. Okay, so now we have our profile that we can update both the photo and the name here. So I can do maybe delete one letter here. And if I refresh, I don't have that letter. All right, so this works. We can update the photo, the avatar, and we can update the name. The next part will be to update, to be able to update addresses. And but before we will do this, I would like to clean this up a little bit because, as you can see, we have a lot of copy paste here, for example, for the saving and uploading. This is the first thing I would like to fix. I will just put a component for this profile saved. It will be a div not h2, and same for this saving and uploading. But what's more important is those two are almost the same, and this almost too. So I'm going to put this as a separate component. Inside components, well, we have the menu layout. Maybe I will put this inside layout. And inside layout, I will do new file, and let's call it first info box.js, and let's do export default function info box, and we will have children here, and let's do return, and we'll just have this simple div here inside. So let's put this here. Instead of saving, I will print children, right? And now instead of this saving, I can do info box, yes, and it will say saving ... Now here, instead of uploading, we will do the same, info box uploading ... and this looks fine. Now for this saved, we can do a green box, so success box. So let's do new. I will just copy this, copy, and let's do new file success box.js, and let's do export default function success box, whoops, and return parentheses. Let's just put this here, and here just children, and let's grab them from our properties here. Let's go back here, profile saved. So let's do success box, and here profile saved. Yes, we could maybe do also something like error box if we need, but well, I will not handle errors here. You can add yourself if response is not okay here, or if response is not okay here, you can add errors if you want. All right, so now we have this, and we clean it up here a little bit, and I think this is clean enough. Maybe we could also make the avatar different, but well, it's not that crucial for now because it's just 2 lines or 3, so it's not that big of a deal. And the next thing will be actually so we can add and remove addresses. So here underneath we will have a list of addresses, so we can add and remove addresses when we order pizzas, and then we can select addresses, update our addresses, and stuff like this. Right, before we will go into addresses, there is one more thing I would like to show you. So we have those boxes here, profile saved, and even if it's saving, we have a blue box. When it's saved, it's green, and this works fine. But I want to show you another solution for this, and it would be using an existing library that we can just yarn add. So here, as you can see, we have, for example, if it's saving, then it says saving. If it's uploading, it says it's uploading. And if we have saved, then we save profile saved. And this works fine. We have state for everything, but there are other things that we can do instead. I want to show you how to use React Hot Toast, and this is like a simple pop-up, as you can see, that you can trigger from code, and it's really simple to add. So as you can see, we just need to yarn add React Hot Toast. I just want to show you that you can do the same thing with different approaches. You can have your own, you can implement your own info and success boxes, or you can use a library like this. So now I'm going to show you how to do this with this library. So as you can see, we just need to yarn add this. And then for basic usage, we just need to add toaster somewhere to our page, and then we just trigger this with this toast function. So let me add first this toaster that we need to add, and I think I will add this to my, let's see, to my layout. So here layout, and let's add toaster. Yes, and let's see. Yes, it is imported here. We don't need a session provider here anymore. And now we can just run toast like this. So let me go back to our profile page. And let's see, let's maybe start with this upload. Let me see, here we have, if it's uploading, we have this blue info box that it's uploading. Let's remove this, and let's see where we have this set is uploading. We have this function for upload. Here it is. Here we are setting when a file changes inside a input type file. We are first doing this uploading to true, and after it's done, we do set is uploading to false. Let's remove those two. And well, first we want to inform that it's uploading, right? And then we want to inform that uploading is complete. We can do two boxes. The first will be toast. Let's do toast like this, and it will say uploading ... And after we are done with this request, it will say toast and upload complete, something like this, upload complete. And we can add some more stuff to this. Let's see. You can see we have position, style, theme, and we can do even icons, duration, but there is something more. If we go here, we can do, for example, toast success. So let's do toast.success, and then it will be bluish, greenish, sorry. So now let's see what happens if I try to upload something. I will upload this MacBook. So now it says uploading here, and then upload complete. So that is really nice. There is also another way of implementing the same thing. As you can see, they have a promise here, toast promise, and you just run this toast promise where the first param, or the first argument is the promise, and then the second is what should be shown when it's running the promise, and then what should be shown if it's complete, or if it's done, and then what should happen if there's an error. And I think that's much better, because this can fail, right? So you can also put fetch into something like this and handle what should happen if something fails. Here we should probably also do if response okay, then we want to do this toast success, and if response is not okay, we should probably do toast error, saying upload error, something like this. And we will never see this because our uploading just works, but it's an easy way of handling errors, right? So now we fix this for uploading. Let's maybe do the same thing for saving profile and saved profile. So I'm going to remove those boxes here, and we also don't need those let's see, we don't need those boxes here, info box and success box. We don't need them anymore because we are using now this react toast. All right, so let me see where we are running this. Handle profile info update. Here we are setting is saving to true, and then when it's done, we are setting this is saving to false. So let's do something like this, toast, and let's have a function, just a regular info function, saving ... and then let's do, after it's saved, here let's do toast success and profile saved, something like this. And we don't need this, and we don't need this, and as you can see, we have a lot of state that we don't need anymore. error for saved is saving and uploading. So let's just remove it. And now let's see. I will just hit save here, and it says saving and then profile saved. We can probably also try to use this toast promise for either upload or saving the profile, because now, as you can see, if we click save, then we first get the saving and then profile saved. But when we see profile saved, we shouldn't see this saving anymore, right? So let me try to implement this with promise. So let's maybe here create a promise first. Let's do new promise, and here we will have a function that will have resolve and reject. And now let's do something like this. Let's do saving promise equals this new promise. And now let's do like this. Let's put this saving fetch inside, and we don't need to do a wait here. We can add, or maybe let's do await, and let's do here async because we have this await. And let's remove this response, okay, and let's remove this saving. All right, and we have saving promise, but now we need to also run this resolve and reject. So what I want to do is I want to run one of those functions depending if the response is okay or not. So if response is okay, then resolve, otherwise else reject. All right, and this should work, but we need to put this like this, and let's see, this should work. Now maybe we can put it more like this, so it will look better. All right, so we have our saving response, and now we can use it with toast. So let's do toast and toast promise, and here first is the response, promise. So let's do saving promise, and then we have options like loading, and loading text will be saving ... and then let's do success, and let's just do profile saved ! And if we have an error, let's just say error. All right, and this looks fine. Let's see why I have warning this, because I should add a wait here. All right, now let's see if this will work. I will do refresh here. Let's hit saving, and then we have profile saved. So as you can see, now when I click this save button, first we have this saving, but then it's replaced with this profile saved. So that's really nice. Maybe we can even do the same for the uploading. So instead of doing two different toasts, or three, first we have uploading. Let me change this image. If I do this, first we have uploading, then we will have upload complete, but we still see this uploading, and after like few seconds it disappears. This one first, and then this one. So let's get rid of those, and let's get rid of this, and let's see. We have all of this that we need to run inside a promise. So we have this await for fetch, and then we await for JSON. Let's create a promise for this. Maybe we could do this without promise, but and just using this fetch. But let me show you how you can just create a promise. Let's do saving promise, or maybe upload promise equals new promise, and then with resolve and reject, we just put all of this inside. And first here I will check, because we are not checking if the response is okay. So if response is okay, so it's 200 or something like this, and we don't have any 500 error. If the response is okay, we want to do this. So we want to do this, and we want to resolve our promise. But if it's not okay, we want to do we want to do reject here for our promise. And then here underneath we can do toast and promise, and we need to add a wait here. And first our promise will be upload promise, then we need to add options here. For loading it will say uploading ... Then for success it will say upload complete, and then for error it will say upload error. Yeah, something like this. So now let's see if this works. So I will refresh here. Let's do edit, and I will upload this image. Uploading. So it works. It's uploading. Upload complete. That works really nice. We could probably make this simpler. So let me see. First we can probably get rid of this wait and this async, and let's try to do the same thing with then response. Let's do arrow function here. We don't have any response here because we don't have any wait. And now let's put this response ifs here inside. And now if everything works here, we want to just first do this response JSON to JSON. Then we want to grab the link and we want to set the image to this link. We don't need this and we don't need this. And then we want to resolve as well. Otherwise, if the response is not okay, we are doing here reject. But actually what I think we can do as well is we can just throw an error, new error, saying error, yes, and or maybe we can do like something went wrong, something went wrong. All right, and but we still have this promise. But now let's see, we have this reject. We don't need this promise most likely. Let's see, I will get rid of this promise, and now I will do like this. Let me just change this indentation to this, and let's do saving promise equals this, and we don't have any resolve, so I will get rid of this and I will just return this instead, and this will be our async function that will be returned. Let's see if this will actually work. So I will do here, shouldn't be saving promise, it should be upload promise, and let's see if this will work this way. So let me change an image to this, and it's uploading and upload complete. So yeah, it works. It works because we are sending this as a promise. This is an async function, so that's why we can do .then and we can return another async function. Let's see what happens if we put this error on the beginning. Let's see if we will get an error. So if I change an image back to this one, let's see if it's uploading. It's uploading, but we should get an error. Yeah, upload error. So this is nice. Let's put this back as it should be. And yeah, we can also do this this way. And we can actually also put all of this into here. So we don't need to have it as a constant here. We can just put all of this into here. So let's try, and we have something like this. So we do toast promise, and then we have this fetch with then and stuff like this. I don't know if it's better. I prefer to have it this way. So we have upload promise. But, well, it depends how you write your code. It doesn't really matter. This looks fine with this fetch and then returning response JSON as another promise and throwing an error if the response is not okay. But here we have also with just saving promise by creating a new promise with resolve and reject. This works too. I think this one is a little bit shorter, so I think I like this one better without creating a separate promise for everything. And yeah, I think those toasts look really nice. So if I click save, profile saved, that looks nice. If I refresh, I have this new image, but let me put back the actual picture of me uploading, upload complete. I have my picture here, so that is really nice. Let's hit saved, profile saved. So yeah, that works nicely. And we have much less code here inside because we don't have those if saving, then let's do info box, if saved, then let's do success box. So that is nice. Right, but now let's get into our addresses. So here underneath, I would like to have a list of addresses. So let's get into it. Right, so we can either put addresses here between this and the footer. So here, a list of addresses, or we can put it maybe here, just on the right side. And we can do several addresses, like depending where you want to deliver your pizza, or we can have several addresses. So if you are on your parents' house or something like this, then you can have several addresses. But I think it would be easier to start with just one address, right? So here I think I'll start by putting few more inputs for address stuff. So we need like a phone number, we need a street address, we need the city, postal code, and country. So let's get into it. It will be several inputs. So let's see. First, I will have a street address. So let's do a street address, and street address. It will not be type street address. It will be just type of text, and then we will have a placeholder saying street address. Right? Let's see. Yeah, we have street address. Then I also need to have another for city, and another one for postal code and country, and let's get the one for postal code or zip, or however you want to call it. Yeah, so this looks fine. Except that now I would like to have this part aligned to the left, to the top, so it should go up. Let me see. We have this flex item center here. Probably here we just need to get rid of this. Yeah, now it looks better. Now I think we can put city and postal code next to each other. So let's see, here we have city and postal code. I will do div flex, and let's put those here inside city, postal code. But first I want to have postal code and then city. Let's add a little bit of gap, like gap 2. And now we have something like this, postal code and city. Right, let's add more gap. Let's do 4. And let's see now. Yeah, I think it looks fine. All right, so now we need to have state for all of those. State for street address, postal code, city, country. And we also need a phone number. So maybe under the email, we will first have a phone number. Let's do phone number. And we have probably type for this as well. Let's see. The type can be checkbox, color, date, email, file, hidden image, month, number. Let's do number. Or do we have tel? Yeah, we should. We have also tel. Input type tel. Let's see. Yes, it is. So this one will work best, because when you have it on your mobile, it will show only numeric keyboard. But as you can see, it's not styled. We need to go to our global CSS, and here we need to add type of phone. So let's do not phone, tel. Okay, and same for disabled. We have for password, we need to add for tel. So let's do tel, right? And now it's styled. Now we need to have state for all of those. So let's go to profile page, and let's go up to our state, and let's see. We will need state for phone, set phone, and we will need state for street address, and we need to have a state for postal code, and we need to have a state for city, and we need to have state for country. All right. Now I have all of those, and now we need to have we need to add value and on change. So let's do this. I'm going to put this maybe here. So let's do value equals phone, and then on change we will have event set phone, event target value, and we will basically do the same thing for all of the other inputs. So let me do this maybe like this. And now let's do value will be here, street address, and let's add on change. On change, we will get event, set street address, event target value. Now let's see, here we have postal code. Let's put some of this into new line. And here let's do value, postal code. Let's add on change, event, we will do set postal code, event target value. And now here we have city. Let's put this here, let's do value city, and on change event, let's do set city, event target value. All right, and the last one, country. Let's put this here, let's do value country, and on change, let's do event, and let's do set country, event target value. All right, so we have now styling for, or not styling, state for all of the inputs. It's a lot of inputs, and this grew a little bit. So we will later clean it up when we fix the saving, even for our address, right? So we don't need this session here anymore. We don't need to have this console log for the session. Now let's see, when we hit this save, we are saving profile and we are sending name and the image. I would like to send more stuff, so I want to send also like street address, all of this. So let's send street address, let's send the phone number, let's send the postal code, city, and the country. So we are sending all of this to API profile. Now let's go there to API profile, and now here we are saving name and the image to our user. Let's do maybe the same thing with our address. But the thing is that even if I add this to our user object, user model, it will probably not be available to our session, because session has only like email, image, and name. It doesn't have ID of the user and none of this. But we can still try to just save it to the user. So we can go to the user model and we can put all of this properties, all of new fields here. So we can do like phone, it will be type of string, and I can just copy this and put more of those, and we are just going to change phone, street address type string, and then we will also have a postal code, and we will also have a city, and the last one will be country, and that should do this. So now I'm going to also remove this import because we don't need it, and now I'm going to restart my environment, yarn dev. Let's run this again so we can have those new changes. All right, and let's go back to our profile route. And now let's see, I will add another if that will say if we have city in data, then we also want to add all of this city and postal code and everything into this update object. But as you can see inside our profile page, we are always sending everything like this. We are not sending just few of those. We are always sending all of those. So let's just skip this. If we have a name, if we have an image, if we have a city, we always have all of them inside our data. So we can just get rid of those ifs, and instead of having this update here, we can just update all of information that is inside our data object. And now we don't have this update object, so we can get rid of this if because we don't need this. We just, wherever comes inside data, wherever comes inside the JSON, phone inside the request, we are using this to save, to update the user. So we just grab the email from the session and we just update with the data that comes from the JSON. Now it's much more simple. Now let me try to put the phone number. I will just put 1234 and let's see here inside our network what will happen. So I will hit save. Now it's saving and let's see, profile saved. So this looks nice. Let's see in the database if we have this 1234 inside my user. Let's see, database, browse collections, users. Let's scroll down. We have image here and we have even phone. All right, now let's go back to our profile page and let me open this here. Let's refresh, but now it disappeared. Okay, let's see if we have it inside session. So I'm going to put back our session here, console log for the session, and let's see if we have it inside session. So we have session, data, user, and as you can see, we have only email, image, and name. Only those three. So we don't have, for example, ID, we don't have email verified, we don't have updated at, we don't have city, country, phone, none of those. So what can we do now? Well, we can just grab all of the information about the profile. So all the information about our user. So here we have this put for updating. Let's add another one. Let's add a get for just returning all of the data. So let's do export async function. Here we will do get. And we don't need any request information here, I guess. First, we just need to connect. So let's connect to our database. And then, well, we want to grab session and user email like this. And then if we have an email of already logged in user, we want to return all of the user information of this email. So let's do return and let's do response JSON. But here inside, I want to do await. Let's do user find one, and I want to find one by this email, right? And now let's go back to our profile page, and we have this use effect here that we are running when something changes with the session or session status. And here inside we can do something like this. We can do here fetch request. So we will fetch the profile information about our user, and then let's do response equals this. It's just a regular get request. And then when we have this response, let's just add await here. Maybe let's do this with then, because we have use effect here, and use effect doesn't like if you do await, if you do async functionality without that then, and you do await instead. So let's do then, and then we will have a response, and let's do arrow function here like this. With this response, let's do JSON, and let's add then here for just when we are done with the JSON. And here we will have the date, we will have a data. So here we will have this JSON to an object. All right, so we have this data. Let's just do a console log of this data. This will be our user data that we are returning from API. Let's refresh and let's see. Now, as you can see here, we have all of the data. So we get ID, we get phone, we get everything. Because we get everything, we get also phone, postal address, street address, and so on. So now I'm going to use this data to set all of those street address, set street address, set postal code, and so on. All right, so let's start with maybe phone, set phone, and let's do here data phone. Then we need also to do the same thing for set street address, data street address. Then let's do set postal code, data dot postal code. And now let's see, we can do city. So let's do set city and data city, right? And then let's do set country, and here data country, right? Do we have all of those? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for the phone. I guess we have all of those. So now if I refresh, we get our number 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I now change something here, like I will do street address test street 123, and I hit save. We are saving, now it's saved, and if I refresh I should have now same thing. Yes, seems to work. So this works nice. We can update our address. Looks really nice. For now we have only one address per user, but later we can add, so we can have several addresses. Let's add the postal code of 12345 and the city. I will just put Stockholm here for now, and country Sweden. So we'll have some data for this user. Here will be the phone number. I will just put some random phone number, something like this. Or you can add something like this. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. This looks now fine. Maybe there's something wrong with the spacing here, but we can fix it. So let's go to this div that we have flex and gap, and as you can see it has too much of a spacing, and this is because we have a margin from this input. We have a margin bottom here and we have margin top of those, and we have double of the margin because we have from the bottom here and from the top here. We have the same thing, the bottom here and top here for other inputs, but the thing is if those inputs are next to each other, then those two margins will collide and it will be joined. So now here we have double because those two are inside a separate div here, as you can see. So to fix it, we can just add a class name on those two inputs saying there will be no margin on the top and the bottom on those two. And this should help. Let's see. No, this didn't help. Let's see why. I will inspect here. We still get a margin on those two. So this didn't work. Maybe instead we can just put a style instead. So let's do margin, and we need to put an object here, margin like this, and it will be 0. So now we have something like this. I think it's better. Now let's just put the same thing for this input here, and now it looks fine. Now we can probably decrease the gap here to maybe 2. Yeah, and I think this looks much better. Now we can also add maybe some labels here, because now everything is filled, but we don't know that this is actually name and this is phone number. We don't have any labels. We only have those placeholders, but it would be much nicer to have labels so we will know what is what. So let me see. I will go here, and first we have first and last name. Let me add a label, and that will just say the same thing. It will be first and last name. Let me see. Yeah, we have this, and I will put the input maybe inside, or maybe no, let's put it next to the input. All right, so let me maybe put this like this. I will put the type and placeholder on one line, and then value and on change on another line like this. So we have label, and then we have an input. I need to have labels for all of those. So we have like phone placeholder here, phone number, street address, postal code, city, country. So let's fix it. First, and even here we have email, but we don't even have a placeholder here for email. So let's do here like this. It's disabled. We have a value, but we don't have any placeholder. A placeholder. We probably don't need placeholder because it's always filled in, but well, doesn't really matter. So let's do like this, and let's add a label for it saying email, right? And now I don't like the styling of this, but I will also add another one for phone. Let's do phone here, phone. I don't like the styling. We have a lot of margin here going on. Let's go back to our global CSS, and let's see what do we have here. So we have margin on the top and the bottom of 2. I'm going to change it to margin bottom will be 2, or maybe let's do margin bottom 4, and margin top will be nothing. So now, as you can see, the labels are closer to the inputs. Maybe we can decrease it to 2. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Now We don't have any spacing here, but we can save it with when we get down here. Let's fix now the labels for the rest of the inputs. So let's do a label for let's see, street address, and then we have those two that are next to each other. So let's do a label for postal code, and let's do a label for city. Right, so now as you can see, because of this everything is next to each other. So to fix it, I'm going to put two divs, the first one for this label and this input, and then the second for this city and input for city. So now we have something like this, and I think this will work fine. Then we have the last input, so let's do the last label for our country here, right? And I think this looks fine. We don't have any spacing here though, so let's try to remove this margin 0 on those inputs, and let's see what will look like. Yeah, now we have the spacing, so this looks better. I would like to fix this those labels. Let's go to global CSS, and I will do something like this: default styling for label. I want to apply some tailwind classes saying that the text will be gray 500. Let's see. Yes, looks nice. I want the text to be smaller, text SM. Yeah, this works nice, and maybe we can make it closer to the inputs by changing the leading to 3. Let's do leading 2. No, this didn't do anything. Let's see. Let's refresh. Leading to class does not exist. Okay, let's do leading, and let's see what we have. Really snug. Let's do tight. Yeah, I don't know if this helps, but well, we can also add something like this: label, and if we have an input next to a label, then I want to do margin top of -10 pixels. And now, as you can see, they are actually under the labels. The inputs are under the labels. Let's decrease this to maybe 4 pixels. Yeah, this looks okay. Maybe too close to each other. -2 pixels. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Maybe we can do labels even smaller. I don't know. I think this will work for now. Right. So this looks fine. We have profile with address. We can edit all of the address. We can edit name, phone. We can edit the avatar if we want, and the saving works, and we have those nice looking toasts. So I think we are done here with editing profile, and the next thing will be actually an admin panel, so we can do we can add pizzas, we can add other dishes, meals, we can edit prices if we are an admin. This is just a regular profile, but let's say that if you are an admin, we will check if this is email and this is one of admin's emails. Then you should have on your profile more stuff like admin panel, where you can edit everything, categories, meals, and prices, and everything. So we need to fix something that well, let's say that I am an admin. We need to add me as an admin somewhere, and then I should be able to actually do all of the admin stuff. Right, so now to have some kind of admins, we need to first know who is admin, right? So first I want to add my user as an admin. So I'm going to add it to my database first manually. So here's my database. We have account, session, users. I'm going to add a new collection here. So let's call it just admins. Let's just create this collection. It will be empty, and I'm going to insert a document here into this admins collection, and the only field will be email, and here I will just put my email here. So let me just put my email, and let's insert this one. So now we have admins collection, and it has the list of all of email admins, right? And I'm admin because my email is inside. But now I would like to know it, right? So if I'm an admin, I would like to have it in profile information. So as you remember, inside our API profile and GET request, we are fetching information about our user, but we have also now this admins collection. So it would be nice also to have information if this user is admin or not. So for now we have a collection of admins, but if we have it this way, admins, we need to look to a separate collection to admins. There's another way. I did this way with my e-commerce project, but I want to show you also another way. I will get rid of this admins for now. I will delete this one, drop collection, and let's go to users. And I will add a property to my user. So let's edit this one and let's add a property called admin, and the value will be true. And let's change this from a string to a binary, and let's see, maybe not binary, let's see, I will make it a boolean, sorry, not binary, boolean, admin true. And now let's go to our user model and let's add here admin, and the type will be boolean and default will be false. So by default, a new created user is not an admin. All right, so we have information about admin. Let's restart our environment, and now let's see here. I will open here my network console and let's see what will we get. So profile information get, let's see, we have information here, and as you can see it says admin true. If I log in as another user, I will have this as admin false. But now, as you remember, we are fetching all of this information inside our profile page. So if we go here, we have this, let's see, we have it here. Here we have file change and the profile update. And here we are fetching information about the user. We are doing this GET request to API profile. And inside this data, now we have also admin, that is true or false. So we can save it to our state, like admin, or maybe we can call it is admin and set is admin. Use state default will be false. And now let's do set is admin. And as you remember, inside data, it's called admin, not is admin. In our database, it's just called admin true or false. And in here we have this as is admin. We could use the same naming, but it doesn't really matter. So now I know inside the state that I'm admin. So what can we do with this page? I would like to do something like this, that when I click on my name here, I will see my profile, but I would like to have more like tabs to have profile and admin stuff, right? So let me do something here. Here we have this H1 for profile header. But instead, I would like to have a div with buttons or links. So I'm going to put a link here first to profile. So let's put profile. The first link will go to just profile. And then if you are an admin, so let's do is admin, let's do and, I will do parentheses. There will be several elements here for admin. So let's do React fragment here. And now let's do link for other stuff like dishes or meals. Let's do first categories, like this. And let's call this one categories. And now let's do another one for, we can call it meals, or we can call it menu items, maybe better, menu items, like this. Let's call this one here just items, or I don't know, we can put menu items. And I think we will also need to have for users, so we can edit users. We can edit someone else's address if you are an admin, or you can edit if someone is an admin or not. So let's do admins, and or maybe just users, and here let's do users. Now let's see, we have those tabs, kinda. Now let's style it a little bit. So inside this div, let's do class names. And first I want to do inline flex inline, not flex initial. Let's do flex, and let's add some gap of 2. And now what I would like to do is, let me see, we have those links here. Now what I want to do is for each link here, let me see, I will select this one, this one, this one. I will add class names to all of those. So let's do, I want this to be, or maybe, you know, instead of typing class names in all of those, I will name this div above that is a parent. I will name it tabs. And now I will go to globals. And now I will do something like this, div tabs, and to anything that is a child to div tabs, I'm going to apply some classes. Apply classes like background primary, text white, rounded full, and let's add some padding on the top and the bottom of 2 and on the sides of 4. Now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, this looks much better. But I don't want all of those to be active. Instead, I want only one to be active, and in this case it should be profile. So let's change this from text white and background primary to, let's do background gray. Let's do gray 300 and text gray, I don't know, 700. Now let's see. Now we have something like this. I would like those to be centered, and one of those needs to be red. So how can we do this? Well, we can do something like this, class name, and then we can check if the URL is profile, and if it is, then we can make this class and we can add a class name active. For now, I will just add it active without checking because I just want to style it a little bit. So let's do div tabs, and then anything that is inside with class active will have following class names. So let's do background primary and text white. All right, now this one should be red. Yes. Let's go to our page here, and now for the tabs, I want this one to be actually inline flex. Let's see. Yes, and now let's try to do MX auto on the sides, so it will be centered. No, it's not. But well, instead of doing inline flex, I will do just flex. And now let's try to do justify, and let's do maybe center, justify center. And now everything is in the middle. Right, that looks nice, and we can move between those tabs now. Profile, categories, menu items. Would be nice maybe to put icons to those, right? Profile, user icon, categories, I don't know, a list, menu items, I don't know, chicken or something, and users, a group of people. So first I will grab this and I will make it as a separate component. So let's cut it from here, and let's see. Inside layout, I will do a new component called, let's call it tabs.js. I think this will be all of the tabs we'll have, or maybe let's call it user tabs.js. And here inside, let's do export default function, user tabs. And well, inside, let's do a return, and let's return all of this. And here is, we will need is admin. So let's define it as a property, is admin. All right. And now let's try to use it. So let's go back here to our profile page, and now let's do user tabs, and let's pass is admin to is admin from our state. So now we have it. And we don't need this h1 anymore, but we will need some spacing here. So on this div, let's do margin top of 4. Let me see, maybe 4 is not enough. Let's do 8. Let's see. Yeah, I think that is much better. So we have profile, categories, menu items, and the users. All right, so we have some navigation here, and well, the next thing would be to fix so we can click on categories, and we will have a working page here. So let's go to I will close this API. Let's do new directory called, well, categories, and inside we will need a page.js. So let's do page.js. Let's do export default function. Let's do categories page. Yes. Let's do return. And what do we want to return? Let's do a section for now. And now inside we will do just categories. Right. And we have categories page. We will need here some class names to make it more like centered and stuff like this. So first, let's do margin top will be 8. Let's do max width of, I don't know, medium for now, or maybe let's do large. Then let's do MX auto, so it will be centered. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. And then first I want to have our tabs. So let's do user tabs, and let's pass is admin to be false just for now, or maybe let's pass it to true so we will see more of the tabs. All right, we are on categories page, but we see this one marked as profile that is active. If I go here, you can see it's profile, it's okay. But if I go to and click categories, we are on categories page, but profile is selected. I think that if we go here, we can use something like use path name from Next.js. Let's import this one. Let's do const path equals use path name, and let's do console log of it to see what we have inside. So use path name only works in client components. All right, let's make this one a client component. Let's do use client, and now let's see. I will do inspect here, and let's see console. The path is /categories. All right, so that is nice. Thanks to this, we can check which link is actually active. So we can do something like this. Here we have profile and it's always active. But instead of doing like this, that it's always active, let me first put this and this into separate line, and let's put it here, and let's put this here, maybe like this. We have class name active, so it's always active. But now let's do something like this. If path is exactly /profile, then it's active. Otherwise, it's not active. All right. And now profile is active. But if I go to categories, it's not active. So now we need to do the same thing for categories and menu items. And I think we can do it a little bit simpler here. I'm going to select all of those, and let's do something like, no, this will not work. Let's do this manually. So I will put this here, this here, this here, this here, this here, and this here. So we will have more space, something like this, and like this, and something like this. So we will have more spacing for all of the attributes. Now, maybe I will just copy class name and put it here. And if path is actually categories, then it's active. Here, the path needs to be menu items, and here the path name needs to be users /users. All right, so now we can toggle between profile and categories, and it looks fine. When I go back to profile, we have a little bit of loading, because on our profile page, when as you can see, if the session status is loading, we only see loading text and nothing more. Or maybe it's not about the session, but it's about we are fetching information about our user. So that's why on the beginning we have only profile and not information if it's admin or not. Here we are fetching information. Let me see, here inside the use effect, we are fetching information about the profile. Maybe we can add something like here, information for profile fetched or something like this if we want. So let's do state for it. So let's do const profile fetched and set profile fetched, it will be false on the beginning, but after we set all of this, let's do also set profile fetched to true. And now let's see. Now if we refresh, we still have this loading, and then we have only one tab on the beginning because we don't know that it's an admin. But let me see. Here we are loading for if the session status is loading, then we do loading. Let's also do the same if not profile fetched, then let's also do loading. So now loading, whoops, let's do or profile not fetched. Let's do refresh. So we have loading, and then we see all of the categories, all of the tabs at the same time. So we don't see profile first and then the rest. I go to categories, I go to profile, we first see this loading thing. Right, would be nice probably to see some tabs even if user information is loading, but well, it's not that super important. Well, now the problem is that on the categories page, we also need to know if the user is admin or not, because let me log out. And I just logged out, and if I go, I'm not logged in. If I go to /categories, let's do /categories, I can still access this page, right? So the thing is that even if I'm on the categories page here, I need to have information somewhere here inside state if we are, if it's admin or not. And if it's not an admin, we should redirect to the login or profile page, or well, we shouldn't show this page, right? So we can fetch the information about our profile the same way we do it here. So on our profile page, we have this fetch, as you can see. We are fetching profile like this, and then we set is admin from the profile information from the response. So let's do the same thing on the categories page. We need to have effect here, use effect. And first, let's just put empty arrow function. We will not have any dependencies. And here we will just do fetch on /API/profile. And then let's do then. We have response. With this response, we need to run JSON. Then we will have data about our user. And with this data, we only need if it's admin or not. So let's prepare this. So let's do is admin, set is admin equals use state from React. Default will be false. And here we can do set is admin to data.admin. All right. So now let's see. We have an error. You are importing component. Okay, we need to do use client here. Use client. Yes. And now we have an error. All right. Let's see what's the problem. Failed to load the 500. Okay, so there's a 500 error. Yes, on /API/profile. Let's see response maybe here. Cannot read properties of null reading user. All right, so it looks, the problem is that we cannot fetch information about profile if we are not logged in. So let's fix it inside our API profile. So let's go to API and profile and route. And the problem is here. So we are grabbing user email, but we are trying to read user here from session, but session is empty. So this is the problem. So how can we fix it? We just need to check if user exists. Let's then add question mark. So if it's empty, it will not go further. And here, before we will fetch this user, we will first check if there's no email. Then we will do a return response JSON with null. Yeah, something like this. So now if I refresh, we still get an error, but it's because we are trying to read admin out of null, right? So let's go to our categories page, or maybe here instead of null we can do empty object, so we will not have any error. Yeah, that's correct. Now let's go back to our categories page, and let's see, here we have this is admin, then we have set is admin. So here we can maybe show those tabs, or maybe not here, not to show the tabs. We will not show anything if you're not an admin. So let's do something like this. If not is admin, then let's return not an admin, something like this. So now I'm not logged in and I'm not an admin, so that's why I get this not an admin. You can change this to redirect if you want, or you can just keep it as like it is. And if we just log in with an admin user, we should have it working. I have an error and I don't know why. Let's refresh. Log in with Google. I will pick my user here. I don't know what happened. Let's try to log in once again. No, something is not working. Let's see. Maybe I need to restart my environment. Let's see. I will go back to my localhost 3000, sorry. And then let's do login with Google. And now as you can see, it doesn't work. The whole login functionality doesn't work. It says to confirm your identity, sign in with the same account you signed originally. I'm not sure, but I think this can be an error because we changed this user model and they don't like it. So let me try to delete my user here, and I will go back to the login page and let's see if this will work then. So I'm going to log in with my user here and I'm logged in. So it works, but now I deleted everything. And the problem is that we cannot have it inside users. So if I refresh, I will get my user back, but well, I cannot store information there. So I think we can maybe put a separate collection for it called user infos or user meta. So let's call the new collection and let's do user infos. Yeah, something like this. And there inside I will put all of the information that we put inside our user model. So stuff like phone, street address, postal code, city, country, and is admin. I'm going to put it to user info. So I'm going to cut it from here. And now let me put this into a separate model. Let's go to our models here. I will do a new file and let's do user info.js and let's define our model. So let's do const user info schema first equals new schema, and let's paste this here. We will need to have identification about whose schema it is. So let's do email and let's do type of string and let's do that it's required. Right, let's add here timestamps as well. So let's do timestamps to true. And now let's define a model. So let's do user info equals export const user info equals. Let's first try inside the models if we have user info. Otherwise, let's do new model function. Let's see. Yes, it's imported model user info with user info schema with capital U here. Okay, this should work. Now let's go back to, let's see, user. Yeah, this should work. Now let's go back to our profile route inside the API. And here, as you can see, we are returning a user with this email. But the problem is now this user doesn't contain information about information that we have inside user infos. So I'm going to put this first here, const user equals this, and then I will also add user info here, and I will actually do the same, except we will do here user info, find one, and now we want to combine those two together here. So let's put an object here, and let's say that we want to combine those together. So let's do user and user info. So now our profile should work. Let me see. Loading. Yeah, we get some info here, but now we need to fix that when we update, for example, phone or something, it should save this like this, all of it to the user, but instead it should put all of the info inside user info. Maybe except the name, because the name is inside user. As you can see, let's see here inside user, we have a name that we can update, but all of the rest should go to so phone, street address, postal code, city, country, and if it's admin or not, it should go to user info. Right, so here we have data, but it's all of the data that we are sending from the form. So here instead, I want to update only name, and actually name and image. Let me see. Yeah, we have image and name that I want to put into this user. So let's, instead of doing this data, let's do const and let's do user data equals, and we want to grab only name and name from data name and image from data image. Now let's put it here, user data, or actually we could inline this. So let's just grab this and let's put this here, and yeah, this should work. Now if we want to update also our user info, and we want to update one with where email is email, and then what do we want to update? We want to update everything that is inside our data except name and image. Well, so how can we do this? Well, there we can exclude, we can loop through, but there is also another way of doing this. So first I will simplify this one. So we have data here that includes both the data for user and for user info. So here we have name and image for user, but in here we need to put from data a phone, street address, and so on. So I'm going to grab it separately. So I will do something like this. I want to grab from data, I want to grab name, I want to grab also image. And this way I can do something like this. Here I'm going to put name and image. So those two that I grabbed from data, I want to update inside user collection, user document. And the rest from the data will go to our user info. So I can do something like this, ... and let's call this one user info, or maybe we can call it other user info. The name doesn't really matter, but this way from data, we will grab name and image to those constants, and everything else will go into this other user info. So we can do something like this. Let's add a wait. We want to update user info where email is email, but here we are going to put other user info. Right, so this should work. Now let's see if it actually does. I'm going to refresh first here, and now let's see if we can do, well, one, or I'm going to put first 1, 2, 3. Let's do save, saving, profile saved. Let's refresh, and I don't see my phone number. So let's see if we are getting this information from our network, if it's saved or not. Let's refresh, and let's see, profile 200, and we get a lot of weird stuff here where we fetch profile. So this doesn't seem to work. So let's see if I maybe do to JSON, or is there such a function? Let's see, we have JSON, no, find one, no. I want to, on the document I found, I want to run, I want to have only information that is inside the document. So I want to have only fields, and I don't need this weird extra information. I think there's a function called lean that we can use on both of those. So let's see if I refresh, and now we get 500 error. So not this way. Let's try doing this here. So let's do .lean and here .lean. Yeah, so let's save. Let's do refresh. loading, and now it works. So let's do it here. And we have email, and we have, well, I think we have everything, but I don't see my phone number. Let's see if updating works. So I'm going to put phone number 1234. Let's save. Looks like it worked, but if I refresh and I fetch my profile, I don't see my phone number. So let's try again. Let's try to update. Let's see if it's send, save, and we get true from this request. So looks like everything worked, but I know what's the problem. We are updating one row inside user info, but we don't have it yet. There's no such user info that we can update. There's no such user with this user info with this email that we are logged in with. But there's something else we can use here instead, and it's called find one and update. Okay, and here we have a first filter, then what we want to update, but there are also options here, query options, as you can see. And I think that inside those options we have a flag called upsert that we can set to true. And this upsert to true means that if we don't find user info with this email and we cannot update with this data, it will first create this user info with this email, and then it will also update with this information here. So now let's try. I'm going to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do save. And well, let's see here. I'm going to refresh. Let's see if we have anything inside our user infos. Well, now we have two user infos, so that is not good. We have user infos here and user infos here. And user infos, that's not good that we have two of those. I'm going to delete both of them, and I think I will delete this one as well. And let's see how it will be created again. So I'm going to save it again, and let's refresh our database, and let's see what will be created with lowercase I. Okay, so it created user infos for me with admin false, and but no phone number. So we are doing this put request with this well, let's see, if I click save here, we are doing put request with the payload name and image, but we are not sending the phone. Let's see why. Let's go to our profile page. Let's go profile page, and let's see, handle profile info update. So we looks like we just send everything inside the body. We're sending name, image, phone, and everything. So if I add 6 here, let's clear here. We have phone number, and let's click save. We have this put request. Okay, now we are sending phone, and let's see our database. Let's refresh here. User infos, we have an email, but we don't have any phone. Right, let's go to our user info model, and let's see. So we have email, street, postal. Okay, we don't have any phone. Let's see if it is inside user. Yes, it is. We need to cut it from here, and we need to put it to our user info schema. So let's put it here, and let's restart our environment here. So now let's try to save it once again with this saving saved. Now let's refresh here, and let's see user infos. We have an email, we have an admin, but we don't have any phone. Let's see, hasn't been saved or sent. Let's see, let's open here. I'm going to clean everything. Let's hit save once again. Put request, payload. We don't have any phone number here. Let's change something and then hit save. And now we have phone. Okay, now let's do refresh, user infos, and we have our phone. So that is nice. So now if I refresh, it should work to grab my phone. Yes, it's okay. It works. And now I can edit this user info here, and I can change this admin to true. So if I refresh my page here, I should have more tabs. And yes, I do. So this works. Now let me go back to my categories page, and here, as you can see, we are fetching if it's an admin or not, and then if it's not an admin, we do this not an admin. So if I go to categories, on the beginning it shows not an admin. If I refresh, because it's still loading. I want to have state for this loading phase. So let's do admin info loading and set admin info loading. Use state, default will be false. And here let's do first set admin info loading to true. And then let's do set admin info loading to false. And here we will do admin info loading. If it's true, then we will do return loading info ... something like this. And now let's see if I refresh. Loading info, and then we see loading info. First we will have not an admin, but then we will see loading info, and then we see everything. Maybe we can set this as a default to true, and then if I refresh, it will be loading info, and then we will see all of the tabs here because we are an admin. We can change it to loading user info, and this works nice. So as you can see now, we have all of this code from line 6 to 24 to check if it's admin or not, just for this page. And because we will not use it only for categories, but we will use it also for menu items and users, I want to put this into a separate file. So I would like to have a hook like use state, but only for fetching user information, the same that we have use session. So let me create my custom hook for this, and I will just put it inside components, and I'm going to call it well, let's call it maybe just use, and I will call it use profile.js. And now here let's put export default function use profile, and here inside I'm going to not put phone number. I'm going to grab my use effect and admin info loading. I'm going to copy this from here, and I'm going to put it here. And now I will do something like this. Instead of doing admin info loading and set admin info loading, I will call this loading and set loading. I need to change it here as well. Set loading, and here set loading. All right, set loading. All right, and here we have the set is admin. Maybe instead of just grabbing is admin to a separate state constant, we will just have data. Let's do data and set data, and we will just put everything into our data. So let's do set data and data from our profile. All right, and inside data we will have if it's admin or not. So here let's just return loading, and let's return data. All right, so now we can use this as a hook. So let's go to categories page, and let's get rid of all of this. And now let's do use profile. I think it was use profile. Let's go back here. Yes, it's use profile, export default function use profile. Maybe let's call it not default, so it will be easier to import. Let's go here, use profile. I cannot grab it. Let's see why. Export function use profile. This should work, but looks like it doesn't. Use profile. Let's try to import it here. Use profile. Let's import it maybe here manually. Import use profile from components use profile. All right, and now const. As you remember, we are exporting, or we are returning loading and data from use profile. All right, so now let's see. This should be capital U, either capital U, but I think it should be better with using small u for this type of hooks, because everywhere is small u. So let's change this function name to small u like this, and now we have it working. Let's see what's here. Here we have loading and data. We can rename those two to, let's say, profile loading, and here we will have use profile data. And now we can do something like this. If profile loading, then return loading user info ... Yeah, and now if I refresh loading user info, yes, this looks really nice, and then we know we are an admin. But we don't know yet. Let's just check it. Profile data. Let's check admin, if it's true or not. If it's false, let's do return not an admin. All right, and we have much simpler code, as you can see now. Let's see if it works. Yes, it works. All right, so now let's focus on our categories page for admin. So we have profile here, we have categories here. And what do we want to have inside categories? Well, as you can see on our homepage here, we have only one category now, and this is pizzas. So let's do something similar. Let's go to categories, and let's have a form for categories so we can add and remove categories. So first we need a form to create categories, right? So we can have something like category name and maybe a picture if we want to. So first let's create a form for creating new categories. Let's do form, and here let's do an input, and let's do a label, and label will say category name. Let's say new category name, and let's save. Let's see, new category name. Yeah, maybe we can add some spacing here. So let's add a class name margin top of 8. So we will have something like this. It's much wider than the profile. So let's do medium maybe here. Let's see. Yeah, I think medium is better. So we have new category name, and then we have this input, but I would like to have a button on the right side. So I'm going to do something like this. Let's do div with class name flex, and I will have two divs, the left and the right side. For the left side, let's put this, and for the right side, let's put a button of type submit, and it will say add or maybe create. Yeah, so now we have something like this, but we will fix it a little bit. We need to add gap of 2 and items end, so it will be aligned to the bottom. So now we have something like this. Well, almost what I wanted. One thing I want to add will be padding on the bottom of this div. So let's do a padding bottom of 2, and now it's almost aligned. So I would say this will work. On the first div on the left side, I want this to grow. So I want to take it should take all of the width. All right, so this will work, except that this button is 2 pixels smaller because it doesn't have this border that inputs have. So I'm going to add some classes here to our button. Let's do class name, let's do border and border primary. So now it should be a little bit bigger. Let's see if it is. Button, let's see, now it doesn't get any border, but it should. Let's see why it doesn't. Border, okay, we are setting border width to 0 on the type submit. Let's go to globals and let's fix it. Here we have border 0. Maybe instead of border 0, let's do border transparent. No, it will not do anything. Let's do, instead of border 0, let's do border primary here. Okay, and now as you can see, it's 2 pixels bigger, so it's more like in line with this input. And now underneath, I would like to have existing categories, but we don't have any categories yet. So now let's first fix so we can create a category like pizzas, something like this. So let's fix so we can create categories, right? Let's go to categories page. We have this input, but we don't have any state for it. So let's do this. Let's create a state called maybe new category name. So here set new category name equals use state, and default will be empty string. And now let me see here, for this input, we will have value new category name, and we also need to have our on change, and we will have event set new category name, event target value. This should work. So now we should be able to put stuff here. All right. So now we need to have on our form for new categories, we need to have on submit, and let's create a function called, maybe, how can we call it? Handle new category. Yeah, handle new category submit. Handle new category submit. Now let's create this one function, handle new category submit. Yes, we will get an event as always, and we need to run prevent default because it's a form and we don't want to submit this with regular HTML forms functionality. Right. So instead, what do we want to do? We want to send it with a post request somewhere. So let's go to maybe API/categories, or how can we call it? Let's see. We have, let's do categories. To /API/categories, and we want to send only name of the category. So let's send name as new. Let's send new category name as name. All right. And we don't put it like this as we do with Axios. Instead, let me cut it from here and we send it as body. And here we need to do JSON stringify. And inside, let's put this as an object like this. We also need to have method of post, and then we also need to have headers, I guess. So let's do headers, and I want to send the header of content type, and it will be application JSON. This should work. Now this is fetch. Let's grab response of this fetch and let's add async. And now we get response, and maybe we can check if the response is okay. Or maybe we can add a toast, so we will see if it worked or not. Let's create a promise out of it. Const, and let's call this one maybe creation promise equals new promise, resolve and reject, arrow function, and now let's put this thing inside, and we need to add a wait here to our arrow function, async I mean, and now let's do something like this. If response okay, then we will do resolve, otherwise we will do reject. All right, so this should work, but here instead of this we should do if response okay, then resolve, and if it's not else, then reject. Yeah, this should work, and we have our creation promise. So now we can do toast from React hot toast, and let's do promise, and our promise is creation promise. And now we can add more stuff, like let's add a wait here, and here we will have waiting. I think, no, it was loading. It will say, let's have a message saying creating your new category ... If it's success, it will say, well, category created, and if it's error, it will say error, sorry, something like this. So now it will say error because we don't have this endpoint yet, but let's try it. Let's do test, create error, sorry, create error, sorry. That is a really cool test, error, sorry. All right, so let's create an endpoint for this. Let's go here, API, and let's create categories, directory, categories. And inside categories, we need a route. So let's do route.js. And here first, we need to do export function post, because we are going to post a new category. We will need our data, and we will need to have JSON from our request. So let's do data equals await request JSON, and we need to add async here. And now let's see, we have data, so now we can grab the name. Let's maybe grab from here, not all the data, let's grab only name. And now we can create a category. We should probably also check here if it's an admin or not, but we will do this in a moment. First, let's just create a category. So we need a model for this. Here we have models. Let's do new file and let's call this one category.js. First, we need schema. So let's do category schema equals new schema from mongoose, and well, inside I want to have here timestamps, of course, timestamps to true, and here I want to have name that will be string, and well, let's put this like this, type string, and we will do also required to true. Right, so now we can create the model. So let's do category equals, and let's add export here as well. Category equals, first we need to always check for existing models. Let's check for category. Otherwise, let's do a new model with our category as a name and category schema as our schema. Right, now let's go back to categories route and let's see. I'm going to import this category. Let's do create, and let's create with only this name. We will add a weight here, and let's assign this to constant so we can maybe return it if we want. Let's do a category document. Yeah, we can call it category or just category document, and we want to respond with it. So let's do return response JSON and category document, and this should work. Now let's try to create test category. Let's hit create, but first I will do inspect and network. Let's do create post 200, and the preview, as you can see, we get a new document from the database. We get our newly created category with name test, we have ID, and we have everything. Right, so this worked, and it's nice that we can actually create categories. But now here underneath, I would like to have here a list of my categories, right? So, well, let's go back to our categories page, and well, let's see, underneath here, under this form, I want to have a list of categories. Let's maybe put this as I don't know, as a div with or maybe not div. Let's put it as a UL with LIs inside. So first I need to grab all of the categories from somewhere. So how can we do this? We need to have a use effect for this. So when our page loads, it will run Axios, or not Axios, sorry, fetch to fetch all of the categories. For now, as you can see, we don't have any dependencies, or not for now, because we want to run this function here inside when our page loads. So first let's do fetch, and let's say it will go to /API/categories. We don't have this endpoint yet, so let's go to categories route inside API, and let's do export async function get. And basically we want inside this get to return all of the categories from the database. So let's do just return response JSON, and here we will do await, and we will do category, and we want to find all. So let's do just find, and this should work. Now let's go back here, and well, we fetch all the categories. Let's do then with the response, we will do arrow function. Then from the response, we want to convert to a JSON. So let's do response JSON then, and then we'll have all of categories here, categories as a response. It will be an array of categories. So with those categories, we want to set them to a state. So let's do here const category, not category, categories, and set categories. Use state default will be empty array, and here we want to do set categories to categories like this. All right, so now this should work. And now if I go down here where we have this UL, I want to do something like this. Maybe instead of UL, I will do just div. Here I will check if we have a categories. If we have categories length that is bigger than 0, let's do end. Let's do categories map, and we want to do with each category, let's call it just C, so it will be shorter to write. With each category, I'm going to put a div, and I want to put category name here. So here we have test because we have one category that is called test. Well, but now I would like to have it as a nice looking list or something like this. So, well, how can we do this? Maybe we can have something like this. Let's put this div like this, and we will have two spans inside. First will be edit category, and here we will have another span with the category name inside. And now we will do something like this. On this div, I want this div to be kind of button. Let's see what happens if I put button here. Nothing happens. We don't have styling for this. But I will do something like this. I want this to be background gray 300, maybe lighter, let's do 200. And I want to do here also rounded of large, something like this. And I want to add a padding of 4. Maybe 4 is too much. Let's do 2. And well, what else can we want? Do we want to do? Let's see how it looks like. Edit category. The padding on the sides should be bigger. Let's do px4. Yeah, this looks nice. Maybe we want to have also some spacing here. I'm going to put here flex and gap of 2. Let's see. Yeah, edit category test. Maybe let's just do only gap of 1. All right, this looks fine. For the first span, I'll make it more like transparent. So let's do text gray. Let's make it text gray 500, and we have something like this. Now on the div, I will make it also cursor pointer, so it will look like we can click this one. And well, maybe I will also do the rounded corners should be bigger. So let's see, rounded large. Well, I don't know, rounded XL. Let's do XL. And now let's do maybe not edit category. Instead, I would just have I would like to have something that will maybe a label here above that will say, or a title. Let's put a h2 title above that will say edit category colon. Let's see. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Let's add some class names like margin top of 8. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, and well, I think this works fine. I would just get rid of this span, and yeah, I think this looks fine. Maybe I would like to do the same styling as we have here. So on this one, let's add the text SM, and I want to do text gray 500. Now let's see, edit category, and I can click on this one. All right, so I cannot edit yet because if I click, nothing happens. But what I want to do is first to maybe change it to a button. Yeah, so now we have something like this with a border, and I'm going to also add some margin bottom on this button, margin bottom of at least 2 in case we'll have later more categories. What's more is I want to add another category, create another category like test2. But before I will do this, here we have this create button. Let's see. When I create a new category, I want to refresh this list. And this list is fetched only when we load the page. So to fix it, first I'm going to grab it. I'm going to put it into a new function called fetch categories. And let's put it here. And now inside here, let's do fetch categories as it was. But when we create here, handle new category submit, here we are fetching all of this. let's also run our fetch categories function. All right, and now let's see if I do test2, click create, category created, and as you can see, we have test2 here. And this should be also cleared. So let's also add here, set new category name to empty string. And now let's see if I do test3, create, and it's created. So this is nice. All right, so this looks fine. Maybe we can decrease the padding, the spacing here between. So let's see, we have button, margin bottom, let's do only one. Yeah, and I think this will work fine. Edit category, and those are buttons, but they don't do anything. What I want to do is I want to do that when you click on this, for example, the title will go here and we will edit. This will change to edit. All right, so how can we do this? When we click on a button on this one, test3, we want to inform our state that we are now editing this test3 category. So I will create a state for this, and it will be called well, we can call it active category or edited category, set edited category, and default will be null. And if it's null, if edited category is a null, then we know it's a new category that we are creating. All right, so if I click on this one, test3, for example, let me fix this functionality. I will put the class names here. Here I will add on click. We want to do, let's put arrow function here, and let's do set edited category to our C, so our current category inside the loop. So now if I do click here, we informed our state that this edited category will have an object of C, so our document of this specific category. So now we can use this to change some stuff inside this form. So for example, we can do something like this. We have this button here saying create. We can do something like this, edited category. If we have something inside, it will say update. Otherwise, update. Otherwise, it will say create. And we have here label new category name. We will also have here something like, if we have edited category, then it will say update category. Otherwise, it will say create new category, or maybe new category name. Sorry. Let's grab this from here. Let's do colon like this. Update category. Maybe let's put this into separate line. This label should go here. So if we have edited category, maybe we should call it category, editing category. I don't know. Then it will say update category. Otherwise, new category to update. So if I refresh, we have new category name and create. If I click, we'll have update category and update. Here I will also add, if we have edited category and only, I will add here colon, and I will print edited category name. So we have something like this, update category test3. I will add here a space as well, update category test3. Maybe I can add bold here. Let's see. Update category test3, and I would like to have this test3 field here inside this input. So to fill this input is actually our this input is actually our new category name. And because this can be either new category name or existing category name, I'm going to change this state name to just category name. So let's do category name, and here I will do set category name, and we need to change it here above as well. So let's do category name and set category name, and we are using this later when we update stuff. So let's do here category name, and here let's do set category name. Right, so now let's see if I clicked on test3, we have this test3 here, but still nothing here. And this is because here we have our button. On click, we are doing, we set this edited category, but something more I would like to do is to do this, but also I would like to do another thing. I want to do set category name to category name, right? So now let's refresh. If I click update category test3, and we have this test3 here, and we have our update button. But now, when we click this update button, it will submit our form. And as you can see, the name of the function is handle new category submit. Let's rename this to handle category submit. And let's do the same here, handle category submit. Now the problem is when we do this, it always sends a post request to our API categories, and this will always create a new category. It doesn't have functionality to actually update the category. So how can we know, how can we change it? If we have something inside edited category, we know it's an update. So let's do here, if edited category, then we will do put, otherwise we will do post, right? And if we are updating, we are sending this new name, but we need to also send ID to this JSON as well. So how can we do this? Well, to do this first, I'm going to grab this and I will put it as a data somewhere above. Let's call this one data and let's define it here. Data equals this. And here I will also add, if it's edited category, then to the data, I want to add ID to be equal from edited category underscore ID. Or maybe let's call it underscore ID to make it same as we have it in the database. And this way, if it's a new category, we'll have only this data and not ID. If we're updating a category, this will be an object and we will get also ID into our data. We will send with put request. We don't have any put functionality inside this endpoint, so let's fix it. Inside our categories route, we have post, but we don't have any put yet. So let me do export async function put, and we want to grab our request and we want to grab all of the data. So let's do data equals await request JSON. And now maybe instead of data, we can directly grab our underscore ID and the name. And now we can do something like this. We want to do await category update one. We want to update one by this underscore ID, and we want to update only our name, right? And then we can do return response JSON true to just inform that we are okay. All right, so here, let's see, we get a response, and if everything is okay, we are setting this category name to empty, and well, then we do this fetch categories to refetch all of the categories. Then we do resolve or reject on the promise. But then we have this toast, as you can see here, and it always says creating new category created. Here I would like to do, if it's an update, then if it's an update, then we know we have an object here, so it's not an empty state, and we can change here message, right? So let's do something like this. If edited category, then something, otherwise create a new category. If edited category, let's maybe put this like this. If edited category, I'm going to say, when it's loading, updating category, dot. And let's do maybe similar thing here. If we have edited category, then let's do something, otherwise something else. Maybe let's put it back as like this. No, let's put it into several lines. Here on success, category updated. And yeah, now let's try to update this. Let's do refresh. Let's update test3. Let's change the name to test3.1. Let's hit update, category updated, and we have this test3.1. It still says update category test3, because we forgot to actually here reset our edited category back to null. So let's do this. Let's refresh. Let's do test 3.1. Let's do test, rename it to test 3.2.1. Let's hit update and category updated. It's refreshed here and this is empty, so we can create new categories. Right, so now we can create categories. Let's maybe create another one like test 4. Let's hit create. We have it here. We can edit this one to test 4_2 and it works. We don't have any images for categories, but for now we don't need this. We have categories here and we can edit and delete them and stuff like this. Now it would be nice to have same functionality actually for our menu items. For now it's 4.4, but we need to have similar functionality for menu items. So let's create a page for this and let's close API, and inside app, let's do new directory and let's call it maybe just, let's do menu items. Yeah, menu items, and inside we need to do page.js and export default function menu items page. Yes, and here I'm going to return. I want to return a section that will have a class name of margin top of 8, so we'll have some spacing, and here inside I want to have our user tabs. But all of this, let me see if this will work. Yeah, it kind of works, but the problem is we are not sending this is admin. Let's send it to true. But first we need to check that we are actually an admin, the same way we did it with our categories. As you remember, we can grab loading and data from what was it called? It was called use profile. Yes, and here we can do something like this. If loading, we can do then return loading user info ... and here we can do something like this. If data admin is not is false, then we'll do return not an admin, and we will not display all of this. Now let's see, we need to make it client components, so let's do use client. Yes, and loading user info, categories, profile, categories, menu items. Yes, I think it works fine. We have this loading user info wherever we click. Maybe later we can fix that something in the middle shows and not on the top left corner, but it works for now. All right, so we have menu items and we know that we are actually an admin, logged in admin here. So what do we want to do now? We want to have something similar to categories, right? So we want to have a way of creating a new menu item and then editing. We want to edit menu items. So let's do a similar form first, so we can create our first menu item. So let's do like this form. Let's add class name, and let's do margin top of 8. And inside we will need div flex with some gap of, let's do 2. Inside we will have left and right side, because on the left we will have an input with a label of, this label will say menu item name, and on the right side we will have a button that will be type of submit, and it will say maybe save, or it will say on the beginning create, so we can create a new stuff here. All right, so here, first things first, for this form here, we want to do max width of XL, or I don't know, medium, and MX auto, so it will be centered like this. Yes, let's see how it looks like here. Yeah, I think this will work. Then the left side should grow, so let's do class name grow, and here on the flex I want to do items end, so it will be aligned to the bottom. I want to do on this button, I want to add the class names to make it margin bottom 2, so it will be more in the line with the input, and I think this looks nice. But here we will need menu item name, and we will also need a picture, right? So we need to have both photo of a pizza, for example, and we also need to have a name, and then pricing and more stuff. So we will have description, we will have price, we will have properties. So maybe we will not have it as a simple form like this, like we have on the categories, but we will actually need to have something more complicated. Like here when we click menu items, first we will have, do you want to create a new or do you want to update an existing? But first let's do a form so we can create one, right? So we will need let's see, image, we will need the title or name, description, and then a price, and then maybe some extra stuff for sizings and extras if we want to. But let's first focus on the title, image, description, and price. So we need to have a title, and description, image, and price. So I think we can do a similar layout that we have here with the profile. So let's do something like this. We have, instead of having this button create here, I'm going to get rid of it, and we don't need this div, we don't need this div, or maybe actually we need, yeah, but on the left side we'll have an image that will not be here yet, and here items, let's do items start, so it will be aligned to the top. We want to have more gaps, so let's do gap 4, and on the left we will have an upload for a photo, right? All right, so menu item name, let's do just the item name. Then I want to have more like stuff, description, price. So let's do here description, and here we will have price, item name, description, and here I will do maybe base price, because later I'm going to add also functionality, so we can have different sizes of pizzas or maybe some extras too. So this is base price, and well, so we have a form here. We will also need a button to actually save it. So let's do a button of type submit, and it will say save for now. Yeah, this should work. And on the left now, we need to have the same upload functionality that we have here on the profile page. So how can we do this? I would like to copy some things because we will update to the same backend, and we will do very similar things there. So let's go to our profile page, and let's see, we have this huge function called handle file change. As you can see, it's this big, and well, I would like to put it somewhere else, so we can just have this input type file. So let me go back to the profile, yes, here, and now I want to put this handle file change somewhere else. So I'm going to copy this, let's copy, and let's see where we can put it. We don't want to put it inside any app, we want to put it somewhere else. We can put it inside the components, but maybe it's better to put it inside libs. So let's do a new file inside libs, and let's call this one upload, or maybe we can put it actually inside the components, and we will create a nice looking component for this. So avatar and a button. So let's do component. Inside components, I will do image input, or how can we call it, editable image. Let's do editable image. Maybe we can put it inside layout, I don't know. Yeah, let's put it inside layout. Layout, let's do new, and let's do editable image.js, and here let's do export default function editable image. All right, and we want to have here properties of a link. And we want to also have a function to inform when we set a new link. So let's do link and set link. And now I'm going to paste this function here that is super long, handle file change, as you can see. And then here underneath, I'm going to return something similar to this. So let's go back to the profile and let me grab all of this. I want to grab the image, and I want to grab the image and this label with the input. So I will copy this. I will go back to editable image. I will put React fragment because we have several HTML elements here. And now you can see if we have an image, then we are printing this. Instead of image, I'm going to use this link. If we have a link, we display this image with this link, and then we have a label so we can do handle file change. So this is the function we are running. And now instead of doing set image, I'm going to do set link, right? And this should work now. Now we can go back to profile page. And now we don't need all of this. Instead, we are going to put here an editable image like this. And let's see if it works. No, it doesn't because we don't send any link. Our link is actually image, and our set link will be set image. So our component editable image can inform our component, our page about new uploaded image, the link to the new uploaded image. We don't need this upload function anymore. As you can see, it's with a gray name, so it's not used anywhere. And now our file will be a little bit shorter. But what's most important, let me also check if it still works. I'm going to change this to my new photo here. Let's do open here, and uploading. This works nice. And I will put here country as well, Sweden. Let's hit save. Saving, profile saved. This works really nice. Let's do refresh. Everything is saved, so that's nice. Let's go back to menu items, and here we have placeholder for image. Let's go menu items page, and here let's just put our editable image. Simple as that. Editable image. And we don't have any link for this or set link, but we'll create state for it. So let's do const image set image equals use state, not use session, use state, and the default will be empty string. We don't need this import for use session. And now here the link will be image, and here set link will be set image. Right, so now we can click edit here. Would be nice to know that we don't have an image here. So let's go here inside this component, and here we can do something like this. If no link, let's do end, and let's do a div with class names, some class names, and inside we'll have a text no image and sad face, or maybe just no image. And I want to add like a background gray of 200. Let's see how this will look like. Yeah, maybe let's add some padding of 4 on all of the sides. Yes, and the text should be grayish. Let's do text gray 500, and I want to do rounded corners of LG, large, right? And also margin bottom of 1. The same as we have with the image. Right, and now I should be able to put some image here. So let's try with this one. Uploading, yeah, that looks nice. And upload complete, and it looks fine. Maybe it's a little too big, so I will go back to here, menu items page. And on this div, I will do max width of 200 pixels. So we will have something like this. Yeah, I think this looks good enough. Maybe we could also try to change this to a grid instead, grid, and here let's do grid calls, and can we do one of third, something like this? No, this will not work, but let's see, 1/3 FR, can we do like this? No. Let's add here maybe something instead. So I'm going to remove this, and instead for our grid I'm going to add a style, and I will do grid template columns, and I will do something like 0.3 fr and 0.7 fr. Let's put class names here and style here below, and now as you can see we have 30 and 70%. We should probably do the same thing for profile, but well, I don't think it's that important. The text here should be centered, so let's go back here and let's see, no image. Let's put text center. Okay, this looks fine. Let's do refresh. Edit. Let's upload this photo. Yeah, it looks nice. Uploading and upload complete. Yeah, this looks nice. So we can upload image. We can put some stuff here, test, and let's do 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and then we can save a menu item. So now let's maybe fix so we can actually save a menu item. Menu items page, and here we have buttons with submit. What else do we want to do? On this form we want to add on submit, and let's call our function handle form submit. Simple as that. Yeah, and let's define it maybe here, function, and it will be of course async function handle form submit. As always, we get an event here that we need to block with prevent default. And now what do we want to do? We prevent default of this form sending. Now we want to grab the image and we want to grab the info of all of our inputs. But hey, we don't have state for the inputs yet. So let's do state. Let's do const. We will need name. We will need also description, and we will also need the base price. And this should work. Now we need to fix our inputs. So I will do on all of those something like this. First I will put type here, and I will do value, and on change we will do event, and then we will do some stuff called, for example, let's maybe fix first for one, or let's put everything same thing for every input. So here I will do name, and here I will do set name, and it will be event target value. And now let's we will have same thing for all of those. We need to fix it. So here I will do description, and here I will do set description, and here I will have base price, and here I will do set base price. All right, so we have a name like I don't know, pizza 1, and description will be, I don't know, and base price will be $10. Then we can hit save, and our form will submit, and this function will run. So when we run this, we want to do a fetch function, run a fetch endpoint with API. Let's do maybe menu items. And here I want to do a method of post for now, because we are posting a new menu item. We want to send body, and body will be JSON stringify. We want to do here, we want to send everything that we have inside the state. So let's do image, name, description, and base price. Yeah, or all of it. So maybe we can put this data somewhere here about const data equals this, and we can put it in one line. So stringify data, right? And we need to put headers. We need to have a content type application JSON, right? And we can add a weight here, const response equals this. And I would like to add again toaster react hot toast for this. So I'm going to create a new promise, saving promise equals new promise, response reject, and I'm going to put this inside, and then I need to make this one async. And now I will do something like this. If a response is okay, then I will do, I don't need those. I will do resolve, and else if the response is not okay, I will do reject. All right, and now here I will do await toast from React hot toast and promise, and here I put my saving promise, and here for the options I will do first for loading it will say saving this tasty item, and for success it will say saved, and for error it will say error. Yeah, simple as that. So now it should throw an error because we don't have menu items endpoint yet. So if I click save, saving error. All right, so now we need to fix this endpoint. Let's go to our app API, and now we need menu items directory, menu items, and inside we need a route. So let's do a new file and let's do route.js, and we need export async function called post, and we will have request stuff here. First, let's grab data from request.json, and of course we need to add a weight here because it's a stream. And now if we have a data, what do we want to do? We want to create a new, we want to put it into database, into menu items. So let's create a model for this. Models, new file, menu item.js. So let's do first menu item schema equals new schema. Yes, from Mongoose, and I want to have as always timestamps to true. So I will have some extra data. But now inside our menu item schema, I want to have those three stuff and image. So let's do something like this. First image, it will be type string, and I think I would just copy this, and I'm going to put like name and the description, and the last one will be base price. Base price will be actually number. All right, so that's it. And now we can create a model. So let's do export const menu item equals models first. Let's check for models, menu item. Otherwise, let's do new model function and menu item with our menu item schema. All right, because base price is a number, I'm not sure if we need to convert it, but let's see if this will work. Let's go to menu items route inside the API. Let's try to create our menu item. Let's import this one. Let's hit create with our data, and we need to add a weight, and let's assign the result to menu item document, and then let's return response JSON with this menu item doc so we can see if it worked. One thing I forgot about is to connect to our database. So let's do mongoose connect, and here process.env mongo URL. Yeah, I forgot about this. Probably I forgot also about this somewhere else. Let's see. Probably also inside the categories. Yes, I need to put this here and inside all of those. So let's put it here, here, and here. Let's see profile. Profile looks fine. I think the rest is fine. Let's go back to menu items, and this should work now. So let's go back to our menu items page here, and maybe we can now try to save all of this. So let's pick an image, and now it's uploading. I'm going to open here my network tab to see what's here inside. Here I will put description, base price 10. Let's hit save, post 200, and as you can see, base price 10, description name pizza 1, and even the image is here. So everything seems to work. It just worked. So now we can actually create new menu items. So the next thing will be actually so we can list them somewhere, and when we enter this page, let's go back to categories. When we go to menu items, first maybe we should see a list of all menu items, and this form should be actually somewhere else, like /menu items /new or something like this. So yeah, this is what we need to do next. So let's do this. First, I'm going to create a page for this. Menu items. Let's do new category, a new directory inside called new. And inside, let's do new file called, well, it's not inside API. Let's remove it from here. And I want to do this inside menu items inside app. So let's do new directory, new, and inside we want to do page.js. And now let's do export default function, new category, not new category, new menu item page. Yes. And well, first we need to check for the profile, right? Const, and let's grab loading and data from use profile, and then if loading, it will say return loading user info ... and then we want to check if it's not an admin. If not data admin, then we want to do return not an admin ... no dots. All right, and then we know it's an admin, so we can do return, and we can here return this this form, right? So let's move this form from there. So let's go menu items page, and I think we just need to move all of this section. Let's cut it, and here I'm going to put just a div for now. It will say menu items, and I will move this to here on my section, but now we need to move all the functionality as well. So I'm going to cut all of this from menu items page, and I'm going to put it into here. So let's put this here, and now we have two loading and data. We don't need two of those. This works now. Yes, I think it does. We need to have also here our loading and data from use profile, but we have a lot of imports that we don't need here. So this is our simple menu items page. We need to make it more advanced now. So let's add a section with class name is margin top of A, and now here we need to have those user tabs with is admin being true. Right, we have new item, menu items. Here I want to have a link to /menu items /new. So it will say create a new menu item, something like this. Yeah, but this should be more like centered or something like this. So let's do max width on the section of medium, and let's do mx auto. And now let's see, yeah, something like this. For this link, I want to put it inside the div with some margin on the top, so we can have some styling, some spacing. Now for this link, I'm going to put this into like this, and I'm going to add some class names on this link to make it more like a button. Let's see, create new menu item. I'm going also to, we can click it, but well, I would like to have more styling like this one. So let me see, maybe instead of having this class, I'm going to do background gray. Or maybe let's go to our globals and let's fix class for this. So we have button. Let's also have a class name that's called button. Now let's go back here. Let's put back our button. And now we have something like this. I think it looks fine. Those don't look that fine. I think I would prefer them to be white, same way we have it here. But that's not that big of an issue. We have this link. It's button. Well, maybe we can make it centered, or maybe we can add an icon here. So I would like to have this right icon. We created this before, so we have something like this now. I will add a flex here. So maybe it will be next to each other, but no, maybe because I need to add a span, and let's put this text inside. No, this didn't help. Let's see why. Inspect, and let's see button flex, but it's display block. Let's change it inside globals from block to flex, and now it's better. Now I'm going to also add justify center, and now it's more centered, and now I'm going also to add a gap of at least 2. Yeah, and I think this looks nice. Let's see if we have destroyed something else. Now everything looks fine. Let's go back to menu items, and now I can click here, create new menu item, and now we have an error. Let's see. You are importing blah blah blah. I think it's about this use client that we miss inside menu items. New menu item page. On the top we need to have use client, and now let's see. Now it looks fine. Now here on the top, it would be nice to have a function like a button go to all menu items. So here I would like to have maybe here under the tabs, I will have a div with a link that will go to /menu items, and this link will show and this link will say, we'll have a span go to, or maybe show all menu items, or maybe go back. I don't know. Well, this should work. I will add here some class name of a button, and I need to add some styling on this div above. So let's do max width of medium, and MX auto, and margin top of 8. And let's also add this right arrow, right. Yeah, and this should work. Maybe we should have an arrow to the left. I don't know. Let's go to this right arrow and let's see. Yeah, I will create an arrow to the left. So let's call it left.js. And I'm creating this inside this icons directory, as you can see. I'm going just to copy paste all of it into this left. I will just rename it to left, and I need to replace this SVG, right? So let's go to hero icons. Let's search for left, and let's copy this and let's put it here. And as you remember, we want to replace those class names with class names that we get as property. Now let's go back to new page, and instead of this right, I'm going to add here left arrow here. So now let's see how it looks like, and show all menu items. I think it works nice. Yeah, and now if we can go create new menu item, or we can go back. When we create a new menu item and we have this form, we are on the page menu items /new. This one is not red anymore. So let's fix it. Let's go to user tabs, and here we have something like this. If path is menu items, but it can be either menu items or menu items new. So how can we fix it? We can do something like this. We can do path test, or not test. It should be first, should we have a menu item, and then we do a test, and we test it against our path. And now let's see. Now it's red because it includes menu items. We can also do it another way. We can do something like this. Path includes menu items, and this works too. Or you can do regex. So even if you go back, it's red. Right. So here we can create a new menu item. Let's see, new page, and if it's done, then it shows this saved, and maybe then we should redirect this. No, we don't need to do anything. I'm going just to reset everything here. So let's reset this to set name to empty string. Let's do set image to empty string. Well, let's see if we save it. What do we want to do? Maybe we want to go to the list instead. So to redirect, I will do something like this. Redirect, and let's go to /menu items. Yeah, and let's hit return here. Just, I don't know, we probably don't need this. Let's see if this will work. So let's create a new, I'm going to use this image, and let's put this as pizza 2, description desk, base price 12. Let's hit save and let's see what happened. We get an error, and I think the error is about next redirect, and we cannot use redirect inside functions like this. So to fix it, I will create a state, and this state will be called redirect to items, and set redirect to items. Default state will be false, but here where we want to do redirect, I will do set redirect to items to true. And now here I will do if redirect to items, if it's true, then I will do return and redirect to /menu items like this. So now let's clear this and let's see if this works. Let's do a pizza 3, I think. Let's upload some image. Let's maybe put an image of me. Why not? Let's put description here, base price of 14. Let's hit save. And as you can see, we have been redirected to the menu items page. So that is nice. Now it would be nice to, on this menu items page, to list everything, to list all of the menu items so we can edit them, right? So to list them, we need to have a use effect here, use effect from React. Let's do arrow function, no dependencies, so empty array here. And here, let's do no accessory, fetch, and let's do /API /menu items. And this will be a get request, so we don't need to define our method to be get, because get is default. And we don't need any extra options here. Instead, we can do just that, then response, and with the response we can do response to JSON, and then we will do we will have actually our menu items here that we can save into state. We don't have a state for this yet, but I'm going to create it. So let's do menu items set menu items equals use state, and default will be an empty array here. Here let's do set menu items to menu items that we get from here, from the JSON, and this should work, but we don't have this get endpoint for menu items yet. So let's go to API menu items route, and let's fix our get. So let's do export async function get, and first we need to connect to the database, and then we can do return response JSON with all of the menu items. So here we just need to do await and the menu item and just find, because we want to find all of them. Let's do this, and this should work. Now let's go to menu items page, and let's see. This should probably work. We should have our menu items in this state here. So maybe here under this div, let's put another div, and here let's check it. If menu items length is bigger than 0, then let's do end, and let's do menu items map, and for each menu and for each item, let's call it item, we will do parentheses div, and let's do item.name, and let's see if we will have them here. No, this didn't work. Let's see why. I will refresh. Okay, now we see them. So now it works, and yeah. So now instead of div, I will put a button with 2 T's. Let's add some class names just in case. Let's see. Yeah, I want to add margin bottom of 2 or maybe 1. And here above, I want to put an h2 saying edit menu item. And we will have some class names here like text small and text gray 500, and yeah, I want to have margin top here as well, margin top of 4, at least 4. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see on the categories. Here we have much more spacing. Maybe let's do also like 8 here. So we will have more spacing. Edit menu item, pizza 1, pizza 2, pizza 3. Let's see categories. Yeah, I think this will work. I don't like that for categories those are gray. Let's go back to categories page and let's see why those are gray. We have this background gray, 200 on those buttons. So let's remove it. And now those are white as well. All right, so this works nice. Now, instead of a button, I want to have a link for those categories. No, not here. Let's put it back to a button. I want to go to menu items page, and here for this button, I want to change this to a link, because I want to do that when you click on it, it will go to a specific page for this specific item. It will show a form for this. We will not change anything inside this page on this state. We'll go to a separate page. I'm going to put here button class, so we will have our styling, and here on the ref we will go to menu items / edit / and then the ID of the item. So let's do item ID like this. So now if I click on this one, it will go menu items / edit / then ID. It doesn't work yet, but well, we have it. We have links. Another thing that would be nice is actually to have images here, not only the titles, right? So let me maybe put an image here, image, and let's do source will be actually item image, and the here will be nothing. And now let's see if this will work. Now we need to have width and height. I think that instead of width and height, I will have this layout, and I don't remember what was the layout thing here. So I'm going to go to the hero layout fill. Okay, layout fill. Or actually, I can do, we need to have a div with relative here, and we need to put this image inside. And for this div, we also need to have minimum width, and we need to have some width and height. So let's do width will be 24 and height will be 24. And now we have something like this. The problem is that those images will be stretched, so that's not good. Let's remove maybe this layout fill, and I'm going to add this width of 100 and height of 100 here instead. And I'm going to, let's maybe leave this div for now. Let's see how this looks like. I think it looks fine. Let's see how those are rendered, because as you can see, those are not 100 by 100. Rendered size 100 by 66. So here you just put maximum width and maximum height, and it just do the correct thing. All right, instead of having 1 by 1, I would like to have something else. So here we are looping through all of those links, but I will create a parent div that will be a grid with grid columns of 4. So we will have 4, oops, not from here. I want to grab all of the mapping. So we should have now 4 in one line. Maybe we can change it to 3. Let's change it to 3. And well, I will put, we don't need to have this one link to be flex. Or maybe I will let it be flex, but the direction will be column. So let's do flex column, yes. So it will be not from left to right, but from top to bottom instead. All right, so we have something like this, and now maybe we can put here another div with something like text center to just center everything. Yeah, and now we have something like this. I want to have spacing between those, so let's add a gap of 2, and yeah, this looks fine. So we can edit those, but the links don't work yet, but we will fix it in a moment. The most important part is that we can edit those. Maybe we can change the styling, because those are not buttons anymore, and we should make those more like this one, so more grayish background, and I think it would be much prettier to have it this way. So let's go to menu items, and instead of having this as a button, I want to change it to, well, let's say I'm going to put those class names here, so we'll have more space, and let's do something like background gray 300, and let's do rounded large, and I want to have a padding of 4. Yes, that's much nicer. Let's see here, maybe it's not 300, maybe it should be 200 or something like this. Let's do 200, and this looks nice. I'm going to change this to like 200 by 200, so the images will be bigger, and I want to do on the image, I want to add some class names as well, like rounded medium, so we'll have rounded corners here. This looks good enough, I think. Now we can work with it. Let's see. Yeah, I think this will be good. So we can click on those styles, and we can later edit those menu items, and here we can create more menu items. So now let's fix that page for editing an existing menu item. Let's go here. Let's close API, or maybe let's start with API. Inside API, we have this menu items route, and we have a post for creating new, but we also need to have put for updating, right? So we connect first, then let's remove all of this connect, then we grab data from JSON. Instead of grabbing data like this, I'm going to first grab ID, and then I'm going to grab rest of the data. And here I'm going to do something like this. I want to update only using this underscore ID. So let's do await, and let's do menu item, and I want to update, let's do this time update find by ID and update. I have ID here, and the data is here, and that's it. So I can do just return response JSON with true. And that's it. And we have an endpoint put for our menu items. Now let's create a page so we don't have this for page. Let's close API, menu items. We have this new here. Let's do also edit, and inside we need to have a page.js. The content will be almost the same as we have on the new page here. So the form will be very similar. We will have all of the same inputs. So to not copy paste it, or maybe we can first copy paste it. Everything that is inside here, I'm going to copy, and I'm going to, from here, I'm going to put this here. But first let's put here export default function, edit menu item page, and let's paste everything here. Let's save. Now let's see what will happen. Let's do refresh, and this didn't work. This didn't work because it shouldn't be here, because it's not just /edit, it's /edit and then the ID. So we need to do a new directory here called ID, like this, and then this page we need to put it inside here. Yeah, and now let's see if I refresh. I forgot to put on the top this use client, right? And now we have this. We have save, and we have all of this. And the problem now is that we are not fetching information first. So if I go here and I want to edit this one, I need to fetch the information about this menu item. So how can I do this? I need to add a use effect somewhere here, use effect, and then let's do arrow function here, and then no dependencies, and here let's do something like this, not Axios, sorry, again, fetch on API menu items, and this will return all of the menu items, but that's fine. I can just loop through them. And now let's do something like this. Then response, with the response, I'm going to response JSON. Then with the all of the items, I'm going to do something like this. I need to find a specific item of this ID. How can I do this? I can do this using this path name or using params that we have here. It's not params, I think it's called somewhere else. But let's try to do this. Const params equals use params. I think it's params. Yes, and now let's maybe first here do console log of our params to see if we will get our ID here. So we get an object and we have param ID. Right, so I'm only interested in this ID. So I'm going to fetch it like this. We have our ID that we are interested in. And now when we receive all of the menu items here that you can see here, if I just refresh menu items, I just need to loop through them and check if any of those have an underscore ID of ID that is here without underscore. So now let's check. I want to find my item inside items, and I want to find it by checking that this item inside this items has an underscore ID that is the same as ID from the use params here. Right, and then I know I can do console log of this item, right? One thing I forgot about is deleting. We need to implement it in both categories and menu items, but this will we will fix it in a while. So now if I go to here, console log, as you can see, we have open pizza 1. If I go back to menu items, I open pizza 3. It's pizza 3 now that is open. So now I can just fill all of this with my item info. So let's do set image, item image, and then let's do also set name to item name, and let's do set description to item description, and let's do set base price to item base price, and let's see, I think that's it. So we have this, and now if I refresh, let's see, everything is filled in. So if I select this one, pizza 2, with this forest, everything is filled in. Now we have this handle form submit. We need to change this post to put, and we have this data here. We need to add underscore ID to be the ID from params, and this should work, I think. Let's do pizza 2 updated, and let's hit save, and saved, and we have this pizza 2 updated, and it seems to work. There's a lot of copy paste here, as you can see, for this form, and we have the form for both creating a new menu item and changing a menu item is almost the same, so we could maybe put it as a one component, but well, not needed now. We can simplify it later. We can refer to this later. For now, it works, and now what we need to fix is that well, we can create and update categories. We can create and update menu items. We need to be able also to delete. If we don't want to have one of those categories, we need to have a button to delete. Same with menu items, if we want to delete something that we don't want to have. So now we will fix so we can delete those, and then we can fix users and admins there. All right, there is another thing we are missing here on the menu items. We have base price of 12, but I would like to implement here extra additional prices. For example, if you have a pizza with different sizes, like small, medium, large, or extra stuff on your pizza, we should have this information here somewhere, right? So for example, if you want to have a pizza that is medium, it will be a little bit more expensive, and you want to have extra pepperoni, it will cost extra $2 or something like this. So I want to have it now, so we need to fix it. To do this, as you remember, we have form for creating a new menu item and for editing a menu item. Those two forms are almost, or actually the same. As you can see, if I scroll to, for example, this return here, and this is new menu items, new page. So it looks like this. We have a section with form, and if I go to edit form and scroll to the exact same position, you can see that it's exactly the same. So I will do first some small refactoring, because I want to have it as one component, all of this. So I can also add the extra inputs for sizes and so on. So we have this form, and now we are on the edit form, and let's see, it's a section. Then we have this form. How much do we want to have in this component? Well, maybe let's put all of this except the button, or maybe we can even include the button, everything. Let me see. Here we have the section, here we have user tabs, then we have this button to go back, and then we have the form. Well, maybe it would be best to have first form as a separate component. So let me first grab the form. Let's cut it from here. Cut, and now if I save, it will disappear. But let me go back to here, and let's see where we can put it. We can put it in components. Yeah, somewhere here. Maybe let's put it into layout. Let's do new file, and let's call this one menu item form.js, and here let's do export default function menu item form, and now let's put everything here inside return. So return, and let's put all of this. As you can see, we don't have a state for this. So we need to also copy the state. So let's go back to the edit page, and let's scroll up here. And here we have state. So we have image name, description, base price, and so on. Let's grab those four: image name, description, base price. Let's cut it from here, and let's put this into here. All right. And now, what do we want to do? We have now state for all of the inputs inside this form. We don't have this handle form submit. We need to define it as a property here, right? So let's do on submit. Let's call it on submit, so it will be easier. And here on submit. All right. And now let's see if we have everything. I think yes, we do. Now, if we use this component, we want to pass the information like defaults about this menu item, right? So let's do here, I will pass here menu item, and here we will use this as default. So let's do menu item image, and now let's do the same for menu item name, and here default for menu item description, and here menu item base price. We can add also another defaults, like just in case, let's add empty string in case some of those are null or something like this. So we have something like this. Now let's go back to this menu items edit page. Let's see. Here we are fetching all of this. Here we have this handle form submit, and here is our return. It's super small right now. Here we need to, under the button, we need to put our new form. So it's called menu item form. Yes, let's put it like this. And now we should be able to see it. No, we don't see it. And it's because we don't send, there's an error, because if you don't put menu item as a property, it tries to access the image, which is empty and null. So I'm going to add question marks here. In case it's empty, it will use those empty strings. Right, but now let's go back to here. And we want, because this is edit page, we want to pass our menu item. For now I will put null, but the thing is, here we fetch information about the menu item, and we don't want to put it to state like this for each specific property. Instead, I want to put it as one thing, because we need this only as one thing. So let's do const, and let's do menu item, set menu item equals use state, and default will be, let's say, null. And in here, instead of doing all of those four, I will do set menu item, and here I will just put item that we find here. And now we can use this menu item down here. So let's do menu item like this. And let's see, if I refresh, let's see, we have everything filled in. If I go here, everything is filled in, so that is nice. So now we have on inside our, let's see, menu items edit ID page, we use this form here. Let's do the same for the new what's it called, new, for creating new menu item. But before, I think I forgot about this handle form blah blah blah. So let's do on submit, and here we can pass our handle form submit function like this. Now let's go to our new page, and here again I think we can just get rid of the whole form, and here we are just going to use menu item form imported. Yes, for our menu item it will be null, and for our on submit we need to pass let's see, handle form submit, right? And let's see where we have this handle form submit here. Here we have, as you can see, state for everything, and we don't need this anymore. It's used somewhere. It's used inside this handle form submit, so that is a small problem. Let's get rid of the state, and here inside this handle form submit we are trying to get image, name, description, base price, and so on. So to have it, actually we need to have it from our menu item form. This component needs to pass this information here on submit. So let's do, I will put this on submit into separate line. I will convert this to an arrow function on submit. Let's put event, and I want to also pass all of the information here, all of the state, description, and base price like this. So we have all of the information as a second param. Now if we go here to the handle form submit, we have data here as the second param, so we don't need to grab data here from the state that doesn't exist anymore. Right, so this works. We need to fix the same thing on the edit page, I guess. Let's scroll here. Here let's put data, and let's get rid of this. Except here we have underscore ID that we need to add. So we probably don't have it inside in the component that is this form. So I will remove this, and I'm going to redefine the data equals, and I want to put everything from the data. As you can see, we are creating a new object. We are spreading the data information that the form component passes, and we also add this underscore ID, and the ID comes from the URL, and it's here. All right, so now let's see if this will still work. We've done some refactoring, and I think it works. So let's see if I added pizza one. Let's change to pizza one updated. Let's save. Saved, pizza one updated, works. Nice. So now I want to add those extra properties, so you can have extra sizes and other let's say other prices for different sizes. So we have here base price, but I would like to add something like let me see, let's first open this menu item form. Let's scroll down here, and before the save button I want to have here extra sizes, so we can add small, medium, large, or something like this. I'm going to put a div here with a little bit of padding and color. So let's do background gray. Let's do 200, and inside I will put a label that will say sizes, and yeah. Let's add a little bit of padding, like padding 2, and rounded medium at least. So we have something like this. Let's add also margin bottom of 2. So we have something like this. And now here, as you can see, we don't have any sizes yet, but we need to have a button so we can add them. So add size specific price, or maybe add size like medium or large, something like this. You can probably name it better. All right, and this button, I would like this to be background of white. So we have something like this. Could be a little bit smaller, but I think that's okay for now. Maybe we can make this shorter, add item size. Okay, and now we don't need to have any sizes, but if you want, you can click on it and you should see a row where you can add extra price for specific sizing. So now let's see, we have sizes here, and we have this button. We need to add on click for this button, right? So something will happen when we click on it. On click, and we need to add a type of button, so it will not submit the form. Right, on click, what do we want to do? On click, we want to have a row where it will say you need to put name for the size and extra price. So let's do this. On click, we will run a function that will be called add size, and we need to define this function. Maybe let's do it here. Function add size, and this function will add a row. So we need to have a state for sizes, and set sizes equals use state, and default will be empty array. And if we want to add the size, what it should do is it should set sizes. It should grab all the sizes, and it should add a new size to the old sizes. So let's do return. We want to put here new array of old sizes, and we want to add another size, and the size will be a name that will be empty string, and we will also have here price, which will be 0 by default. All right, and now we have this. Let's try to print those sizes here above the button. So here, let's do if sizes length is bigger than 0. Let's do end, and let's do sizes map, and for each size we want to do parentheses, and let's put a div, and I will put here an input for name. So let's do placeholder for size and name, and another input for price. So let's put this type of number, and here placeholder extra price, something like this. And now we don't use this yet, but let's put this here. So maybe, yeah, let's put it here on the end. Value will be size of name, and here the value will be size of price. Let's see if it's correct. Yes. Let's put this, and the price will be actually not the total price. So if you want large, it will not be 12. If the base price is 10, the price will be additional price in this scenario. Maybe we can rename it. Let's put it as extra, maybe not extra price, cost, price, I don't know. Let's keep it as a price for now. Right, so we have this. Now we will also need to have, let's see if this button will work. Yeah, it kind of does. Here we have number. Let's put it as a text and we will style it later. Now I want this to be flex, this div, something like this. And let's add a gap of 2. Yes, and I think this looks fine. Now let's see, we have 2 inputs and we can put size names. I want to have labels for both of the inputs. So let's put divs, so we can have left and right side for several HTML elements. Input 1, input 2, and let's put labels here. Label first for size name, and the second will be label for extra price here. Yeah, something like this. And now we have value, but we don't have any on change, right? And we need to specify this as well. So on change we'll grab an event and we want to edit this specific size. How we can do this? We need to update our sizes. So it will update the whole state for sizes. So we need to run set sizes, and we need to grab the previous sizes, and I think it would be much easier to use a separate function. It will be, let's name this function just edit size, and let's put an arrow function here with event, and we will pass the event, and we want to also pass the index. Which size is it? Is it first, second, and so on? So I'm going to pass here index, and I will pass it here edit size. Now the same thing here for the price. So we need to have on change and event, and let's do edit size with the event and index, and we need to know what type of what we are changing here. So let's put here price, and here as the third param I will put name. Right, now we need to define this function, event, index, and the property. So let's do function edit size. First we get event, then we get index, and then we have what type of property we are editing. So this can be either name or price as a string. So first let's get new value, const new value, and we get it from event target value. Then we want to do set sizes, and let's get previous sizes, the old values. And now we want to define new sizes, and it will be a copy of previous sizes. We should be sizes. So now we have a copy of new sizes, and now we go to new sizes of this specific index and this specific property, and we change this value to new value, and now we just return here new sizes, so it will update this new sizes, so it will update with this function set sizes. Now let's check if we can put stuff here. I think it works. So I can edit this, and let's put another one, test 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it works. We should be able also to remove sizes, right? So I need to have a small button here so we can remove them. Let's scroll down here. Here we have those sizes. Let's add another div for the third column, and here we'll have a small button with class name background white, and I want to have an X here. Yeah, something like this. And I want everything to be aligned to the bottom. So we have flex here. Let's put items end. So now it's aligned to the bottom. But if I add margin bottom of 2 for this X, it will be more like this. All right. I think this will work for now. This button needs to be type of button, so it will not submit this form. And let's see. Now we can add the on click for this button to remove a specific row. So if we want to remove, let's do arrow function. We actually don't need an event here, so let's do just arrow function like this, and we just want to do set sizes. Let's grab the previous sizes, and we want to do all of the previous sizes except the one with the index of this index. So how can we do this? Simple way. We can do something like this: previous sizes, filter, and we can filter by value and index. We can check that we need to put here inside filter, we put an arrow function like this. We get the value of a specific size and index, and we just check that index is the same as index. Right. Let me see. We can probably make it simpler by putting this into a separate function. So let's put this function here. Let's name it remove size. And the only thing we will need here is an index. And let's put all of this code there. So I'm going to cut from here. And it was remove index of this specific index. All right, and now let's put the code here. All right, so we do set sizes, we get the previous sizes, and we return previous sizes, but we first filter them by checking that the index of the size is the same. Well, it should be different than the index that we want to remove, because we want to return here every size where the index is not the same as the index we want to remove. I can probably rename it index to remove, and here I can change this to index and here just index. Right, so now let's see if I put test 1 and extra price 1, test 1, test 2, extra price 2. Let's add another one, test 3, extra price 3. Let's remove this one in the middle. So now we have test 1 and test 3. This works nice, and I think it's okay. All right, so now we have those sizes, and we can remove them, we can add them, and it seems to work fine. Maybe instead of this X, we could have a trash icon. So let's do search for trash. And let's copy this one, JSX, and let's go to our icons here, and let's do new file, and let's call it just trash.js, and let's do export default function trash, and let's do return here, and let's put it here. Right, here we have those default class names. I'm going to put it as a property class name, and let's put it here, class name, and the default is this. All right, so now we have this icon class name, and here we should have class with double S name. And now let's see, I have this trash icon. I want to go to my form, and here where we have sizes, I want to change this X to a trash icon. So let's put trash like this, and now let's see, yeah, we have a trash icon. It takes some amount of space on the left and right, and I would like to change it for this button. Let's check if I can do px of 0, if this will help. Yes, it does. Let's change it to maybe 2. Yeah, I think this is better now. Right, so this looks fine now, and maybe for this button I will add also a plus icon. That would be nice, right? So let's go to hero icons, and let's search for plus, and I think this one looks fine. Let's go to our icons. Let's do new file, and let's do plus.js, export default function plus, and let's put return, and here inside return let's put our SVG. As always, I'm going to put this class name as default with this with those classes here. Let's cut them from here. Let's put this as the property, and let's put those defaults here. Now let's put our plus into menu item form. So we have let's see, extra price. Here we have this button for trash. Here we have the button for add item size. So I will do something like this. I am going to put this plus here. Let's let's do plus, yes, and this I'm going to put it inside the span. So let's see how it looks like now. Add item size. I think it looks fine. Maybe this plus is a little bit too big, but I can make it smaller with just class name, and I can assign classes like width of 4 and height of 4. And now it's smaller. The only thing that I need to fix is here items center, so it will be centered, and yeah, now I think it looks fine. Maybe we can have also for save also icons and icons for all of those, but we will fix it later. Now this sizes, it takes some space both here inside our HTML, and we have even here 3 functions. So maybe it would be nice to have it as a separate component. So I'm going to create a separate component for this. Let's put it inside the layout, and let's call this one menu item props. Or maybe price props .js, and with capital M. And I called it this way because here we have sizes, but later I'm going also to add the extras like extra pepperoni, extra, and so on, and it will be a completely different group. So let's first fix that we can have sizes here. So let's do export default function, and let's do, it was called menu item price, let's see, price props, maybe we can call it extras, I don't know, let's call it menu item price props. Let's do return here, and well, first we want to paste all of this HTML here inside. So well, let me see, we have a button here, and here we have this whole gray box, so I'm going to just grab it like this. Let's cut this from here, and let's put this here. So as you can see, it's like 40 lines already, so it's good that we moved this. Now we need the state, so let's scroll up here. We will need those remove size, edit size, and add size as well, so I'm going to put those functions here. Now we need to have state, and let's go here, and as you can see, the state we need is this sizes and set sizes, so let's get it here. And now I think this should work. Let's just try to use it here. So let's use it here. Menu item props, price props, like this. But we want this this component to inform our form when something changes. So I want to also have this sizes here as well. So let's do sizes and set sizes here equals use state, and default will be empty array, and I'm going to pass those here. So let's do here, let's call those props, let's do props equals, and we will have props and set props, and props will be sizes, and here set props will be set sizes. All right, and now let's go here inside, and let's grab those props and set props, and instead of doing this sizes and set sizes, I'm going to change this to set props here. So let's select all of those, let's do set props, and now let's go to our sizes. Let's see, here we have those sizes, and let's rename those to props, and this is not like all the props, it's just props, it's just menu item price props, but I think props is much shorter to write. And okay, now we have 2 columns here, and we should also rename this function edit size and add size to something more like add prop. So let's edit this add size to add prop, and now let's rename this edit size to, let's see, it's in 2 places, to edit prop, so we will have a better naming. And now remove size, let's rename this to remove prop. Right, and we have this all all the sizes. Let's rename it as well. So I'm going to select on those two places, and let's do all the props. All right, and now we don't need this use state anymore. Let's go back here and let's see if this will work. Let's do 1, 2, 3, test 1, extra price 1, test 2, extra price 2, test 3, extra price 3. Let's remove the middle one, and looks like it works. So now let's go to menu item price. No, let's keep here on the form, and it works. But if we go to menu item price props, we have this wording about the prices. And maybe we can first fix the sizes, this whole label here. Let's have it as a name, and let's grab it as a property here, name of this price prop group. And now let's go back here to menu item form, and this price props will be called name with sizes like this. So we have sizes here, and we have here sizes, but we also have a button that says add item size. Let's add label, and here I will have something like add item size, and it will be text for the button. Let's go here and add label, and let's use this add label here. So here let's do add label, and now we have labels for here extra price and the name. I think we can just rename this size name to just name, and we are golden. Name and extra price. All right, and now you may be thinking why we are doing this, why we make it so generic, and it's because now we can do add another group, and it will have a name of let's say extra ingredients, and let's put this like this. And now, as you can see, we can add extra ingredients. Let's also add here stuff like add label, add ingredients prices, so something like this. And we need state for this. So like we have sizes and site sizes, we will have something like extra ingredient in ingredient prices, and set extra ingredient prices use state default will be empty array. Let's pass them down here. So let's do props will be extra ingredient prices, and set props will be set extra ingredient prices. Right, I'm going to put this ending here, so it will be so it will look nicer, this thing here. And now let's see, if I refresh, we have it here. I'm going to put 3 here and maybe 2 here. Let's see if this work. Size small, extra price 0. Now the size will be medium, extra price 2, and here large, extra price 4. Extra ingredients, let's do, I don't know, cheese, extra price 1, and here maybe ham, and let's do extra price 1 as well. So this looks nice. The only thing is that we are not saving it. So we have this on submit, but we are not passing this to our information about the item. So we can add it like this, sizes and extra ingredient prices. Maybe we can actually name this extra ingredients prices, or maybe let's keep it this way. I don't know, it doesn't hurt to have longer names. So I need to put maybe this into separate line, so we will have more spacing, and let's put maybe this here. No, it can't be like this. Let's put this here and this here and this here, so it will be easier to read it. All right, so we have it. Now we need to handle this sizes and extra ingredients inside our this edit page. So for example, this inside our handle form submit data, we are grabbing all of the data and we are sending this to API menu items, put if we are updating, and post if we if we create a new. Let's go now to this API here, API menu items route, and we have all of this data here, and we create it or we update this. So we need to go to this menu item and we need to actually update here. So we will have sizes, and we also need to have this, what was it called? Let's go here. It was called extra ingredient prices. Maybe we could actually name it to like sizes prices, or yeah, let's do sizes, or maybe, I don't know, extra ingredient prices. Here we have wave prices, and on the another part on the sizes we have no. It doesn't really matter. Let's do sizes and extra ingredient prices. So here sizes and extra ingredient prices. All right, and we need to specify how those will look like, right? So I will do another schema just for those two. Let's do const and it will be extra prices and or extra price, and extra price will be a schema where we will have like a name that will be a string and price that will be a number. And now here in sizes, sizes will have type of extra price, that is the type will be an array of extra prices schema, and maybe let's rename it to extra price schema, and let's put here extra price schema. And same for the extra ingredient prices, the type of this field will be an array of extra prices schema, extra price schema. Right, now I need to restart my environment, so we will have those new changes inside our menu item schema, and let's see if it will be saved. So now if I hit saving this tasty item, saved. Okay, I don't remember which one was it. I think it was pizza 1. No, nothing saved here. Pizza 2, nothing. Pizza 3, nothing. Okay, I don't see anything. Let's see if it's saved into database. Right, so let's go database and let's see browse collections, and let's see if we have here menu items, and let's see if any of those has those extra ingredients. Here we have some extra ingredients. So we have sizes, and we have here medium price 2, large price 4. Yeah, so this works nice. So we have it on, let's see which item, pizza 2 updated. Let's go pizza 2 updated. So this one has it inside the database, but it's not displayed. Let's see why. Let's go to our menu item form, and let's see. We are grabbing this menu item, but we don't set the defaults as we do with image name. We don't do this for sizes. So let's do here menu item sizes, or default would be empty array, and here the same thing, menu item question mark dot and extra ingredient prices, or default will be empty array. All right, so this is like super long now. Maybe we can make it a little bit shorter. Let's see if I make it maybe something like this. Yeah, so it will be easier to read. Now let's see if I refresh, will I get my sizes? Yeah, and now a nice thing will be, so we can open and close those sections here. So as you remember, this one is called menu item price props, and here we have this label here. Maybe first we can also make this label, this one, a little bit bigger or a little bit darker. So let's do class name, and let's do, maybe don't call it a label, let's put a div, and let's put an h3 here, and it will say our, what was it? I think it was label. No, it's a name. It's a name. So we have something like this, sizes. Let's make it more grayish. So let's do class name, text gray of, let's do 700, something like this. Let's see, sizes, yes. And I want to have a button maybe next to sizes that will do close and open. So I want to have like a toggle button here, and when I click it, it will open and close this section. I want this to be next to this h3. So on this div, I'm going to do flex, and I'm going to do gap of 1. Right, so this button takes too much space. So the first thing is that I need to put type of, not here, type of button on it, button. And what else? I need to put also some class names. Let me maybe put those class names here. I will put class names here, type here, and let's put this here and this here. And now the class names will be, I want this button to be shorter. So let's do display of flex column. Let's do flex column. No, not flex column. This is direction. Flex inline, or how is it called? Inline flex. The class name is called inline flex. And now I want to make it smaller, the button. So I want to shrink. So let's do shrink. This didn't help. Maybe it will help if we add grow on this h3. No, it didn't. Let's try with putting another div, and let's put this button inside this div. Okay, now it's like, now button is smaller, so that is good. And let's remove this shrink. Let's see. Yeah, the shrink is not needed. I want to make smaller padding, so let's do padding on every side of just 1. And now I would like to have a toggle icon for up and down. So let's do maybe search for resize. No, up, and we have something like this. This looks nice. I want to have something like this, up and down. So we can toggle this, or we can have icons like this, chevron up and chevron down. I think I will take those. We have this one, and then we need to have another one to open. So we need chevron up and chevron down. Let's add those icons inside the components icons. Let's call this one chevron down.js. Let's see if I call it correctly. Let's see. Yes. Let's do here export default function chevron down, and let's do return here, and let's paste this. Now we need to grab those class names in case we want to change something here. Let's put class name, and now let's put our class name here as defaults. Let's do the same for chevron down. Let's do new file, chevron down.js. No, this time we need to do up, chevron up.js. Export default function chevron up, and let's do return. And inside we need to have a chevron up icon here. So let's search for this one, copy JSX. Let's put it here. And for those class names that we get here, let's use it as a property called class name that we will grab here. Class name, and the default will be this. So now it looks like this, and now let's use it. Let's go to menu, item, price, props. Here we have this toggle, and I want to have first the chevron down icon, Let's see how this will look like here. Yeah, it looks like this. I want to add background of white here on this. Yes, now we have flex. Let's do items center. So it looks like this. Well, it looks fine, but maybe we can put this sizes into this button. That would be nice, right? Let's put this label here into a span, and we don't need this h3 anymore, and we don't need this div, and we probably don't need this div for the flex, so we can put this like this. Now we have sizes like this, and I don't want to have any background here, and I don't need to have any border, so let's do border 0. Yes, and I want this to be aligned to the left, so let's do justify start. So we have something like this. Now if I click on it, nothing happens, and if I click, I want to toggle if it's open or not. Let's create a state for this. Is open and a set is open and equals use state, and the default will be false. So by default it will be closed. Use state. Let's import this one from React. And now here for the chevron, let's do first is open. If it's open, then we want to have an icon to close it. So let's do chevron up. And if it's not, so we can do not is open, and we can do this and chevron down like this. So now it should be closed, but we still see everything here. And this is because we need to put another div here that will just have all of this inside. So let's put this, all of this into this div. And the thing is that we need to make this div hidden. We need to make this div hidden if it's is open is false. So here I would do is open. If it's open, we will have a class name block. Otherwise, we'll have class name hidden. So now as you can see, it's hidden, but if I click it, nothing happens because the button doesn't have any on click. Let's do button on click. Let's do arrow function and let's do set is open. And I'm just going to do something like this. I will go get the previous value and I will just return the opposite. So now if I click, yeah, it opens and closes. So that is nice. Maybe I can also put a number of how many sizes and how many extra ingredient prices we have here. So here we have this name. Let's also add another span here, and in parentheses we will have props length. So let's do here props length like this. I'll add here question marks just in case. So we have extra sizes here of 3 and here extra ingredients of 2. So that looks nice. And if I go and edit, for example, this one, it will say sizes 0, extra ingredients 0. Yeah, but it works and it looks much nicer now. So now we have those sizes and extra ingredients. And this is because, for example, pizza 2 will have, I will remove this updated. Pizza 2 will have a base price of 12, but if you want to have small, then it will be 12. But if you want to have a medium, it will be 12 plus 2. So 14 for medium and then $16 for large pizza. Let's hit save. Let's see if it still saves. Yes, works. Nice. So now this works. We have menu items and we can add and remove those extra properties. The next thing would be so we can actually delete menu items. If I want to delete pizza 3, how can I do this? And same with categories. If I want to delete this one, I cannot do this. And one small thing I forgot about is that when you edit a menu item, we need to assign a category, right? So for example, test category or something like this. We don't have any category here. So now we'll first do category and then delete on both menu items and categories, and then we can go to users and admins. All right, so now let's fix so we can actually delete categories and we can also delete menu items. So for categories, I think we can do something like this. First, we will change this to existing categories, and then we will have a table where you can click the name or you can click edit or delete button. So let me go first to categories. So let's open category page. Let's see, categories page. Yes, and now let's see for the label saying, where is it? Edit category. Let's change it to existing categories. Existing categories. Yes, and yeah, here we have existing categories. And now maybe we can do something like a table out of it, or let's do maybe rows, but we will have an edit and delete button on the right side. So here we have a button. Let's change this to a div. So now we have divs. We need to have some extra class names here. Let's do background of gray 100. Let's see how this will look like. Yeah, I think it looks fine. I'm going to remove this cursor pointer from this. And so those are not clickable anymore. Let me refresh, let's see. But yeah, they are clickable because they have this on click, but we'll move it in a second. Here we can have this category name, and I'm going to move this on click to this span. So let's move it here. And now if I just click the row, nothing happens. But if I click the name, it moves here, so I can edit this. All right, so now we can do something like this. I'm going to add here cursor pointer. So let's see, here we have the span. Let's add the class names here. So let's do a class name, and let's add underline. No, on hover we will have underline, but I want to also have cursor of type pointer. Let's see. Yeah, so I can hover and I can click on them to edit here. And now on the right side, I want to have like two buttons, edit and delete. So here we have first the span, then let's add two buttons, button of type button. The first one will be edit, and the second will be delete button here, delete. So now we have something like this. I don't like that those take so much space, so I will put those two into a div like this. Now let's see. Now it looks like this. For this div here, I'm going to put, well, we have flex here, but well, let's see. First, I'm going to change this span maybe to a div, to a div, and I'm going to add grow here, so it will grow to as much of space as possible. All right, and now for those two buttons, I want to add some space for those two. And so here on this one, I'm going to add the flex and gap of 1, and now they are next to each other, so that is much better. And now if I click edit, I want to edit, and if I click delete, I want to delete it. I think I will remove this when I click on the name. It will edit, and instead I'm going to move it only to the edit button. So let me grab this on click. I'm going to cut it from here, and let me just reformat this. The name will be only here, and this edit will go like this, and here we are going to add our on click. So now I need to also remove those underlines on hover. Let's remove underlines and cursor pointer from this name. And now if I click edit, we can edit here. All right, now what else is I can edit those, but I also want to be able to delete those. So let's see, we have this button type button, but I want to add something like delete. So let's do here on click, and this will be a database request, right? So we need to have a function that will be handle delete button. So maybe here, let's do a function handle delete click, and for a specific category, we want to know what is this category ID. And let's try to do this. And here inside, I will just for now only do console log of this ID. Now down here, let's do on click. I'm going to do handle delete click, and let's see, we need to have ID. So let's do a category that underscore ID. And now let's see if I do inspect here. Let's do console. We have some errors here, but we'll fix it later. Delete, and I see the ID. All right. So now let's see, let's do let's send a request to our API. So let's do not Axios, sorry, fetch, and it will go to /API/ I think it will be delete, not delete, /API/ categories. And now here let's do method will be delete, and I think that's all here. I'm going also to add the here _id equals and now let's add this _id. So this time we are going to add this to a query. Let's add a wait here and async here, and well, after it's done, what do we want to do? Well, maybe we want to also add the React toast here. So let's see. I'm going to add, let's just call it promise equals new promise resolve reject arrow function, and let's put this thing inside, and I need to add async here. Const equals const response equals this, and now if response is okay, then we are doing resolve. Otherwise, else we will do reject. All right, so we have our promise. Now let's do toast promise. Let's put our promise here, and here let's do loading will be deleting ... and then if success it will say deleted, and then if error it will say just error. Yeah, and we need to add a wait here, and what else? We also need to do we need to refresh. So maybe even here before we need to fetch all the categories once again. So we just run this fetch categories. So let's do fetch categories, and this should do the trick. But this should run after promise is complete. So maybe let's put it here, fetch categories. Right, now let's see, we don't have delete handled for this /API/ categories. So let's fix it. Let's go to /API/ categories. And here we need to do export async function delete. And now let's first connect to the database, and then I need to get our query. So I think we need to use request here. So let's do request query, and I don't know how it looks like. So let's do just console log on this, and let's return response JSON of true. So we will see how it looks like inside our console here. So if I click delete here, it says undefined. So this looks like it's undefined. Let's see if we can do like this as a function. Let's see, delete, and no, we get an error, a query. We get an error. Request query is not a function. Let's check for something called search params. All right, let's scroll to the bottom. If I click delete, it's undefined. Let's search, then let's check for just request search. If I click here, still undefined. Maybe if I do like this, delete, no, still undefined. I think it's inside request URL and then search params. Let's see like this. If I click delete, undefined. But if we just do URL, then if I click delete, and then we have something. Okay, then let's do something like this. Const URL equals new URL, and let's do request URL like this. And now I can do something like this. Because URL is an object now, I can do search params, and let's see how this will look like. Delete, and as you can see, we have URL search params object with this ID. So we can probably do something like this. Const ID equals URL dot search params dot get and underscore ID. And now let's try to console log only this underscore ID to see if it works. Let's delete this one. Yeah, and our underscore ID is displayed. So now we want to just delete a category of this underscore ID. So let's do delete one by this underscore ID, and let's add a wait here, and I think that should be it. So let me see, I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. Let's try to delete test4_2. I will first refresh just to be sure that everything works here. Delete, let's delete test4_2. Delete, oh, and it's deleted, so it worked. If I refresh, yeah, everything seems to work. We have some warnings here, but I'm going to fix them later. Let's go back to categories page, and I want to fix some styling to make those labels in the middle. So let's see, here I'm going to do items center, and now let's see, yeah, now those are centered. So that is nice. Right, so now we can edit and delete categories. Maybe here it would be nice, so if you edit a category, so for example this one, actually you don't want to edit. Instead you would like to create a new one. So instead of clicking on this categories page, or you actually need to go to first profile and then categories to have a form for creating a new category, we will have a button somewhere here, cancel editing. So let me scroll up a little bit, and let's see, here we have this form, and let's see, here we have this button, and maybe I will do another button here that will say cancel, yes, and to make those next to each other I will add a gap of 1 with flex, maybe gap 2. Let's see, yeah, I think this will work. So here we have this cancel button, and I'm going just to add a simple on click. The only thing we need to change here is set edited category to null. Yeah, so let's click this one. Oops, it didn't work as I wanted because we forgot to add type of button, and we actually submitted the form instead. So let's do this, on click this, and let's put cancel here. Yeah, so let me refresh, and let's see, let's edit this test 321 edit. Let's do a cancel, and it worked. It canceled, but we still have this old name here. So I'm going to put this into an arrow function with those with extra stuff inside. So let's do like let's see, let's do like this. Let's put this here, and let's also reset this set category name to empty string. So now let me refresh. If I want to edit this one, we have update category test 321, and here we have the name, so we can change it. But if I do click cancel, it disappeared, and we can add a new one. Let's add a new one, test 5. Create. It's created here. Let's edit, and let's do test 5 updated. Let's hit update, and we have it test 5 updated here. So this works. We can edit, delete categories. Now let's go to menu items, and here we have, let's go to pizza one with this MacBook image, and here I would like to have a button to be able to delete menu item. First, let's go to API menu, menu items route, and I'm going to prepare route for delete. So let's do async function delete, and I'm going to essentially do the same that we did for categories. So I'm going to copy all of it, but we are not going to delete a category, and instead we are going to delete a menu item. So that's the only thing that I changed here. All right, so now let's go to our page for menu items. So let's go to menu item page. I want to go to the edit page. So let's see, here's the edit page, menu item edit page. And as you can see, we are using a form here. Under this form, I'm going to add a button that will be delete this menu item. So here we have, it's super large, and with this div I'm going to add max width of medium. Let's do mx auto, so it will be centered. So margin top of 4, so we will have some spacing, and well, actually I would like this to start here and end here. but never mind, we can fix it another way. I would like this to take only, or maybe we can have it this big. I don't really know. Now I want this one to be smaller. So inside this div, let's add another div that will have some border, and let's put this button instead. For this one, I'm going to make it max width of extra small and margin left of auto. Now let's see. Now it's this big, and to make it even smaller, I will add more padding left of 4. Now let's see. Yeah, now those are identical. So let's remove this border, and we can change this one to be XS, and let's do ML auto, margin top of 4, padding left of 4, and we don't need this one, and we need only one div. Well, no, actually not, because first needs to be centered. So let's put this div back, and here MX auto, yes, and we don't need padding left of 4 here. We only need to have, let's see, here we should have medium. Let's do medium, and now it's correct. So we actually need 2 divs. All right, so we have this delete menu item here, and when I click this one, I want to do almost the same thing that we do with categories. So let's add the function delete handle delete click, and I only need my ID here. Or actually I don't need ID because I have it here. Here is the ID. So I don't need this param here. I just need to do a fetch request to slash API slash here we have menu items, and the method will be delete, and what else do we need here? I think that's it. I'm going to add async here, and we can do like this. We need to add our underscore ID, and it's inside the ID. Now I'm going to add this, put it as a promise. So let's do promise equals new promise, and let's put this inside here, and let's see, let's add a wait here. Let's do const response equals this, and now let's do if response okay, then we will do resolve. Otherwise else we will do reject, and this should work. We have our promise. Let's do toast promise, and let's put our promise here, and then we will add the loading. It will say deleting ... and if success it will say deleted, and if error it will say error. Yeah, we need to add a wait here, and what else? After deleting we want to redirect, so let's set this redirect to items to true, maybe here. All right, so pizza one updated. Let's try to delete this one, delete this menu item. If I click on this one, nothing happened. It's because we don't use this function yet. Let's scroll to the button. Let's put this text here, this here, and let's add on click, and let's put this function like this. Let me refresh, and now if I click delete this menu item, error, something didn't work. Let's see, network, let's see what went wrong. Menu items, okay, I'm putting ID like this without doing ID equals. Okay, and now it should work. Let's delete this menu item. Still an error. Let's see what's the problem. Let's see, request is not defined. All right, let's go to our menu items route. Okay, I forgot about putting request here. Now deleted, and now pizza one is not visible here. All right, so this worked. We have only pizza 2 and pizza 3 here, so that is nice. And so we can now edit and delete both categories and menu items. Maybe I will put like real pizzas here. We will fix it in a moment. But the next part will be actually so we can have users and admins inside our users page, right? So I think this is the next thing we are going to do. Before we will go into users, there's one small thing I would like to fix. As you can see, if we click on this delete button, it will delete this category. And same if we click this, it will delete this menu item. I think it would be nice to have some kind of confirmation, not if you just accidentally click this one. So in other of my projects, I'm doing like suite alert confirmation pop-ups, and we can do this here as well. But I think we can have something else here. We can implement something else. So I think that in this project, I'm going to implement a confirmation button without using any third-party library. So we have a delete button both here and on categories, and I'm going to create a component for this. So let's see. Inside components, we have icons, layout, menu. Maybe I will do here inside components, I will do delete button.js, and let's do export default function, delete button, and inside I want to have properties like label for the delete button. What else do I want to have? Let's maybe first do this delete button. So let's go to the menu items route, not menu items route. Let's go to menu editing page for menu item. So we have this delete this menu item, and I'm going to just copy this button. It's just a regular button, so let's go to our delete button. Let's put a button here, button like this. Let's do type of a button just in case, and here let's put a label. Now let's use this one also. We will need also like on confirm, or maybe let's do on delete. Okay, and then we will not do this yet. We will not use on delete yet, but we will have it. Let's go back to this page where we have this edit page for the menu item. If I go here and here, I have this button here. Instead of having this button, I'm going to use my delete button, and let's add label to be this. So let's put label like this, and let's also, we don't need a closing tag here, we can just put it like this. And handle delete click, we want to pass it as well, and I'm going to pass it as on delete handle delete click. Okay, and now we have this button here. Yeah, it looks fine. Maybe we can delete the, let's see, margin top from 4 to 2. Yeah, let's go to the delete button. As you know, now if I click, nothing should happen, because as you can see, this on delete is not implemented here. We have just a button with a label, no on click property on this one. So what I want to do first is when you click this button, it will show a confirmation. So we need to have a state for this. Show confirmation. I don't know if it should be show confirm, maybe show confirm, and set show confirm equals use state, and from React default will be false. And when you click on this one, on click, it will just run an arrow function doing set show confirm to true. And now if show confirm, instead of this button, we will return here a div, and that will be type of flex. So let's do flex here, and let's do gap of 2, and we will have here two buttons, button of type button. Let's do 2, and the first one will be cancel, and the second one will be yes delete. And I'm going to add a class name here of primary, so it will be reddish. So now let's see, if I click this one, you can see we have two buttons, cancel and yes delete. If you, let's put this cancel text here, let's add on click. If you click cancel, we are going to do set show confirm to false. So if I click on this one, we go back to this. But if I click yes delete, which should be red, let's see why it's not. Let's go to globals and we have a button. It should have a submit. Let's also do the same. That button with class name primary will be also red. Yes. And this should work. Maybe it would be nice to have some kind of text above here. So I'm going to put another div. Let's put this here inside, but here I'm going to add an, I don't know, h4, do you, or let's do div, do you, or maybe are you sure, something like this. Are you sure you want to delete question mark, and let's add some margin top of 1 here, and yeah, now we have something like this. Delete, are you sure you want to delete? Yes delete or cancel. Now this delete, yes delete doesn't do anything. We need to add on click for this one. So let's fix type here, class name here, and here let's do on click, and let's add our on delete, as you can see. So let's put on delete here, and let's maybe not try here yet, but instead let's do the same for categories. We have this delete. Let's go to categories page, and where's our delete button? Delete here. Instead of this button, I'm going to use a delete button. Yes, and our label will be delete, or maybe we can put it as a string like this, delete. And on delete, I want to run this handle delete something, handle delete click, but we need our underscore ID. So to fix it, I'm going to add arrow function here, and here I'm going to put my category underscore ID. Now let's see, maybe I will reformat this like this, and this will go here. If I click here, whoops, well, it doesn't look that good because we don't have enough space here. So how can I fix it? We can make it on the top of the screen maybe. So let me go back to this delete button, and instead of putting this in place as we have it now, let's do something like this. We will have this first div will be our pop-up in the middle of the screen. So let's do class name, and let's do position fixed, and let's do maybe, I don't know, top 0 or something like this. Yeah, so now it's here. Let's now do let's do fix top 0 left 0. Okay, so now it should be top left corner. Yes. Let's add some background of let's do background of, I don't know, white. Let's add some padding of 4 and rounded the corners of medium or maybe large. So now we have a white box here, but well, let's see, instead of having it here, I want this to be centered. So I'm going to put a div, another div, with some class names, and it will be parent for this white box. And here in this div, I'm going to put flex and items center. Let's see, didn't do anything, but if we add height of full, and we will make it absolute and inset 0 like this. Let's see, still nothing. Let me inspect this one. So this this takes all of the space, and this one is here. We can just remove this fixed, and now we have this in the middle, our box, but we need to add justify center as well. So now it's in the middle, and if we add, maybe let's change this to fixed, and we can also add some background of black 50%. So now we have something like this, and this should work, but let's change this to maybe 90% or maybe 80. Yeah, this looks fine. Maybe I want also to here, yes, delete. Let's add here no breaking space, so it will be in one line. I think this works fine. Now we can hit cancel, delete cancel, and let's see on the menu items. I think it should be the same way. Delete, cancel, delete, cancel. Yeah, it works fine. Let's see here, delete, cancel. Let's delete one category, maybe this one, test, just test. We have two test categories. Yes, delete, deleted, but we still see this pop-up, so that is not good. Let's see. When you click yes, delete, we should run this function that is provided as a property, but we should also close this pop-up. So let's do arrow function like this. Let's run on delete, but let's also do set show confirm to false. Yes, and let's maybe put this into separate lines like this, so it will be easier to follow. Now we have another test category here, test without any number. Let's try to delete this one. Yeah, everything worked. So now we have a nice pop-ups. Let me maybe create a menu item with test 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's save this one. It doesn't have an image. Let's delete this one. Delete, yes, delete, deleted, and everything works nice. The next thing, before we will go to users, we actually need to fix one more thing, and this is category for menu items. So this is what I'm going to fix next. So now let's fix that we can do select categories on inside this form. So we have it inside menu item form, and we just need to put a category here, right? So let's see. We have name, description, price, and we need to put category somewhere, maybe between price and description. Here we have description. Here let's also put label for our category, and here let's put a select for our categories, right? So we need to have a list of all possible categories. Let's go up here and let's add just a use effect to fetch all of the categories. Arrow function here and no dependencies, and we can just do fetch on API categories to fetch all of the categories because we already have this endpoint. Let's do then, and with the response we need to do response JSON, and then with this JSON that we get, it's actually just categories. Let's put cats, maybe not categories. And with these categories, we want to save them somewhere inside our state here. So let's do const, and let's do categories and set categories. And here the default will be actually first empty array. All right, so we have categories. Let's put them to our state, set categories, and let's do categories from our JSON here, response from the database. Now let's see, we have category here, select, but it doesn't work yet. Let's go here to our select. Where is it? Here we have select, but we don't have any options. Let's do something like this. If categories dot question mark dot length is bigger than 0, then let's do categories map, and for each category, let's do parentheses, and let's put an option that will be like this. Category name here, and when it comes to value, I want only category ID here. So now we have something like this, as you can see, but I want to style our select. So let's go to our globals, and here we have 4 buttons. Here we have 4 inputs. So let me add here select as well. So now we have something like this, test 2, and so on. Now, when I save it, let's go to menu item form. Well, before I will save it, there is no state for the selected category, right? So let's have it maybe here, const category and set category. And let's say it will be also as passed like this from the menu item if we have any, right? And so we have it. Now let's scroll back to our select. Let's put the value will be category, and on change we will have event, and let's do set category and event target value as always. Right, so now let's see. Can I change the categories? Yes, I can. And now let's see how it's being saved. So when we save something, we just do this on submit, and we send all of the information. Let's just add category here to all of the information from the form. And now we need to go to our API for categories route, and here for both put and post. Let's see, we just send for post here, this is for categories. I want to have for menu items, menu item API route. That's menu item route like this. Here we are sending all of the data like this, and we send all of the data. So let's go to menu item model, and let's just add the category here. So maybe here after description, let's add category. And category, you may think it will be a string here, but actually it's an ID, right? We are sending an ID. So let's do something like this. Let's grab mongoose and the types, and let's do object ID, right? This should do the work. And now let's see if this will be saved. So let's go to menu items. Let's go to pizza 2 and category. Let's pick test 5. Let's save this one. Let's go back here. Now it didn't work. Let's see why. I will go to the database. Let's go to menu items, and let's see base price. I know, because I forgot to restart my environment. So let's restart it. And now let's see. Here on pizza 2, I'll pick test 5, saved. Okay, let's open pizza 2 once again, and it's test 5. Okay, I'm going to create maybe a more real category now, pizzas, or maybe just pizza. Let's create this category. Let's go to menu items. Let's go to pizza 2, and let's change this one to pizza. Okay, and now same for this one. Let's change it to pizza. Let's save. Yeah, and it seems like it worked. Another thing that you may want to fix or add another thing that would be a cool feature is that you cannot delete categories that have some menu items. So for example, pizza category shouldn't be deletable because we have 2 menu items that are inside this category. But that's just a nice to have thing, and it's not that crucial for the basic project that we're building now. So we are done here, and I think the next step will be actually to fix now our users and admins. We should also add probably orders. So we can see all of the orders. So let's go to user tabs, and let's add here some orders. So I'm going to just duplicate users, and let's do orders, and let's do here if orders, then it's active, and the URL is orders. All right, so now we have something like this. We don't have enough space here. Everything should be a little bit wider. So let's make it wider. Let's go to all of those pages and let's fix it. Let's go to categories page. Let's see, categories page, medium. Let's change it to large. And let's go also to menu items here, and let's see, max width medium. Let's change it to large. And this one for the new page, let's see, here let's do max width large, and the profile the same thing here. Let's scroll up, max width, let's do large. And now I think that's all. Let's see. No, profile looks fine, and I think it should be even wider, but that's okay. let's fix it. Let's do XL, extra large. So now it's this big. Maybe we can do 2XL. So we have something like this. For categories, let's go to categories page and let's change this one to 2XL to make it wider. Menu items, let's go to menu items page. Here, let's see, we will have max width 2XL. Yeah, and if I edit or delete, this looks almost fine. We need to change this to 2XL. And same for new, let's do 2XL max width. And let's see, categories, profile, categories, menu items. And if I click here to add one, looks fine, except this form. This form is too narrow. So I'm going to make it a little bit wider. Form.js, menu item form here. And let's change this one max width to 2XL. And now we have something like this, so it looks nice. Right, so we can still edit categories and we can also edit menu items. Right, we can even add some icons if we want to all of those buttons, but I will fix it maybe later. Now let's go into fixing users and admins. All right, so now it would be nice to fix users. So for now, when we click users, we get just 404, page not found. And if you're an admin and you go to users, I would like to an admin to see all of the users, like a table of users, so you can edit them and delete, maybe not delete, but edit them, like all the profile information, like this, and select if a user is admin or not. Right, so first maybe let's create a page for users. Let's close this categories, menu items, profile. We need inside app directory called users. And inside we need to have page.js file. So let's do page.js. And inside let's do export default function and let's call it users page. And I think we can just do return here with section. And let's add some class names like margin top of 8. Yes, let's see. Let's put tests here, test users, so we can see everything. Yes, and now we want to make this section max width of 2XL and MX auto, so it will be centered. And we will start with user tabs like this. So we will have our tabs here. Now I don't know why, but I see only profile. Let's go to users. If I click users, I see only profile. Let's see why. Let's go to user tabs and let's see how this looks like. So here we have users and and if I'm on the users page, I see only profile. Let's see why. So if it's admin, then I see the rest. So I need to pass admin is admin to true. But first I want to here check if you are actually an admin. So as on the other pages, we are going to grab the data and loading from use profile. And let's do if loading. Then let's do return loading user info. We have it in several places, so later I think we can change it so it will be a preloader or something like this. Now if you are not data admin, so it will return not an admin. Right, now let's see, we have an error because we need to have a use client here on the top, use client. Right, now we have users here. So, well, let's see, maybe we can do something like we can print a table like this one. for users so we can edit them. So let's start with this. First, we are going to need to have a use effect. So let's do use effect here from React, and we need to grab users. So let's do a fetch request to /API/users. We don't have this endpoint yet, but we are going to fix it. So let's go to here. Let's see API. Let's do new directory called users, and inside we will need to have route.js. So let's go new file, route.js. And now let's see. We have a route and we want to have export async function get to get all of the users, right? So no return here yet. First, we need to connect to our database. So let's do mongoose connect, and here, as always, process env mongo URL. We are connected to the database. Now, what do we want to do? Just return all of the users. Do we have a model for user? Let's see. Models. Yes, we do. So let's do just return response JSON, and we want to put users here. So let's maybe grab them here. Users equals await, and let's do user. Import this one. Let's do just find. We want to find all of the users, so no params here, and we can just put users here. You can also put like the whole await thing here inside. It doesn't really matter. It should just work. Now let's go back to the users page, and let's see. When we get those users, let's do then. With the response, we are going to do response JSON, and this is an async function, so we need to do then, or we need to do await. And well, here with this, then we will have our users here. So we want to save those users to a state. So let's put a state here. Let's do users set set users equals use state. Let's import use state from React. Default will be empty array. Now let's do set users to our users from our JSON, and this should work now. Users, yeah, now it's correct. And now we want to print those users, maybe somewhere here under those user tabs. So let's do something like this. Let's check first if users length is bigger than 0. Then let's do users map, and we want to, for each user, let's do parentheses, and for each user let's put a div with some class names here, right? And well, for now I will put background gray 300, rounded large. Let's do margin bottom of 2, and let's add some padding of 4. And now for each, I want to put first span with a user name if we have, then another span with user, let's say email. All right. Now I'm going to put here flex, and well, and then I'm going to do something like this. First, I will put a div with those two spans inside, and then I will do another div with a button to, let's say, edit a user. Now let's see how this will look like. Let's go back to users here, and it looks terrible. But no, don't worry, we can fix it. First, on this, I'm going to add some margin top of 8 to have some spacing. Yes, I think that's better. Now the background, I would like this to be lighter, like this one. So let's see how we can do this. Let's try with 100. Yeah, I think this works nice. Now we have too much padding here, I think. So let's remove this, or maybe let's change this padding to 1. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's much better. And now I want to have padding only on the sides. So let's see on the categories. Yes, only on the sides for this main div here. So let's do padding 1, but padding on the sides will be 4. And yeah, now I want to also add the items center, so everything will be in the middle. Yes, that's cool. example, and I want to add a gap between items of 4. Yes, and now we have those names next to emails, as you can see. But we can fix it by putting here another flex and gap of 4, so we have some spacing. Now, here we don't have names for those users, so I'm going to do username or no name, something like this. So we have no name here. Maybe it could be like italic text, so let's see. I'm going to do, if we have username, then we are going to print username here inside a span. So let's put this here. But if we don't, wait a second. No, I'm going to put it like this. If we have, let's remove it. If we have username, let's do then, and let's do a span here inside with user.name. All right, and let's convert this one to Boolean. And now here, if we don't have username, so 1 exclamation mark, let's do then, and let's do span. Oops, span. We will not have username, so let's put no name, but we will have different classes in this and in this. In this one, I want to put italic text. So it's, yeah, like this. All right, and maybe for both of those, I'm going to put both two alternatives into a div, so I can add a text gray of 500. So the name is more grayish. Maybe we can make it like 700, but this one, let's see, no name will be removed here. For email, it will be even more grayish. So let's do text gray 500. Let's see, 300. I think that's too much of a gray color, and I don't really like it. And another thing is that it would be much nicer to have everything in line, right? So let's see, for now we have this main div that holds a whole row. Let's change this flex to a grid, and let's do grid columns of 3. So now we have something like this, and let's fix it a little bit. Inside this grid columns 3, we want to have 3 items. So this is first item, this is second item, and we want to have 3 items. Or you know what? Actually, I want to do something else. Instead of doing 3 columns on the same width, I will put this back to flex. And first, I will remove those columns. And now, inside this flex, I will have 2 parts. The first part will be with texts, and the second will be with buttons. And for the texts, I'm going to add this grow, so the texts take as much of the space as possible all the way here to the edit buttons. And now, instead of this one being flex, I'm going to put it as grid, and grid columns 2. And the first will be with name, and the second will be with email. And now, as you can see, everything is in line. And we have grid columns 2, but we can add that if the screen is big enough, we can do grid columns 3, and those will be now closer to each other. All right, and we can make it a little darker here. Let's do maybe 400, 500 here, and let's see. Yes, this looks nice. And maybe on this one, let's do 900. So it's almost like black. All right, so this works. We have this button that doesn't do anything yet, but we will fix it in a second. So we have this edit button, but I think that we should not have it as a button, but we should have it as a link instead. So when you click it, you should see a page like this for a specific user. So let's do a link. So let's do link. And now let's add ref, and the ref will be /users/ and then ID of the user. So let's do user._ID. Now let's see. This looks now a little bit worse, and this is because we don't have this button class on this link. So let's put this like this, and let's add a class name here of a button. Let's see. Yeah, that's much better. And if I click on one, I'm redirected to this page that we get 404 on. So let me go here to the, let's close API. Let's see, open users. Inside we need to put, we have users and then we have ID. We don't have edit as we had with menu items. We have only just slash and then ID. So let's do a new category. And let's put ID like this. And inside we want to put page.js. So let's do page.js. And inside let's do export default function, edit user page. Let's name it like this. And inside let's put return. And we want to have, let's say, a section with some class names because we are going to need this margin top of 8, max auto and max width of 2xl as we do everywhere else. And now we need to have our user tabs, and let's put isAdmin to true. And now on the top here, as always, we need to know if it's loading user information, profile information, and we want to have data from that use profile. And here, if it's loading, we want to do loading user profile. And if it's not an admin, so let's do not data admin, then we want to do return not an admin. All right. So now let's see, we will need to have our use client on the top. And now we have our tabs here. As you can see, users is not selected, and this is because we need to go inside here and let's see. For the users to be selected, the path needs to be users. Let's change that. It will just include users. So let's do path includes users/users, and that's it. So now it's selected. Now let's go back to our edit user page. Let's put a div with some class names. Let's do margin top of 8, and inside where you will have user form, user info form, so we can edit a user. And now the thing is, I want the form to be exactly this. So I want to edit any user and edit anything with the user, right? So I need to go to the profile page and I need to create a component out of this. So let's see. Let's go to profile. We have this profile page. And let's see, we have this big form here, and it ends here and it starts here. It's a form, but this form element, it includes only this part, the right part, and the editable image is here. So I actually want to have this whole div that starts here, and I want to have both the editable image and the form here. So I'm going to fix it. I'm going to put this profile form thing into a separate component. So let me grab all of this. Let's see, where does it end? Here. Let's cut it from here. Now we don't have anything here. Now we can put it somewhere else. So let's see, let's put it inside components. And where do we have it? Let's put it maybe inside layout. We have one form for menu item. Let's put another one here. So maybe we could put a directory called forms. I don't know. Let's put this here. Let's put user form.js. And here let's do export default function user form, and let's do return, and let's for now just return everything. And as you can see, we don't have those states for phone, set phone, street address, and so on. So let's go back to our profile page and let's just put everything. Let's just cut everything from our profile page and let's put it there. So here we have it. Let's remove this console log for the session. What do we need here? We need to have let's see, we will need to have image, phone, street address, postal code, city, country. Do we need to have this is admin? I don't know. We probably do. I don't know. Do we use later if it's admin or not? We use it here. Well, let's skip this is admin for now. Let's focus on just those editable fields. Country, city, postal code, street address, phone, image. We should probably have name as well. I don't know why we don't have a name. Here is name. I will take name as well. And let's see if this will work. Let's grab all of this. Let's cut it from here and let's put this to our user form. Right, and I'm going to use like defaults from here. We will have a user property and we will put the defaults for all of the state here. So the thing is, I want to grab like this, those names. Can I select just those names? Yes. And now let's try to do something like this. We want to grab user and this property or an empty string as default. So now what we have a state for each property, like for example, image. And default will be from property user, and if we have image, then it will be a default for our state here inside the form. Otherwise, if it's not passed or it's empty, it will be an empty string that will be used. Right, so now let's also put use client here on the top just in case. And now let's go back to our profile page. So here we are fetching every information about the user, and as you can see, we don't have this state anymore because we moved this to the form. I think that instead of putting this separately one by one, I'm going to put it to one state called user. So let's do user and set user, and let's do equals use state, equals use state and use state, and the default will be null. Right, and here instead of set phone, set blah blah blah, and so on, I'm going to do just set user, and let's do just this data thing. Right, so now we have our user here, so we can pass it here inside user form that we are going to use. User form, let's import this one, let's pass our user from our state here, and this should do the trick. The problem is that we have this now unused function that should handle profile update. So we need to put it to as a property here. So let's do on save equals, and let's do handle profile update. Let's see, handle profile info update. Let's put it like this. And now let's go to this form and let's grab on save. And on save, let's see, we want to run it here instead of this on save. Maybe let's put this as an arrow function. And we want to pass event object from this submit. So let's do event here and event here. And here we will also need to pass all of the new state of the user. So new name and so on if anything have changed. So I'm going to put this the same way we did with menu item, if I remember correctly. So let me just put this like this. Let's see, on submit we have this, and can we put it maybe here and this here? Let's see, maybe something like this. And now here all of the information. So username, image, phone, and what else? Street address, city, country, postal code. Let's put this maybe into separate lines so it will be easier to see. And yeah, now let's go to our profile page and let's see what's still broken. So it looks like there's this function that we are using, but instead of grabbing all of everything like this, we should just use data that comes as a param here. So we have this data. As you can see here, we were renaming username to name. Let's do the same here inside our user form. So let's put the name to be our username to be our name. So we don't need to rename anything here. And we can just grab and put our data here as a second param. Because as you remember, here inside user form, we are doing something like this. We have this on submit and we run this on save. First param is event and the second param is an object of all of the properties of our user state. So now let's see, we still have an error on the profile page 24. Let's see, we have this username and we have this image here, set image. All right, so what is the problem? The problem here is that, we tried to put name and image from the session. We don't need this anymore because we fetch all of this from profile. So we don't need those. Let's see now. Do we see loading? Session is not defined. Okay, where is the session that is not defined? Inside the user form, line 40. Let's see, line 40. Here we have session and we do, okay, so the value of the user email is taken from session. Let's just take it from profile instead. So let's do user.email. All right, and now let's see if this will work. Yeah, so this works and I see my profile, and let's see if I can update my profile. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4 on the postal code, and on the city I'm going to put just Stockholm, and let's try to save it. Profile saved. What happens if I refresh? It's still saved. For the name, I see it's empty. Let's see why it's empty. I think I should see my name here. Here we have value username, and let's see why it's empty. Okay, I think it's empty because the property on the user model, model, it's name and not username. So now if I refresh, still empty. Let's try to console log the user and let's see what data we have here inside. So let's see, name is actually empty. Okay, so that's why, no worries. I'm going just to fill it manually. So I'm going to put my name here, no worries. Let's see. So here I have my user. Here I have my profile. Here I see all of the users, even including my user. And now when I click edit, I want to see this. I want to use the same form, but for users edit page. Let's go to user ID page. And now instead of user info form, I'm going to use user form. And we need to pass our user here. So for now, I'm going to put null, but we need to fetch this user. So how can we do this? We can do something like this. We can put use effect, and now let's do that arrow function. Dependencies, there will be no dependencies. Here inside, I'm going to put a fetch. I'm going to grab all of the users, and I will just filter through them to just grab what I need. So let's do then response. With the response, I want to do response JSON, and then I want to do grab all of the users, and I want to find my user that I need. So first I need to have ID from use, it was use params, if I remember correctly. Let's just check. I'm going to print this ID here, so I know it works. Yes, it does. Let's remove it here. And now from those users, I want to find them the same way we did it with menu items, I think. Menu items ID page. Let's see. Yeah, we had the same thing somewhere here. Let's see. Yeah, as you can see, we do find and we try to find it by ID. So let's do find here, and we want to find user, where user ID is the same as ID from the URL, and we can assign it to our user. And this user, let's put this user to our state. So let's do user and set user equals use state, and default will be null. Right, so now let's put set user to user here, and now let's put our user to this form user. And yeah, I can edit my user. Let's see what happens if I pick another user, test1. Yeah, I see the email test1, so it looks fine. The problem we will have now is we don't have any onSave function. So let's add the onSave function here. It will be handle save button click. Let's call it like this, handle save button click, and let's put this function maybe somewhere here before any return. Let's do function handle save button click, and now what do we want to do? First, we have this event and data here. For the event, we want to do prevent default, and now inside the data we have all of the state from all of those fields, image and all of this. So we want to send it to the let's say we want to send it to profile as a put request. So let's do fetch /API/profile, but here we are need to do method of put because it's an update. Let's also add headers because I want to add this content type of application JSON, and I think we need to have a body as well. Here JSON stringify, and I'm going to put this as a new object of all of the fields that we have inside data, data, and I'm going to send also underscore ID to be ID from my params here from the URL. And this is because let's go to our API profile route and let's go to put. As you can see, our put request, we have only to update our own profile. And here I actually can pick another profile. So let's do something like this. Let me see. Here we are grabbing session email. So we check what user we want to update. Instead, let's do something like this. We here grab all of the data, and well, what I would like to do here is to first grab underscore ID like this. And now let's check something like this. Let's do maybe console log underscore ID like this, and let's see, I will do here return response JSON true. I want to stop all of this here, and I want to see what happens if I try to grab ID from the data, but data doesn't have it inside profile. So let's see here, if I click save, it says just ID undefined. Okay, that's fine. So now, if I have ID, if I have underscore ID, I want to update user of this specific underscore ID. So I want to do this. First. Wait a second. I want to first update user like this, but using underscore ID to find it, and then I want to update also user info. by using my underscore ID. Otherwise, we know it's a profile, so we want to update for our own user. So we want to do actually this instead. All right, so now we have it. Those two parts are almost exactly the same, this one and those two lines. The only difference is here we have underscore ID, and here we have email. So we can actually do something like this. Here on the top, I will do let filter equals empty array. And here, if we have ID, then the filter will be actually our underscore ID. And otherwise, here the filter will be actually object of with only email. And now we can do here, instead of this underscore ID, we can put filter. Same thing here, because we have it email is our filter, so we can put filter. And now those two and those two are exactly the same, so we can get rid of those here, and let's get rid of those here, and let's just put this as one thing here. So now we have this, and this looks fine. Let's see if this will work. So let's maybe update first my user here, my profile. I will do David Pashko with 2 O's, and let's refresh, and it's saved. Now let's go to users. Let's edit my own user. I'm going to remove this extra O, and I click save, nothing happens, but I think it actually saved. Yes, it saved. I forgot just to put those toast notifications. Okay, but it seems that it works. Let's see, I will edit now test2, and I'm going to put an image for this user of, let's put this MacBook for now. And I'm going to put test2 as the name, and for phone 1234. And here I'm going to put Barcelona, why not? And let's hit save. And I don't see any toasters, but I forgot to add them. Let's just refresh. And well, city is not saved, but let's see. Test2, the name is saved. Let's click edit. The image is saved, but the city is not. Let's do Barcelona once again. Let's hit save and let's refresh. The city doesn't save. So let's see why. Let me go back to the I don't know, users ID page, and let's see, here we are. Maybe let's first check if it saves here. I'm going to change this to Stockholm with 2M, save, profile saved. If I refresh, it works for the profile. Let's see if it works for users. For users, I don't see my city here, so that's the problem. So let me go to the users. Edit user page. Here we are grabbing user, and then we are setting this to user. Okay, I know what is the problem. We are finding the user, but the problem is we have only user information and not information that is inside user infos, as you remember. Let's go to the database and let's browse collections. And we have a user that has only basic info about each user, like name, email, and image. And we have user infos that has like a country, city, and so on. So we grab a user, but we also need to grab profile information. Let's go to our API profile route and let's see our get requests. So here inside profile get, we are fetching information for our own user because we are using session. But here what I would like to implement is that if we have an ID, underscore ID, inside the query, I want to fetch information for a specific user. I think we did the same thing for, let me see, users. No, we did the same thing for menu items. Let's see, put, post, get, no, not here, categories, get, no, no, but doesn't really matter. Let's go to profile and let's see. we connect to the database. First, let's try to grab an ID from our query. So maybe let's go first to the categories route and categories, not categories route. We want to go to users edit page. And here, instead of grabbing all of the users and only users, here, those users collection, we want to do /API/profile. I think, yeah, it's singular. And I'm going to put here ID to be equal my ID here. But maybe I'm going to put this as underscore ID as this param. Right, and now it will not respond with users, all of the users, but only a specific user that is for this ID. So we don't need to find this inside the collection. Now let me go back to our profile route, and as remember, we need to find underscore ID query param. So first let's grab request information from here. Then we can do something like this: URL equals a new URL from request URL, and then we can do URL, and I think it's search params get underscore ID. We can check if we have underscore ID. So let's do const and let's do underscore ID equals this. And then I think we can do something like this. If we have underscore ID, then we can do something. Otherwise, we know that we want to return information for our own user. So let's do something like this. We grab user and user info, and then we just put everything like this. Right, but if we have ID, we want to find the user and we want to find the user using this underscore ID, and we want to find user info using email from this user. So let's do email to be user email. Right, and then we want to return this as one object like this. And this should work nice, I think. The only problem we can have is that both user and user info can have underscore IDs. So in this response, we will have underscore ID from user info. I don't know if it's a problem yet, but we will check this in a moment. All right, there is some duplicate code. Here we are trying to find user. Here we are using underscore ID. Here we are using email. So we can do something like this. Let's do let filter equals, and well, let's put this as an empty object. Actually, this line return response and here return response is the same. So I can actually grab it from here and I can put this here, and we don't need this. And now here we are finding user, here we are finding user info, here user info. The only thing that changes is this filter part for finding user and for finding user info. So let's put first here filter for user, and the filter for user, if we have ID, will be to find it with ID like this. And here, if we don't have an ID, our filter user will be so we can find it with this email that we get from session. So and maybe let's put this here. All right, so now we don't need this here, and we don't need this one. We can just put it as one thing. Let's put this one here. Instead of using email, let's put filter user. Okay, and we have user here. We don't need this one because we rely on this filter user. Now to fix user info here and user info here, as you can see here, we have filter is that we try to find it by user email that we get from the user, and here we are getting from the email from the session. Actually, we can just get rid of this one and pick this one. Let's put this one here below, and we can rely on the email from our user email. All right, and now let's remove those extra spaces, and let's see. I think this should work. Let's see if it does. If I refresh here, we have users. Let's see if I can see my city. Yes, I can see my city. Let's remove this one. Let's hit save. Let's refresh. Let's see if it's saved. No, it is not. Let's see what is the problem. And let's see. It doesn't save from the users. Let's see why. If I do inspect, let's do network. If I click save, but I will first change this one. Save. We are saving profile with this put request. Let's see. Do we send Stockholm with 1M? Yes, we do. So there's something wrong with our put request here. Let me see. Do we send underscore ID? Yes, we send. Is it the same as the user ID? Yes, it's correct. So let's see what is wrong. We filter here. We try to find user. Okay, we try to find user with this underscore ID and it works fine, I guess. But for user info, we cannot rely on this filter, the same filter, because user info has different underscore ID. So here we need to change. We need to rely that we want to update by using email. Or was it user email? Let's see. User infos, and it's email, I think. Yes, it's email that we use as the key. Let me see. Here I don't see any emails, but let's put email to be user email like this. We don't have any user email here. We don't have any user. So first we want to grab user like this. So we need to have user using this filter. So let's do await user find one, and let's put this filter. All right. So now we have user, and now let's see if this will work. Let's do refresh just in case. Let's clear everything. Let's remove this double M. Let's save, and it says it's saved. Let's refresh and let's see. Yes, it looks like it's saved. So let me maybe change another user. Let's go to this test2. Let's do test2 too. Here, let's put Barcelona. And for the phone, let's put 4321, and country will be Spain. Let's hit save and let's refresh, and everything is saved. So yeah, now we can save users. We can change names, images, and stuff like this. But now we need to have an ability to know if a user is an admin or not. So we need to also be able to edit if a specific user is an admin or not. Inside this form, we don't have any checkbox if it's admin or not. So to fix it, I'm going to add a checkbox so we can mark that, yeah, this user is an admin, and I want to make also, for example, test22 also an admin. So we need to have a checkbox for this. And it also would be nice to put those two to take all of the width, right? Let's see how it looks like here. Yeah, same thing. So let's go to our profile page. Let's go to profile form actually. So we want to have our user form. It's called user form. And here, let's see, we have this country, and we have city. Let's see, country, postal code, and city. We have this one as flex, but why it doesn't take the whole width? Let's see why. So here we have this div flex, and well, we should just add grow on those two divs. So let's do class name grow, or actually we can get rid of this grow, and we, instead of flex, we can just do grid and do grid columns of 2. And let's see now. Yeah, now they take all of the space. So this works. Now I want to put a checkbox if it's admin or not, maybe under the country before the save button. So here, let's do a div, and we'll have an input of type checkbox. And I'm going to have a label, but this time I'm going to put this label maybe on the right side here, and the label will be, we'll say admin. So now let's see, yeah, we have something like this, admin. We can add back this HTML4, and I'm going to put ID of admin checkbox, and here for HTML4 I'm going to put admin checkbox. So now if we click on the admin, it will select or unselect this checkbox. Now, for this label, I want to add some padding. So let's do a lot of padding, like maybe even we can put this input into this label. And for this admin, let's put this into an additional span. And yeah, it doesn't change anything, but now we can do something like this. Let's do padding of at least 2. And now I want more padding. So, and I want to make this one as a block. Let's also add a border to see how it looks like. Yeah, so we can click on the whole thing here. Now for the input of type checkbox, let's add class names here as well. I want margin right to be 2. Yeah, that's correct. And now this whole label, I want this one to be flex and items center, and I will do a gap of 2. So I don't need this margin right of 2. Let's see. Yes, I can click on the whole thing. And now let's see, I want to have some margin bottom of 2, so we have some spacing. Yeah, that looks fine. And now I don't know, maybe we can remove the border. So let's get to border and let's remove it. Yeah, so we have something like this, admin, that we can select or unselect. Maybe the whole row shouldn't be clickable like it is now. And instead, I'm going to do here inline flex. So let's do inline flex. So now if I click here, the admin is not selected, but if I click here, then it is. Yeah, I think it works fine. Now we need to have a state for this checkbox, right? So, well, let's scroll up, and here let's do const, maybe under the last one, const admin, and set admin use state. The default will come from the user admin, otherwise it will be false as default. Right, so here let's do something like this. Let's see, here we have this admin. Let's put this ID here, type, class name, blah, blah, blah. We need to put also value to be, let's say 1 as a string. And now let's do something like this. The checked property will be true if admin is true. And now I want to also add on change, or maybe on click. On click, I will grab an event and I will do something like this, set admin, and I will set it based if the event target is, I think it should be checked. Let's see if this will work. Can I toggle? Yeah, and I want to also see the value of admin JSON stringify admin. So let's see, false, true, false, true, false, true. And it's true for now. Let's see for other users. Test 22, it's false. Okay, so it works. Now the thing is that if you edit your profile and you're not an admin, you shouldn't see this, right? So let's say that we will grab information about this as like this. Let's see, I will grab it here, const, and I'm going to only grab data from use profile, and I will rename this data to current user, maybe not current, logged in user data. And I'm going to use it to decide if we should display this admin checkbox. I would do logged in user data. If the logged in user data, if you are an admin, let's do then, and let's put this whole div inside. So now I see this checkbox. But if I am not a user, if I'm not an admin, I will not see this checkbox, right? So if I log out and I will log in as a different user, let's see, I will log in as John Doe. Let's go to my profile and I see my image, but I don't see this, is admin or not. So let me go back to my user that is an admin. And now let me go here, users, yeah. And now let's see, we have our users working, we can edit them, and we can even do that, let's say test22 will be also an admin. Let's see if this will save. Yeah, we still don't have those toasters or toasts, so let's go to our, let's see, our users edit page. And here we have this fetch. Let's put this as a promise. So let's do maybe const promise equals new promise. Resolve and reject. We will need to have an async thing here. And let's put this fetch inside. Let's add the response equals this await, and now if response is okay, then we will do resolve. Otherwise we will do reject. And yes, now I can do toast from React toast. Let's do promise, and now I can do something like this. I can put promise here, and now I can do like loading. It will say saving user ... If it's success, it will say user saved, and if error, it will say error while or maybe an error has occurred while saving the user. Yeah, so now if I hit save here, user saved. If I refresh, the admin thing is not saved. So let's me add just await here. And let's see, I need to add async here. And now let's see, let's go to the form, user form. And I think this is because we are not sending this admin thing to our on save. So let's add it here, admin, and now it should do the trick. So if I select admin, save, user saved, if I refresh, admin is still selected. If I unselect this one and save, let's do refresh, and it's not selected. Yeah, so it's not selected. Let's save. It should be not selected, not selected. Let's now select this one and save. And now if I refresh, it's still selected. Let's unselect this one, save, and now it should be unselected. Yeah, so that is cool. Now, so this thing works. And we can basically edit all of the profiles all of the users that we have. So that is nice. The next thing will be actually orders, but before we will do the orders, I would like to display all of the pizzas from my database. For now, they are hard-coded, and I will add some real categories and real menu items first. All right, so I created the 3 categories, pizza, pasta, and dessert. And I put also some menu items here. So I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pizzas, 3 pastas, and 2 desserts. And if you are wondering where I took all the images and names, I just took it from Sis's Pizza here. So you can also take it if you want, or you can add your own menu items. One thing I was thinking about is that for the categories, it would be nice first to have also some kind of order. So for example, right now I have pizza, pasta, and dessert. Maybe it's fine, but later you can also add like an order, so you don't have only the name, but you have order like 1, 2, 3, so you can sort those. And then for menu items, I think they are cool enough. So for the start page here, as you can see, we have this checkout menu here. but I think it would be better to change it to check out our best sellers or something like this, and then we will have a button. We will have only 3 items here, and we will have a button underneath saying check out our whole menu. And same when you click on the menu here, it will go to the page where we have only menu and we have all of the categories. So this is what I'm going to do now. Let's first go to our start page. So let's see, I will close this API. Let's go to page here. We have some lorem ipsum here. That's fine. Let's see where we have our menu items, section headers. We need to find, here is about us, section headers, home menu. Here we have it. Let's go inside, and here we have our menu items. So first I want to change this to maybe check out our best sellers. And here inside I would like to have, let's say, 3 latest meals for now. So how can I do this? Let's go to let's go up here, and let's change this to a client component. So let's use client here, and let's add use effect from React, arrow function, and no dependencies. What I want to do now is to just fetch 3 latest items. So let's do here fetch and /API/ menu items. And now this will be a GET request. I don't need any extra params. Let's do then, and let's do menu items. And now let's do something like this. This will not be menu items, sorry. Here we will have response, and first we need to do response JSON, and then we will have menu items. It will be all of the menu items, and we want to have only the latest 3, let's say, for now. So I want to do menu items, and let's do slice, and let's do -3. Let's see, -3. So we will have 3 from the end. And let's do best, maybe last 3 equals this. And let's see, console log, or maybe we can call it best sellers, even if those are not best sellers yet, and we will call them this way. And let's see how this will look like. So if I go here to inspect, let's go to console, and we have array of 3, and as you can see we have 3 meals here. So now let's save this to state. So let's do best sellers and set best sellers equals, and maybe not, don't call it best sellers, but featured. I don't know. We can also add a checkbox for menu items if we want to select manually what menu items we want to have. We could implement this. So maybe that would be nice. But for now, let's just use our latest 3. Let's do use state, and default will be an empty array. And now let's see. Now let's do here set best sellers to best sellers. Or we could just do something like this. Cut this from here and let's put it here. And now let's see. Now let's do only, let's remove this and let's do something like this. Best sellers. Let's see if the length is bigger than 0. And let's do then best sellers map. And for each item, let's do arrow function. And let's see. For each, I want to do menu item. And I want to pass everything about this item. Let's now go here, and here we can grab all of the properties we want. So we can grab image, we can grab name, and we can grab description, and we can grab base price. And well, let's see, I'm going to put this here, and let's put this here. And what else do we have? We have also sizes, and we have also, let's see, I will go to models and menu item. We have also this extra ingredient prices. and let's pull them also here. And now let's see. Here we have title, so let's change it. Let's change it to name. So now we have pepperoni pizza, cheese pizza, blah, blah, blah. Here we have image. So let's change this to image. Let's see. Yeah, so we have 3 different pizzas, as you can see. Now, for my menu items, I added only basic prices here, base price 11, and I don't have any sizes or extra ingredients, except this pepperoni pizza, where I have a base price of 12, but I have also sizes. For medium, it's extra $2, and extra ingredients, if you want to have extra cheese or extra pepperoni, you pay extra here. So now let's see here. We have pepperoni pizza, cheese pizza, and beef pizza. Those two have only base prices, but this one have sizes and so on. So what I want to do is now to put the correct base prices here. So instead of this $12, let's do only $sign, and let's put here base price. All right, and I don't see any numbers here. So let's see if we have it inside our database. Yeah, it should be inside the database. Let's see what is the issue here. So let's go to menu item form, and let's see, maybe it's called a different way. It's called base price. So let's go back to menu item. We have base price here, but it looks like it's empty. Let's maybe try to do something like this. I will put here JSON stringify, and let's do base price. Oops, I now see what's the problem. It should be C here. So now let's do base price like this, and now it should work. Let's see. Yeah, 12, 12, and 12. Maybe we can change one of those prices. We can change some of those prices. Let's go to beef pizza, and let's see, beef pizza. Let's change this one to 14, and we have also cheese pizza. Let's change it to 11. Let's see, cheese pizza, and let's change this one to 11. So we'll have different prices, sorry. Right, now we will not fix add to cart yet, and instead I want to fix this menu page first. So let's go, or maybe before, let's also fix those descriptions here. So here, let's put the description, and we will have a lot of description here. So I want to make it shorter and add ... if it's too long. So to fix it, I will do something like this. We can do that with CSS. So let's try with max height of, let's see, 16. So now we have something like this. And now we can add overflow y clip. I think it's like clip. Yes. And now there is something like overflow ellipsis. Let's see. No, I think there's something called, instead of overflow ellipsis, there's truncate. Yeah, and now we have ... right? Now let's see if I remove this clip, nothing changes. Let's change this height from this to, I don't know, 36. No, still nothing. Let's see, I'm going to change this to 120 pixels. Still nothing. Let's see. How big is this paragraph? It's still only this big. I think we need to change this truncate to something else. And instead, let's do text clip, and let's do also text ellipsis. And now let's see, this is this big. Now we need to add, I think, overflow ellipsis. Still nothing. Let's see what happens if I change this to overflow hidden. Let's see. I think it's too big. Let's change this to, I don't know, something like 60 pixels. So now it's hidden. Let's change to ellipsis. I think we cannot have those two at the same time. So let's do text ellipsis only. And let's see, let's do overflow hidden. So now it's only hidden. I think that it was fine with this truncate, but we need to add something called line clump. And let's do 3. Now we have only one line. Let's remove this max height and let's see, still one line. Let's remove this truncate. Okay, and now we have 3 lines. So that looks better, and it's truncated with those ... So that is nice. So we have both image, title here, description, and the correct price. So that is nice. And now, let me see. Now it would be nice to have this menu page working, right? So inside app, let's do directory called menu, and inside we need to put page.js. So let's do page.js, and let's do export default function menu page, and well, let's do return. And let's put maybe just a section for now saying menu here, and let's see how this will look like. We cannot click on it, or we can, but it doesn't do anything. Let's go to header, and for the menu, let's go to /menu, and we can also fix about to go to the home page, but let's scroll to about. And same with contact. Let's go to contact like this. And the menu goes here. About doesn't scroll down, but we'll fix it. Let's go back to the our home page. So let's see. Let's go here, page here inside app directory, and let's see. Here we have about us section. So let's do ID of about. And let's see, if I click about, then it scrolls to about. And now for the contact, let's do ID of contact, and it will also scroll. So if I click contact, it didn't scroll. Let's see, contact without the hashtag here. So let's see, contact, and it scrolls to the bottom. All right. Now menu page. Let's go to menu page. Or maybe before we will do this, I would like to have this scroll a little bit better. So if I click about, it shouldn't scroll immediately, and instead it should have this smooth scrolling. And I think to fix it, we need to go to layout, and for our HTML, we need to add a class name called scroll smooth. And now let's see, if I click contact, yes, it works fine. So if I click contact from here, didn't work. Let's see, let's refresh. Let's click about, yeah, fine. Contact, fine. Okay, let's go to menu, and it seems that the smooth scrolling worked. Let's go to our menu page, and well, here I would like to have this section title first, or first we want to grab all of the categories and all of the menu items, right? So let's put menu items here with categories, just as a text. Here I will put use effect from React, and here let's put a function without any dependencies. And now we want to grab all of the categories. So let's do fetch for the categories. So let's do API categories. And let's do then with the response, we will do response JSON, and then we are getting those categories, and we want to set them to state. So let's do const categories set categories equals use state, and default will be empty array. Now let's do set categories with those categories. All right, and now let's do the same thing for our menu items. So let's do menu items, and now here fetch. Let's do /API /menu items, and then we will do with the response, we will do exactly the same thing. So we can do just response JSON, then menu items set menu items like this. And now here, instead of this text, I will do something like this. If we have categories, let's do categories length is bigger than 0, so we have some categories. Then let's do categories, let's do map, and for each category, let's do just C. Let's do parentheses, and let's do something like this. I'll put a div, and inside this div I will do section headers, but I will do only main header, and I will put here category name. All right, so now let's see. I need to put use client on the top. Let's do here use client. All right, so pizza, pasta, dessert. That's fine. Maybe I can add some here on the section. I can add margin top of 8 to have some spacing. And well, for the section headers, I want those to be centered. So I'll put div with text center, and I'll put those section headers here. Yeah. And now for here we have header. Then I want to have menu items for those for this specific category. So let's do something like this. Let's do menu items, and let's filter to have only menu item of this specific category. So I want to do if where menu category is the same as category ID, and then I will do map on this, and for each menu item, let's do just maybe item, so it will be easier to see what it is. Let's do for each item, I want to do a div, let's say for now, and let's say item here. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and here we have 3, here we have 2 for desserts. Maybe now instead of item, I will do menu item component from menu item components, and I'm going to pass all of the stuff from menu item like this. So now we have something like this. It doesn't look good, but we will fix it. So I think that for all of menu items, we will need a div, and I'm going to put those menu items here. And for this div, we are going to put grid with grid columns 3 and gap of 4. So now we have something like this. It's much better. What else I would like to do is to add some margin top of 4 and margin bottom of 8. So now we have pizzas, and we have 6 pizzas. We have pasta, and we have 3 pastas, and we have 2 desserts. Yeah, so this looks pretty nice, and now we have our menu working. Maybe it would be nice to have some kind of extra descriptions for the categories if you want, but I think this is good enough. Maybe we could also add more spacing. Let's see, margin top, let's do margin bottom, I will do 12, and for margin top I will do 6, so we will have even more spacing. For the spacing between the meals, I think it's correct. It's the same that we have on the homepage. All right, so now we will need to have some kind of this add to cart functionality, right? So if you remember, we had this app context, I think somewhere, components. We have app context with session provider. And we will need to have another context for our cart, right? So I'm going to create it here, const, and let's do cart context equals, and let's do, I think it was create context from React, and let's go back here and empty here object as the default. Now we have a session provider here, and I'm going to need also to have our cart context provider as well. So let's put children here inside. Here we are going to need to have a value. Let's put empty object for now. Here I'm going to put some state. And well, for the state we will need to have cart items, right? So let's call this one cart products and set cart products equals use state and from React, and the default will be empty array. And here we are going to pass both of those. So let's pass here cart products and set cart products in case we will need them. Now, if we go to, let's see, menu item, we have this button that should add to cart. Let me put this maybe like this. And if we want to do on click, here I will do arrow function for now. It would be nice, it will be helpful to have a separate function here called add to cart. Or yeah, something like this. So let's do function add to cart, and we are going to just use it from the context inside menu item component. Add to cart. We want to know what product we want to add to cart. So let's do product ID. And well, what else do we want to know? Maybe we can take all of the product object, the whole product object. So product, and what else? We will take product, and we now need to know what will be the configuration of it. So what size, and if there are any extras. So let's do size, that will be null by default, and extras, that will be also null, or maybe an empty array. For sizes you can pick only one, and for extras you can pick several. And then we will do here set cart products, and well, in here we will go previous products, arrow function, and here let's do const new products, and we are going to do all of the previous products, but we are going also to add our product as a new object like this, with our size and extras like this. And maybe we can also add the quantity. I'm going to put this new object here above const. Let's call this one cart product equals this. And let's add no quantity here. Here we are just adding this cart product. All right, and now we just need to do return new products, and this should work. Now, if we want to just fix it like this, let's go to menu item, and let's do here, let's grab this function. Let's do const, let's grab add to cart function from use context, and here we need to put our cart context, right? Let's see, cart context, we need to export it. Let's do like this, and here let's do cart context, and now let's see. Yeah, so we have now this add to cart. So let's do here add to cart function with our product info. Our product info is basically all of this. So maybe instead of putting those like this, I'm going to cut them from here. I'll put here a menu item, and here below I will do const. I'll put all of those, whoops, like this from menu item. So we will have all of those variables, but here inside add to cart, I will just put menu item. All right. So now if I click on this one, we get an error. Let's see why. Let's see to console, and let's see. Add to cart is not a function. So looks like add to cart is not a function. Let's see inside our app context. It's because we are not exporting it. So let's do add to cart like this. And now let's see. Unexpected token. Yes, it should be comma here. And now let's see. Can I add this one? Yeah, it looks like it works. Nothing happens, but we will fix it in a moment. Let's go to header, and we have this logout here. Next to the logout, I would like to have an icon, a shopping cart icon, but only if we have any products. So here I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to grab our cart products from use context, use context and cart context. Yes. And now I'm going to grab those cart products, and after, let's see, here we have authenticated or unauthenticated. Here let's do if cart products length is bigger than 0, then let's do parenthesis here, and let's put a link to cart. So let's put just cart and here the length. So let's do cart products length. And let's see, nothing is visible. Let's add here ref to just / cart. All right, so it looks like this didn't work. Yeah, now it works. As you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Well, maybe we shouldn't have it based on the amount of products. So I'm going to remove this if from here, and we are going to have this link. It doesn't matter if we have anything in the cart or not. So now we need to fix few things. We will need to fix sizes, extras, so we can pick like size from our pepperoni pizza if we want medium or so, and extras. Another thing is that when I reload, everything disappears. The context is cleared. So to do this, I will go back to the app context, and well, in here I want to grab first local storage, because I'm going to save everything into local storage. So let's do const local storage equals. Here first we need to check if we have a window available, so window is not undefined. Then we will go window local storage, otherwise null. All right, so I have local storage here, and now I will do something like this. I will add here use effect from React and arrow function here. Dependency will be cart products. So if cart products changes, I want to first check if we have ls here. So if we have local storage that's available, and then what I want to do, I want to also check if the number of products is bigger than 0, or maybe not. Maybe I don't need to do this. Maybe first let's put this actually as a function. Let's put a function save card products to storage. Maybe we should put local storage like this. And now let's check if we have ls, then let's do ls and let's do set item, and let's put this as a cart, and here we need to put JSON stringify and our cart products. Right, so now when we add a product to a cart, we want to run this function save cart products to local storage. Maybe we can run it here inside with our new products. We can take cart products from here as a param. And now let's see, add to cart. Yeah, for now this should be enough. But I will also add, as you can see now it's empty, I will add use effect here. That arrow function, no dependencies. So it will do something like this. I will move it here above this, and it will do something like this. When our app loads for the first time, we want to check if we have something inside local storage. So let's do if we have local storage, local storage get item of the cart, then we want to put stuff from the inside to our state. So let's do something like this, set cart products, and now here we need to unstrungify it. So let's do JSON parse, and here inside I'm going to do ls get item and the cart. Right, so now let's see. If I refresh, I add 1, 2, 3 pizzas, as you can see. Now, if I refresh, we still have 3 pizzas. So that's cool. That works now. Now let's see. We will probably need some other functions like clear cart or something like this. So let's do function clear cart, and this function will actually do only set cart products to empty array and save cart products to local storage, also empty array. And we can pass this function later. Let's also add a function to remove a product. Function remove cart product singular, and we will take an index from the shopping cart. So let's do something like this. Here we will do set cart products, and from the previous cart products we are going to do arrow function here, and we want to filter those. So the const new cart products equals previous cart products, and we want to filter those. And we filter with arrow function, and here we can get the value and the index, and here we will just check that this index is different than this. So I'm going to rename this to index to remove, and here I will check index is different than index to remove. Right, now maybe I'll put this into separate line. Now we can just do return new cart products, or simpler, we can just do, let's do return new cart products. And we will also need to do save cart products to local storage with new cart products like this. So let's also pass this remove cart product and clear cart to our context here. Remove cart product and clear cart, in case people need this later. Right, so now let's see, we have 3 pizzas here. Maybe we can even add a dessert. So now we have 4 items in our shopping cart. And now let's see. We will need to fix a pop-up for pizzas. So for example, if you open, if you want to add a pepperoni pizza, it should ask you for what size you want. And then we need to have a cart fixed. First, let's maybe fix this pop-up. So what we need to do is to go to this menu item, and let's see, here we have this add to cart functionality from our cart context. Let's rename this one to add to cart, or maybe not. Let's not rename it yet. But instead of running this function here, I will have a function here called handle add to cart button click. Right, and now just in case, I'm going to add here type of button, and I'm going to run this function here. So let's do handle add to cart button click. Right, and what we want to do here is that if this menu item doesn't have any sizes, so if sizes length is zeros, and there are no extra ingredient prices things, so if this length is also 0, then we can do just add to cart, and here we are just going to pass off the menu item information, and that's it. And this way we have the same behavior. I just click and the number of items increases. All right, so let's see. But if some of those are not empty, what should we do? Well, before we will do anything, I would like to have this toast thing. So let's do toast, and let's do success, and let's do added to cart. And now let's see if we will have this toast. Yeah, we have added to cart. That is really nice. Now let's see, added to cart, and maybe we should put it below after we add to cart. But let's see, if we have sizes or extra ingredients, we should show a pop-up, right? So to show a pop-up, we will need to have a state for this. So let's do const and let's do show pop-up, and set show pop-up equals use state, and default will be false. And here else we will do set show pop-up to true. All right, and well, let's see now. Here we have our item. Maybe I will put like a React fragment here, and it will end here on the bottom. And now I'll fix the indentation to push it a little bit here. Now here I will do, if we have show pop-up, then let's do something like this. I will put a div. First we need to have some kind of backdrop. So let's do fixed and inset 0 and background color of black 80%. So if I click on pepperoni, we have this backdrop because we want to have a pop-up here. So let's do a pop-up. Let's put another div here, and this one will be white. So let's add some class names here, like background to white. Let's add padding of 4. Let's put test inside, and now this one will be flex, and I will add items center and justify center. So now this pop-up is in the middle. Now I will add the rounded corners of let's do maybe large, not GL, LG. Yeah, and now let's see. Now I would like to put this all of this pizza information. So I want to put all of this inside basically. So it would be nice to have it as a separate component. So I'm going to grab this, and this will be actually just this menu item tile. So let's go to here, components, menu. Let's do new file, and let's do menu item tile JS, and here export default function menu item tile. We can call it also box if you want. You can name it like this. Doesn't really matter. And here let's just put all of this, and we are going to need all of this item from here as a property. And we need, let's see, we will need also to have this handle add to cart button click. So let me see, we are going to grab it like this, and let's put here on add to cart as a property, and the rest will be item. And here we want to grab image and description, and let's see, name and the base price from our item. And I think that here we should just go with on add to cart. Now let's see, let's go back to our menu item, and let's put here menu item tile, and we are going to pass on add to cart. We are going to run our handle add to cart button click, and we are also going to pass all about our menu item here, menu item like this. All right, so now let's maybe put this into separate lines so it will be easier to follow. Yeah, so now this looks fine. Now we have this white box here, and instead of test, I want to display everything like this. So maybe let's put this here. So we have something like this. Well, the thing I don't like is this hover effect, and I don't want to have this add to cart 12, so I'm actually not going to reuse this component. Instead, I'm going just to use regular image here and so on. So for example, here I'm going to put image, and here I'm going to put this name of this this specific dish. So let's see, sorry, menu item. Let's see what's wrong here. Error image with source blah blah is missing width. Okay, so let's do width of 200, and let's do height of 200 as well. So let's see now. Yeah, so now we have our pizza like this. I will do width of 300, and now under the image I want to have the title. Let's put this as an h2 with a name, and let's put some class name here. I want this to be text large and bold, yes, and text center. This bold didn't work. Let's see why. Bold, font bold. So we have pepperoni pizza. Now underneath I want to have description, full description. So let's do description like this, description. I think it's a little bit too long, too wide, sorry. So let's do here on this white box, let's do max width of medium. So we have something like this. The image here should be centered. So let me see how we can center it. Here we have this image, and I think it's display block. So we can do something like this. We can do class name and MX auto. So now it's centered. Let me put some of those attributes into separate lines so it will be easier to read this image thing. Let's see. Yeah, I think this works nice. The description should also be centered. So let's do text center on the description, or yeah, this will work. And it should be more grayish. So let's do text gray 600 or maybe 500. Let's make the text smaller. Yeah, something like this. And we want to have some spacing. So let's do here margin bottom of 4. Yes, something. Maybe that's too much. Let's do just 2. And now let's see. Under, I need to have sizes here, right? So maybe here as well, let's do put margin bottom of 2. Now for the sizes, I need to first check if we have something like sizes. So let's do, if we have sizes where length is bigger than 0, then let's do parentheses. Let's put a div, just a div like this, and it will say here h3 pick your size. Let's see, pick your size, and for this div I want this to be background gray 300 with some rounded medium corners and padding of at least 2. Yeah, maybe a little bit lighter. So let's do background gray 200. And now let's see. Pick your size. What do we want to have here? Well, here I want to have sizes listed. So let's do something like this. For each size, so let's do sizes map for each size. I want to have parentheses here, and let's put a div, or maybe instead of div, let's put a label. And inside each label, we have input of type radio. And now let's see. We will need to have size name and size price, right? So let's see. So we have small 0, medium 12, medium 2, and large 4. Instead of having this size like small 0, I want to have the final price, like the pizza price plus the price of the sizing. So I'm going to do base price plus this, and here I'm going to put $sign. So we have small 12, medium 14, and so on. Now for this label, let's put this block. So we have like this, and let's maybe add some padding of 1 on the top and the bottom. So we have something like this. Maybe we could also do some borders or something like this. So let's do border, and I'm going to actually remove this gray color here, and we don't need the rounded corners. So now I have something like this. I can select all of those because they don't have any name. Let's put name here. And for this input radio, the name will be size. So now I can toggle between those. Let me see. What else do we want to have? Let's add more padding here. Maybe 2 on all sides. and let's add rounded corners of medium on those labels, and let's also add margin bottom of 1 at least between those, and maybe we can add some kind of like gray color. Instead of block, let's do flex, and let's add items center, and let's add a gap, so we will have some spacing between the input here and the labels. I think this looks good enough. Maybe we can increase the gap, and yeah, I think this looks good. Maybe we can make the padding even bigger, like 4, I don't know. I think it looks fine. Now for the pick your size, I'm going to center this as well. So let's do text center, and let's do more grayish. So let's do text gray of 500. Pick your size. Yeah, maybe a little bit darker. Let's do 300. No, another way around, 700. Pick your size, and this looks fine. Now we want to have also some kind of checkboxes for extras. So here after sizes, let's check if we have any extra ingredient prices. If the length is bigger than 0, then let's do end parentheses, and let's put almost the same thing. So let's do div. Let's add, here we had this padding of 2. I think we can change it to padding on the top and the bottom of 2. So let's do the same thing, and maybe I can just copy this and put this here. Instead of looping through sizes, I will have extra ingredient prices, and for each let's call this extra thing. I will have something like this, extra cheese, but the price will not include base price. So we have extra cheese 1, extra pepperoni 2. And those will be checkboxes. So let's do checkboxes, and the name will be the name of the extra thing, because we can select several. So let's do extra thing name, right? So we can select either both or 0, nothing, or one of those. Doesn't matter. Here we can select only one. All right, so now let's see, we will need to have a state, and we will need to have button on the bottom. So let me first put a button. So let's put button of type button, and well, let's see. If we have a button here, we need to have add to cart, and here we have something like selected price. So this price here will be dynamic depending what you select here. Maybe here for $1 we will do plus. So let's see, plus $1 and so on. Yeah, and now for this button we will add a class name called primary. So we will have some red color here going on. Yeah, add to here. Now one problem I think we will have is if we have too much inside the pop-up, we cannot scroll it. Let's see where I have this paragraph here. If I put like much more text like this, I cannot scroll inside here, inside this white box. So let me see. Here we have this white box, and let's do max height of screen. And now can I scroll? No. Let's add overflow scroll. Now let's see, now I can scroll inside. I would like to have some spacing from the top. So let's do here on the white box margin Y of 8. Let's see, this didn't help. Let's see, Y max height of screen. I think it's because we have max height of screen. Let's try to fix it. Well, first I'm going to remove this max height screen. Let's see. Okay, but now it's in the middle and I cannot scroll it. Maybe here instead of fixed inset 0, I'm going to change this to top 0 and left 0. Let's see now. Yeah, I need to add right 0. Now let's see, I can scroll the screen behind, but not the pop-up here. So I think to fix it, we can do something like this. We will have a separate div here for the content of this white box. So here I will put this image and everything, even the button. Let's cut this and let's put this inside this div. And this div will have those scrolling classes. So it's the overflow scroll. Let's put this here. And well, actually, maybe it's not needed. Let's have it here. And here I'm going also to add max height of, I will add it separately here as style, because I'm going to calculate it. Style max height of, and here let's do calc 100 view height minus, and let's do maybe, I don't know, 40 pixels, something like this. I'm going to put this and this into separate lines, and now we have something like this. So it works. We need to do minus maybe 80, so we have some spacing from the bottom, maybe even more. Let's do 100. Yeah, 100 is too much for this one, I think, because it removed a little bit of this black thing. Let's change here back to inset of 0, and I think this looks good enough. Let's change this overflow scroll to overflow Y to scroll, so it's scrolling only on the from the top to the bottom. Now we have this padding of 4. Let's change it to padding of 2, and let's add another padding of 2 here. So we have some spacing from this scrolling line. All right, now I think I can remove this text. We have too much of the text, so let's get rid of this. Yeah, and let me put this description here and this paragraph here. And yeah, now this looks fine. So this works. We can scroll both here and here. Now, we need to have state for those menu items, extras, sizes, and so on. So let's fix it. Let's put a state here called selected size, and set selected size equals use state, and default will be null. Right, and now let's see. When I select one of those, let's see. Here we have labels for extra ingredients. Here we have labels for sizes. So here I will do something like this. On click, I will do arrow function, and I will do set selected size, and here I'm going to put let's see, I'm going to put size. Can we have size ID or something like this, or we can put just everything that is inside size. Yeah, let's just put all of the information about the size into our selected size. We need to also check if it's checked, and it's checked when selected size name is the same as the current size that is here inside the loop. So let's put the name here. Right, so now let's open this one. Oops, something wrong. Reading name from the selected size. Let's add a question mark here, because this selected size can be null. Let's open pepperoni pizza, and let's see. We have small, medium, large. That's cool. Now let's fix state for those checkboxes. So let's see, label. Here we have input type checkbox. Let's add on click. And we are going to need here, let's see, we will need a state for this, right? So let's see, const. Here we will have plural, selected extras, and set selected extras. Use state default will be empty array. Right, and this will be a little bit more complicated, or will it be? I think it will. So I will do a separate function for this. When you click one of those. So I will do function handle extra thing click, and now I will do here just event, and I'm going to do console log on the event, and I think that will be it for this. Here I'm going just to use this function handle extra thing click. Yeah, so now let's see, I'm going to open my console. Let's see pepperoni, and if I scroll and add extra cheese, we have event, and what I want to do is go to target, and we have this checked true, and this is what I'm interested in. So I can check if we want to remove or we want to add it. So let's do const checked equals event target checked, and then we can do something like this. If checked, then we know we want to add it. So if checked, we want to add it. So let's do set selected extras, and let's say that the second param here will be the extra thing, right? If we want to add it, then we will do grab the previous the value. We are going to put all of the previous, and we are going to add this extra thing here. If it's not checked, it means it's unchecked and we want to remove it. So let's do set selected extras, and we want to remove it. So let's see, we'll grab the previous state, and from the previous state we want to remove it. So let's do previous, and let's do filter, and we want to filter where the extra name is different than our extra thing name. Then we know it will be removed. So let's do return here, and this should work, but we need to pass this extra thing. So let's see here. First we will do to arrow function, we pass event, and we pass our extra thing here from the loop. So now let's see if I will select. Can I select unselect? Yes. And this kind of works. Maybe here above it shouldn't say pick your size for the extra things. Let's change this to any extras, and here I want to also do JSON stringify selected extras. So now let's see, nothing. If I select this one, we have one, now we have two, we have extra pepperoni and extra cheese, as you can see. Let's unselect one, now we have only extra cheese. Yeah, so it works. Let's remove this JSON, and now we want to have this selected price, right? So let's calculate this on the here before the return. Selected price. And selected price, let's change this to a let for now. On the beginning it will be base price, but then we will do something like this. For each of the selected, if we have selected size, let's do if we have selected price, sorry, not selected price, selected size, then we need to add selected size to our selected price, right? So let's do selected price plus equals selected size price, right? Then if we have selected extras so let's check that the length is bigger than 0, then we want to do something like this. For each of the extra thing, so for each extra thing inside, for each const extra of selected extras, we want to add it to the price. So let's do selected price plus equals extra price. All right. So now let's now see if this one will be correct. So let's put this one here, and now let's see. I'm going to close this one. So now it's 12, nothing is selected. If I select small, we have 12, medium 14, large 16. Okay, let's select 14, and now let's see, extra cheese, it should be 15. Yes, now if I select this one, 17. Let's unselect this one, should be 16. Yeah, unselect this one, 14, 15, 17, 16. Yeah, I think it works. 15, 17, $90. Yeah, let's only add this dollar sign here, so we'll have $19. All right, so this works for the calculating prices here. Now, if we have sizes, the first size should be selected as default, right? So let me see. We have this selected size. It's null by default. But let's add that, maybe I will put this maybe into separate lines first. And now, instead of this being null, by default, it will take the first size if there are any sizes. If sizes length is, or we can just pick the first size here. Size 0, price. But just in case, I'm going to add question marks if in case any of those is empty. Otherwise, null. So now if I open pepperoni, the first should be selected, but it's not. It's because we shouldn't pick price here, and we should put the whole object. Now, as you can see, the first one is selected, small. And then have picked this one, 14, 16. So that is nice. Another thing that would be cool to have here is to have button sticky to the bottom. So let's do here, let's see, here we have this button. Let's do sticky, yes, and let's do bottom of 2. And now, let's see, as you can see, it's sticky. It's above this extra pepperoni, so that is nice. Let's refresh and let's see, add to cart. If I add this console here, as you can see, now it's sticky to the bottom, add to cart 12. So that is nice. All right, so I can do $13. Yeah, this works. One small problem here is that I cannot close this thing. So let's fix it now. Well, I want to click outside, like on this gray thing. So here on this div, I want to add on click, and I want to add, if you click on this gray thing, I want to do set show pop-up to false. So now if I click here, it closes, but the problem is that, let me open, even if I click here, the event from the, for example, image is propagated down here. So to fix it, I will go to this div, and that is a child, and I will do on click. So if this one is clicked, I'm going to grab the event, and I will just do event stop propagation. So now if I click here inside on the white box, it doesn't propagate this event down to this black shadow, right? Backdrop, sorry. But if I click here, everything is closed then. All right, so this looks fine. Maybe we can even add a close button on the very bottom. So let's see here under this one, let's put a button that will say cancel, and it will only do on click. And let's do set show pop-up to false, and let's put this into separate line. Cancel will go here. Now let's see. You can scroll to the cancel. Yeah, fine. Let's add some class names. Let's add margin top of 2. So we'll have some spacing. Yeah, so we can close it even from the pop-up. Works nice. We have this add to cart, but as you can see, add to cart with selected price, it doesn't do anything. So we need to add on click for this one. And we have this handle extra, well, where is it? Handle add to cart button click. And well, let's see, maybe we can do the same function here inside this button here. So let's do handle add to cart button click. But well, let's see, here we are checking. We need to first check if we have an open pop-up. So if show pop-up, then let's stop this here, return nothing. Then we know we need to run for this configuration. So let's do add to cart, but with this menu item. But we also want to put, let's see, we want to put the size information here. So let's do selected size and selected extras. All right. And we also want to do this added to cart. After we add it, let's also do set show pop-up to false so we can close it. So now I can do medium pizza, extra pepperoni, add to cart, and it's closed, and we show this here. But we have some repetitions here, and we need to fix also that after we add to cart, we need to reset those two. So let's do set selected size to the default, or null, or default, doesn't really matter. We don't need to reset it yet. It's not necessary, but let's make this thing simple. So first, this line here, I want to put it as a constant. And this says if we don't have any options and we don't have extra ingredients, then we just add to cart. Let's put this as has options equals this, and let's put has options. Let's put plural here. If we has has options should be if this is bigger than 0 or this is bigger than 0, and this should be another way around now. So let's put this thing and this. Let's put this thing here. And now we have this show pop-up here, and let's put else here, and let's put those two things here, and we don't need this to have this return anymore. So now here we are adding to cart. Here we are also adding to cart, and the only difference is that when we have this show pop-up, we also add those two. So let me see. Let's first put those outside of this else if for now, and let's put those here inside where we add to cart. But as you remember, this is for where we have a pop-up, and this is where when we don't have a pop-up. This and this is the same, so I can put this as one. And now we can always do set show pop-up to false. It doesn't need to be even open, so let's put this here. Now, if we have a pop-up, we want to do this. If we don't have a pop-up, we want to do this. So let's do something like this. If show pop-up, then we want to add like this. Else, we want to add like this. All right. And we don't need to have this if else from here. And now let's see. Let's make it even simpler. We have this if has options, then show pop-up, and then nothing else. So we can do something like this. If has options, then show pop-up, and let's stop here. So let's do return. So now we don't need to have this if else, and we can just fix the indentation here. All right, so now let's see. If we have a pop-up, then we add it like this. Otherwise, we add it like this. I think it will just work if we just put this, or actually, I don't know, selected size will be null and selected extras will be empty array. I think this will work even for stuff that don't have any extra sizes. So let's put it like this. We don't need those spacings here, and this should work. So now let me try to add a regular pizza. Yes, it looks like it works. Pepperoni. Let's see. We have 9 items inside cart. Let's add pepperoni with extra cheese. Okay, looks like it doesn't work. And let's see, if it has options, then we show pop-up and nothing else. Okay, so it stops here. That's why it doesn't go further. If has options and pop-up is not open. Not open. How we can do not open? Show pop-up. Okay, so now let's see if I click. Yeah, then it works. We have 10 items here. Right, so now let's see. I think we can go to our cart. That doesn't work yet, but this will be the next thing that we are going to fix. One small thing is that for the pepperoni, we have add to cart 12. Maybe if we have, if you want, you can do something like this. For the menu items that have some extra options, we can add like from this price. So let me show you. Menu item tile. Let's go here. We have add to card, but we can do something like this. If we have sizes, do we have sizes here? No, but we can grab them. If we have sizes, and let's also grab, let's put this like this, and let's put sizes and extra, let's see, how is it called? Extra ingredient prices, and now here, if we have sizes length of bigger than 0, let's add a question mark just in case, or extra ingredient prices length is bigger than 0. And let's put this into parentheses, one of those. Now let's do end parentheses. So if we have something like this, we can put a text called from, and maybe let's put span first, and let's do from dollars and base price. Otherwise, we can do the same with exclamation mark, or we can do here colon, and here instead of those we will do this, and here I will do span and regular add to cart. So let's put like this. And now for this, for the regular, we have add to cart 11, and this one we have from $12. We can also change this to back to add to cart, and here we can do parentheses from $11 like this. Yeah, doesn't really matter. It works. I'm showing just that you can have different buttons depending if there is a pop-up or not for this specific thing, menu item. Now we have this cart on the top. Let's fix it on the header. We have this cart. I would like to have an icon for this. So let's go to hero icons. Let's search for cart, and well, I don't know which one you prefer, but I think I will take this shopping cart. So let's go to icons, let's do new file, and let's do cart.js. Maybe not cart, let's call it shopping cart. Let's do rename, and let's do shopping cart.js. Here export default function shopping cart, and let's do return, and let's do paste everything. Now for this I want to have this as a property, class name, and let's put this here, class name, and the default will be this. Now let's put our icon here. So link go here. Instead of this cart, I'm going to have my shopping cart icon, and the rest, let's put the rest into a span like this. Now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, but I want this to be this thing to be here, maybe on the top right corner of this shopping cart. So for this link, I'm going to add a class name relative, and for the span, I'm going to add a class name absolute. All right, now I don't need to have those parentheses anymore. And now let's see, I will do top 0 here, right 0. Yeah, and now let's put this here. I want background to be primary, yes, text to be white, text to be small, and the padding of 1, and rounded corners, rounded fold, yes, leading of let's see, 3, so it will be smaller. And now let's pull it up, so let's do minus top of 3, maybe 2, and minus right of 2. Yeah, so we have something like this, and this should work now. maybe more padding on the sides. Let's see. Padding on the top and the bottom will be 1, padding on the sides will be 2. Yeah, maybe we can pull it right even more. So let's do right -4 or 3, 4, and let's do even smaller text XS. Yes, and well, padding on the sides, let's put it back to 1. So let's do 10, and yeah, this will work for now. Now, the next thing is that we'll fix our cart, and so we can also do, so we can place an order, right? And so we can first also manage our cart. We can remove pizzas and so on. All right, so now to fix our cart page, the first thing we are going to need is to create a cart directory inside our app directory. So let's do here new and directory, and let's do cart. And inside we need to do page.js. So let's do page.js, and let's do export default function cart page. And now let's do here return. And I'm going to put a section here called, let's do class name here, class name, and let's do margin top of 8, and let's put cart here as a text. All right, so here is our shopping cart page, and I think that we can do something like this. On the left side, I'm going to have like all of the products, and on the right side, we will have like a checkout box. So let's see. Here inside, I'm going to first put an H1, and I'll put here shopping cart, or maybe just checkout, and then I will have a div, yes, and here inside I will have a left side and a right side. Let's do right here, and for this one I'm going to put here grid columns 2, so we'll have left and right side. All right, so now I'm going also to add some gap of at least 4 here, and now let me see. Now for the left side we will have products. So here I can do like products, but the thing is that I will list the products from the shopping cart, right? But first let's fix this checkout title here. So here I want to put text, and or actually we can do use a component called I think something with header, section headers, and main header will be cart and no subheader. So now we have something like this, but I want this one to be in the middle. So I'm going to put a div with class name text center here, and I will put this thing here inside. All right, so for this one, I'm going to add a little bit of margin top as well. And now I think it looks fine. Now let's go to the products. And I think that just for the products, we will just grab the products from the cart context, right? So let's do const, and let's see how it was called. Cart context is here. So I think it was called cart products. So let's grab cart products from use context from React, yes, and here let's put our cart context, and everything is imported, and this looks fine. So now we can list our products. First, let's do maybe something like this. If there are no products, so cart length is 0, and then let's do, sorry, not cart products length is 0. Then let's do a div saying no products in your shopping cart. All right, but if we have products, so if we have cart products length that is bigger than 0, let's do end, and then let's map through them. So let's do cart products, and let's do map, and for each product we will do parentheses here, and let's put a div with product name. And now let's see, we cannot use this inside server components, context inside server components, so we need to put use client here on the top. And now we have everything that we have inside our shopping cart. So we have like 10 lines here. What I need to do is that for some of those we'll have an additional size like small, medium, large, and extras. So and I want to also display an image. So let's do this. First, let's do an image. So I'm going to put a separate div with an image here, image. And the source of this will be product image, and here nothing for now. And let's see, we need to pass width and height. So let's do width of 240 and height will be 240 as well. Now let's see, yeah, now we have images. Now for this div here, that is parent of the image, let's make it that this will be max width of, or maybe let's just do width of 64, something like this. Let's see if this worked. Let's do inspect here, and I think it works, but we need to, let's make it smaller. Let's do maybe 12. Let's see, yeah, now images are super small. Let's do width of 24. Yeah, now I don't want the text to be on the left side. Instead, I would like the text to be on the right side. So let's put this text thing on the another div that will be our right side. And here on this parent, I'm going to put flex. Yeah, so now we have something like this, and we have flex, but I will also add something maybe like a gap. Let's do a gap of 4 between the image and the texts. Yes, so we have something like this. Now let's do also margin bottom of at least 4, so we have more spacing between rows. And now maybe I will add a small border on the bottom. Let's see. Yes, so we have a border like this. Let's even add some padding. So let's do maybe padding on the top and the bottom of 4. And now let's also add the items center, so everything will be like centered here. And yeah, I think this looks nice. But now what I would like to add is maybe we can decrease the spacing a little bit. So let's do here 2, and margin bottom, let's change to 2. Yeah, and here we have title, but I want to have extra stuff underneath here. So if it's in case it's size or something, I want to also have it. So let's add here break line, or maybe not break line. Let's put this product name into an h3. So let's put this here, and here I'm going to put a div for the size, but only if we have any size. So let's do product size, and let's do end. I don't know if it was size or if it was selected size. Let's see, app context, and when we add a product, let's see, add product, we add size. Yeah, so we have it as size, and we have extras inside this product here. So let's do, if we have size, then let's do this div, and let's do something like this, size colon, and let's put a span with the actual size. So let's do size, whoops, not like this, product size. And now let's see, looks like it didn't work. I think it's because we need to put size name. And now let's see, here we have pepperoni, size medium. So this is nice. And now let's do something like this. If product has extras and length of those is bigger than 0, Then let's do end parenthesis. Let's put a div with something like this. Let's put extras colon, and let's put a span, and inside the span we are going to grab and pull all of the extras, or maybe not inside the span. We are going to put this as like this. Let's put this into separate divs. So let's do like this, and let's do product extras, and let's map through them. And for each extra thing, I'm going to put a div with extra name, and I want to do plus dollars, and or I don't know if we want to maybe just how much is it in dollars. So let's do extra price. Yeah, so now let's see. For example, here we have extra cheese for $1, and here we have extra cheese for $1 and extra pepperoni for $2. Now it would be nice to style it a little better and to have also a button to remove a product. So for the names, I think the names look okay. Let's fix the sizing thing. So here we have sizing thing. Let's put this like this. And now for the size, I want the text to be small and to be more grayish. So let's do gray 500. And now let's see. Now we have something like this, size medium. And now for the extras, I think that maybe we can get rid of the text extras, and we can just keep those lines here. So let's get rid of this text extras. And now let's see, we have extra cheese for $1 and extra pepperoni. For those texts, maybe we can also make, let's see, on this div, let's do text small, and let's do text gray 500. So now it looks like this, and I think it looks fine, but we want to make this size thing different from the extras. So or we could also put medium in on the beginning of the menu item, but let's keep it for now here, size medium. And now I want this to be different, so I think I will put this as black color for now. Let's remove this text gray 500 from this, and now we have something like this. Maybe we can do text gray like 700. Let's see. Yeah, and the title, I want the title to be bold or semi-bold. Let's do class name, semi-font, semi-bold. And let's see, now we have something like this. I think it looks fine. Maybe we can do the size even darker. So I'm going to remove this. Yeah, and now we have something like this. Now we need to have total price for each item. So here like $12, and here with those extras it will be $15. So let's put here we have the right side div, here is the left side div for the image, here is the right side div for all those texts. Let's put another one inside this flex parent with the price, and the price will be, I don't know, let's put like $12 here just for now, as you can see here. And now for those $12, let's make them also bigger. So let's do text large, and let's do text or semi-bold, semi-font, semi-bold. Now let's see, yeah, something like this. And on the most right side, I want to have a button to remove item, remove, something like this. So now it looks like this, and to fix it so everything will be in line, I'm going to put grow on the second div here with all of those texts. So on this, let's put class name of grow, so it will push the rest to the right. All right, so this looks fine, except that for the remove, I want to have a trash icon. So let's put this here, trash, let's import, and now let's see. And I think it looks fine, except I want to decrease padding. So let's do padding of 2, and now it looks like this. And I think this is fine. maybe we can increase the gaps a little bit more, especially here. But we can also do like margin left if we want. So on this div, let's add margin left of 2, so we will have more spacing here, and I think it looks fine. Now let's fix those $12. It should be total price. So how can we calculate the total price? And to do this, we need to take product base price, and then if we have a sizing price, we also need to add it. And then if we have extras, we also need to add them. So how can we do this? We would be nice to have a function for this. Let's put this function inside app context, and here we have cart context. Let's also put export function called cart product price, so we can calculate it. And here we are going to pass cart product, and to calculate this we will do something like this. Let price, for the beginning it will be cart product base price, and then we will do something like this. If we have a cart product size, then we are all going to add this to our price. So the cart product size price. And then if we have extras, so let's do cart product extras, and then let's do and length is bigger than 0. Then we will do something like this for each extra. Let's do cart product extras for each const extra thing of those. Let's do something like this. For each extra, we want to add it to the price. Let's do price extra dot price. And now we just need to do return price, and this function should work. So now let's go here to our cart page. And here I'm going to use this function. So cart product price, and here we just put our cart product, so product. All right, so we have 17 here for those extras and size medium. Let's put also a $sign here on the beginning, and it looks fine. Now it would be nice to fix this button that removes from cart. So let's put this button to be type of button first, and on click. And on click, we have this function inside our cart context. And the function is called remove cart product. And as you can see, the param is index to remove. So we need to know the index. The index, we can grab it from our loop. Here's our loop. We are using map. And as you can see, here we have our product, but we can also grab index from here. And let's use this index. So let's go here on click. Let's do arrow function, and let's do, we need this function remove from cart. I think it was called remove from cart. Let's see, remove cart product. Let's grab remove cart product. Yes, and let's now use this function, remove cart product, and now we need this index here. Right, so now if I click remove from this one, it will be removed. And now let's see, veggie pizza, and the next is sausage pizza. If I remove veggie pizza, it's not here, and even if I refresh, it's the sausage pizza that comes first. All right, now let me see, we have this remove cart product here. Let me go inside this function, and let's see, yeah, we are updating local storage. Another thing would be nice is to have this success toast thing. So let me add this here. Let's do toast, import from React hot toast, that's success, and let's put here product removed. Yeah, so if I now remove the sausage pizza, product removed. Okay, it hit twice, so something is wrong here. Maybe I can put it here outside of this set cart products. Let's see. If I want to remove pasta Alfredo, yeah, now we have it only once. Yeah, this looks fine. We have 2 chicken pizzas, so let's remove one, and let's remove this veggie pizza, and let's remove one of pepperonis, and let's remove this one. So now we have only 2 pizzas here. Right, so now we see what is the total here. It should be this plus this, so now we can maybe fix the right side of the of this checkout page. But before we will do this, maybe it would be nice to have a total here on the bottom. So let's see, let's go to our cart page and let's see. Here we are looping through all of those products, and now let's see what's this div about. Yeah, it needs to be inside this div. So here we will have a div for total, and let's put total, and now let's put a total price for everything. So how can we calculate total price? We just take all of the products. So let's do cart products. We map through them, and for each product we want to grab the price. So let's do cart product price for this product, and we want to know the total. So let's do math sum. I think it was sum. Let's see, sum. I don't know if there's such function or if we need to do something else. Let's do math sum JS. No, there's no such function. So we need to add it manually, or we can loop through them. I will remove it from here for now, and I will calculate the total here. So let's do let total equals 0. And now let's do something like this. For each cart, or for each product in cart products, I'm going to do update total, and I'm going to add our product total price. So let's do let's use this function cart product price for this product, and now we have our total here. Let's see here, total. Let's put total, and let's put $sign here like this. And now let's see, do we have a total? Not a number, so something is wrong here. Let's see, cart product price for each product inside this cart products, and we add it to total, but it looks like it doesn't work. Let's refresh. No, it doesn't work, but cart product price seems to work because we are using it here for those prices. Something is wrong, but let's see, console log. I want to do console log on the cart product price for each product, and now let's see, inspect console, and it's undefined for each one. So something is wrong with this function, or something is wrong with this loop here. Let's also check console log on the P, and wow, it looks like 0101. Okay, it shouldn't be in, because with in we get only keys. I want to have off, and now it should work. So let me see the total now. The total is $29, correct. Now I want to have a lot of padding. So let's do padding on the top and the bottom of 4, and padding, let's see now. Yeah, now I want this to be aligned to the right. So let's do text right. Let's see, now I want to have spacing, so I want to pull it more to the left. So let me see, I'm going to add the padding right of 8, and now let's see, yeah, almost there. Let's do maybe padding right 24, too much. Let's do like something like 16. Yeah, that's much better. Now this 29 should be much bigger. So instead of putting this like this, I'm going to put a span, and for this span I'm going to add the class names like text large and semi bold. Now let's see, total 29. Let's add a no breaking space here, so we can have some spacing here. Maybe we can add instead a padding left of 2. And here for this total, let's see how it looks like now. Yeah, maybe for the total I will put subtotal for now, subtotal, I will call it subtotal, and I will make it grayish. So let's put span with class names, and that class name here will be text gray 500, and let's put subtotal here inside. Let's also put this here and this here, so it will be easier to read, and I think it looks fine. Maybe it would be better to have this title more here to the left side. I don't know. We have it here for now. Maybe another thing would be to have on the left side here a title saying something like your products in your shopping cart, or menu items in your shopping cart, or something like this. But first, let's fix the right side here, where we will have some kind of checkout. So let's see, here we have a div for the right side. What I want to do here is I will add a gray background of let's say 200. Yes, and I will put a checkout here. Let's put this as an H2 checkout. And here I'm going to make it whiter, like 100. Let's add a padding of 4. Let's add rounded of large, so rounded corners. On the bottom we will have, of course, and the whole thing will be a form, of course. And on the bottom we'll have button of type submit, and it will say pay, and then the total like this for now. And in between we want to have some labels with text here and inputs for the address. So I want to have a label, like address, and then an input for input type text for example here street address and the country and so on. Yeah, something like this. But I want to also have like phone number and so on, and everything that we basically have here. So we have phone, street address, postal code, and city and country. So basically I would like to just take this part and put it as a separate component. So let's do this. Let's go to components, and let's see. Layout, I think it's inside the layout. We have this user form, and let's see. Here we have a lot of inputs. Here we have phone, street address, postal code, city, and so on, and the country. So let's use it. Let's start here from the phone, and the city, country. Here ends our input for the country. Let's cut it from here, and let's put it as a separate component inside layout. Why not? Let's put it as address inputs.js. And here let's do export default function address inputs, and let's do return. And we have many elements here, so I'm going to put a React fragment. Let's paste everything, and as you can see we don't have this state things, and we will need this. So let's do maybe something like this. We are going to grab two properties. The first will be address, that will have all of these fields, and the second will be set address props. Set address prop, and here we will have address props, all of the props. And now let's do something like this. Let's grab everything. So phone, street address, and let's see, postal code, and the city and the country from address props, like this. And now, as you can see, we have those setters for our state. Instead of those, we are going to use this set address prop. So let's do something like this. For each input that we have something like this, I'm going to change, I'm going to change this function. So I selected everywhere to set address prop, and the first the first param here will be a string saying what is the property. So here we will have a phone, here we will have something called the street address, here we will have postal code, and then city, and then country here. Okay, so we have this set address prop function that we are going to call here. Now let's go back to our profile so we can fix it inside user form. And here let's do something like this. And let's do address inputs and address props. Here we need to put everything, object of everything that we have related to the address, right? So we need to have like street address, postal code, city, country, and so on. So so let's put it. Let's put the street address, and we need also phone, street address, postal code, city, and what else? City, postal code, country, and let's see, do we have something else? Street address, postal code, city, country. City, country, postal code, street address. I think that's it. And now another thing that we will need, I can put it maybe as one line like this. Another thing we will need is this set address property. So as you remember, it's a function. So let's put this as an arrow function for now, where the first is the name of the property, prop name, like phone or something. And the second part is value. Let's put value like this. And now basically here is that I need to have a function that will first check if this is like a phone, then we will do set phone and so on. And but to make it a little bit simpler, I'm going to put everything, or maybe not everything. Let's create this as a function. So let's put a function here, function called handle address change. And the first will be property name, or property name, and then the value. And property name will be like a city, postal code, country, and so on. And we can basically do something like this. If the property name is city, we will do set city with the new value. And we need to do the same thing. So let's do something like this. Same thing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. So let's see. First we will have a phone. So let's do phone. Then we will have street address. And then we will have here we have city postal code. Here we will have set postal code. Oops. And then we will have a city, and then here we will have country and set country. Let's see, phone. Here we will have set phone, set phone, street address, set street address, postal code, set postal code, city, set city. Okay, it looks fine. Now let's use this function down here. So let's just put it like this, and this should do this. Let's see if I can edit. Let's put test address 1, 2, 3. If I hit save, saving, profile saved. If I refresh, it's still saved. Now let's go back to our checkout, and let's use this address inputs. Let's put this into our cart page, and here instead of this one, let's put address inputs, and let's see, we need to pass here our address props. For now, I'm going to put an empty object. And now, as you can see, we have those inputs here. We don't have state for our address. So let's go to the top and let's define it. We can define everything from one by one, like street address and so on. But I think it would be maybe easier to have this as one state. So let's do something like this. Address and set address equals use state, and default will be an empty object. All right, so let's put this here as address. And now, as you remember, we need to have handle changes inside those inputs using set address prop. And to handle this, as you remember, we will have the prop name, the address prop name, and then the new value here. And with this, we are going to do set address, and basically we are grabbing the previous address state, and we are going to use it. Maybe let's put this as a separate function called handle address change, and let's put this on the top. Function handle address change, and we will grab here property name as param and value. Right, so with those property name and value, all we want to do is we want to do set address, and we want to grab the previous value of the address. So let's do previous address, and we want to do something like this. We want to grab the previous, so let's do return copy of previous address, except that this property name should have this new value, and this should work. We can even simplify this. Let's see if it works, if we can update. Yeah, I think it works. Now we can simplify this. We can put this, remove the return, and we can put this like this. Let's see. No, and this will not work. We actually will need return or extra parenthesis here. Right, so we have something like this, and now let's see, we can do checkout, and it seems that those inputs are fine. All right, nothing is saved here, but that's okay. Now another thing is that if you are logged in, I would like to fill this form for you, and we should get rid of this extra address here. So let's see, address label, let's remove it. And now let's see, we have something called use profile, and we can grab the data like this, data from use profile. Let's rename it to profile data, and let's do a console log to see if we have address there inside. So let's do like this, and the data is not defined here because it was renamed to profile data. Now let's see. Let's do inspect and the console. Yes, it's an object, and let's see. And we have city, country, and everything here. So so this looks nice. Let's see, we can use the data from here to put everything inside our address. So let's do this. Let's do something like this, use effect. Let's put empty arrow function for now. For dependencies, we are going to use profile data, and we are going to do something like this. If we have inside profile data city, then we are going to do set address for our form, and here for the set address, we can just grab everything from the profile data and we can put it here. But the problem is that here we have even like name, image, and so on. And the thing is that we want to only grab stuff from the address. So let's grab those stuff here. So let's grab phone, street address, city, and the postal code, and what else? Postal code, city, country from profile data. And then let's put all of those into a separate constant. So let's do const address from profile equals, and we can just copy this and we can put this like this. We can maybe put this as like this into several lines to make it easier to read. I don't know if it makes any difference to your reading experience, but here you go. And here we are going to put address from profile, and this way when I refresh, it fills the information from my profile page. So if I go to my profile and I change this address here to like 321, test address 321, and and I hit save. I go to my profile here. Here we have test address, street address, test address 321 as I saved before. So that is nice. So we have our cart here. Maybe it would be nice to have more gap here between those two things. So let me see, gap of 4, let's do gap of 8. Yeah, and I think this looks much nicer. Maybe even the spacing here. So let's do margin top of 8. Yeah, so we have something like this. And I think this looks good enough. Maybe this subtotal can be a little bit higher. Let's see. We have subtotal. Let's see. Subtotal, we have it here. Let's change this one to 2, so it would be closer. Let's see, subtotal here. Yeah, if I remove like padding Y, let's see. Yeah, I don't know why it still has those this spacing. I think it's from margin. So yeah, that's okay. We don't need those margins, I think. So let's see. Here we have a margin bottom of 2. Let's remove it. Yeah, and now we have something like this. Let's go back to subtotal. I want to add a little bit of padding Y. Let's do 2, because now we don't have those margins. And for those spacings, I think we can increase them. So let's see, let's do 4 and let's see. Yeah, now we have more spacing. I think it looks nice. Right, so our card looks fine. Let's see if everything still works. If we can add, let's see, I'm going to remove classic chicken. Let's refresh. And now let's go to the menu. And let's add classic chicken. It says added to cart, and we have this classic chicken. One more thing I would like to add for our cart and menu experience is there's a package called I think it was React flying item, and basically what it does is that when you click on something, it will send like half visible image to the cart, and it looks really nice. So I'm going to add it. There's something called, we have component menu item tile or menu item, where we have our button, right? Button that does this add to cart. So let's see. What I want to do is that when you add to cart, it will do the same kind of thing. So if you click on this add to cart, it will send this image to the cart. If you have like pepperoni pizza, it opens a pop-up, and then you have add to cart with the all of those stuffs. So I think we'll need to have different functionality for those buttons first. Let me see. We have this add to cart, and it's this one add to cart, and we know that this one add to cart should send the image like this to the shopping cart only if we don't have this from blah blah blah. So let me see, add to cart, selected price, and here we have menu item tile. Let's see, here we have add to cart base price, and here we have add to cart from base price. Here we are checking if we have extras or sizings. Let's put this as a separate constant here. Const has sizes or extras equals, and I'm going to put this here like this, and now I can use it instead of this. Has extras, has sizes or extras, then we are showing from this price, as we are doing for pepperoni, because we have sizes here, small, medium, large, and extras here. But for the classic chicken, we don't have any extras or anything. I can show you in menu items. For example, for pepperoni, I add the sizes here and extra stuff. But for example, for I don't know, veggie pizza, I don't have any sizes or ingredients. That's why when we go to the menu, veggie pizza is add to cart $11 always, and pepperoni pizza is add to cart from $12 because it has extra sizes or extra. It has sizes or extras. But now we have this button here. And what we can do is that we can do something like this. First, I'm going to put only this button, add to cart, as a separate component. So in our components, we have menu. I'm going to add a button in new file here called add to cart button.js. And let's see what we will need here. Let's go back to our menu item or menu item tile, and our button is information, has sizes or extras, and the base price, and have this functionality add to cart. So let me copy this and let's go to our new add to cart button. Let's create a component, export default function, add to cart button, and let's do return here, return. Let's put the button, and we will need to have has sizes or extras as a property. I'm going to put this here as into separate lines, and has sizes or extras, and we will need to have some kind of like on click instead of this on add to cart. So let's put on click here. And now let's put here, let's also grab base price, and I think that's it. Now let's go to menu item tile. We can remove this one, and we can just do add to cart button, and we can just put has sizes or extra to has sizes or extras. And we also need to add our on click, and for on click it was, I think, our add to cart function. Yes, and then we also need to have let's see what's else, base price. So let's do base price, it's base price, and that's it. Now thanks to this, if we have this button separately, it's always this button, it's not the button that shows here, because we don't have this from blah blah blah. It's always the button that is inside this tile. Thanks to this, we can know that if we have this from blah blah blah, then we cannot do this flying image. If you click this one, let's see, pepperoni pizza, it doesn't add to the cart, it shows pop-up. So we add to cart only if we don't have this from thing. So here we don't have from thing. So we need to check if has sizes or extras. And if we don't have sizes or extras, I want to implement this, and I can show you how it works here. As you can see, it sends an image, and we are going to send an image to our cart. So here we have button type button, then we have on click and extra classes and so on. What I want to do is here first, if we don't have sizes or extras, then I'm going to do return, and I'm going to use this thing flying button. So let's import this one. I don't know if we installed this one, but let's install it. Let's do yarn add, and let's install this one. And now let's see, now let's import this one. So let's go up here. Let's import, and now we can use it. So we just put it like this, flying button. Here we need to have image source. So let's put this fly like this for now. And let's see, here we have fly, fly, fly. Here we have add to cart from $12 because this one opens a pop-up. We need to have image here, right? So let's also grab it as a property, and let's put this one here, image. Let's go back to item tile, and let's pass our image here as well. Image, image. I think we have this inside property. Yeah, let's go back to add to cart button. And now let's see what happens if I click on fly. As you can see, we have flying pizzas. They fly to the wrong place, but we can add some extra properties here called target top and target left. So let's do target top equals, let's do like 5%. And now let's also add target left, and here I'm going to do like 95%. So now if I do classic chicken, it flies to the shopping cart. So that is nice. Those buttons look really bad. Let's see if we can add some class names here. So I'm going to put those the same class names here. So let's put like this. And as you can see, those class names do not work. Let's see. Let's get inside. Let's see if there's a property called, no, this code is not readable. Let's see in the documentation. Class names, no, there's no information about this. But we can style it differently. We can do something like this. We can put a div here above saying, let's have a class name that will be flying button parent, something like this. And let's put our flying button inside. We don't need those class names. And now we will go to our globals CSS, and we will do something like this: flying button parent and flying button parent, and the button that is inside will have those styles that we are going to apply here. And those will be the same that we have for this submit button. So let's see. Yeah, so now it looks much better. We will need some extra classes that we have here. Margin top, background primary, and so on. Maybe we can add some of them here like this, and rounded full. We need to add rounded full on our global CSS. Let's put it like this, and I think it looks much better now. So let's see, let's change this fly to the text that should be there. So the text that should be there is this one. So let's put this one here. Yeah, so now it's correct. But now we don't need this one, because if it doesn't have extra sizes, it's handled here. So this will never run. So actually I can just put it like this, and here I'm going to add, and if it has extra sizes, then we do add to cart from. But if we go here, it always has extra sizes, because if it doesn't, we do return here and the code stops. So I don't need to have this and this. So let's put like this, and now let's see. This looks fine. Let's save it, and now let's see. So if I will add classic chicken, it sends classic chicken pizza to the cart. It doesn't update this number, and let's see why. We have this on click here, but we don't have flying button on click. Let's see. Let's see if I add this on click here. Let's see. I will refresh, add to cart. No, still nothing. Let's see. Let's see how they are doing this. They have flying button. Let's search for click. No, nothing here. Maybe we can do something like this. Div. Let's put just a div with on click of this on click from the params. And yes, and now let's put add to cart inside. And let's see if this will do the trick. Yeah, now it adds to the cart. And it even shows this added to cart. I don't know if we need this. If you want, you can go to app context and add to cart, and you can remove this. Let's see where it is. Add to cart. Here we have for removed product, and here we don't have for the add to cart. I think it's inside. Let's see, where is it? Add to cart? No, it's not there anymore. All right, but added to cart. Yeah, let's search for this. Added to cart inside menu item. Okay, so let's remove it. Let's refresh, and let's see. Now we just have flying pizzas and flying desserts. Yeah, so that is nice. You can have added to cart confirmation if you want, or you can just have just flying pizza. Another thing we could actually change here is that here we can have options like I think position, and we can do top right. Let's see. And now if we add something, add to cart, and yeah, so if you want, this looks also nice. It depends on you. I'm going to remove this toast thing, and I will have only flying pizzas and flying images, sorry. All right, now we have flying pizzas, but if we have like pepperoni that has extra stuff, we need to also fix that when we click this one, it will have flying pizza. So let's go to menu item, and here we have this pop-up thing. And here we have a separate button that does those, that adds to cart. So let's replace this button with, or let's put this button into our flying button. I think it was called flying button. So let's put this button inside our flying button. Now let's see if I want to add pepperoni pizza. It looks like this. If I click, nothing happens. We get an error. Let's see what's the error about. I cannot report purchases of no reading style. Okay, so we need to, I guess it's because flying button is empty. Let's do target top of 5% and target left of 95%, and the source, I think it's for the image. So let's put image here, and let's put those into separate lines. Yeah, and now let's see again. If I do pepperoni, add to cart, still an error. Let's see why. Read the properties of no reading style. Okay, so something is wrong here with our flying button. Let's see what will, if it will work if I will have this flying button like this, and we'll say test. Let's open pepperoni pizza and let's hit test. Okay, so as you can see, test works. So the only thing here is that we will need to have, instead of a button, we will have a div with our on click that we have here and all of those classes. So let's put those classes and on click here, and this text, let's put this inside this div. So we don't need this button here anymore, and we have this add to cart, and it doesn't work. I think it doesn't work. Let's see, style. I think it doesn't work because it hides the pop-up before the image, the sending of the image is complete. So when we do this, I don't want to hide the pop-up inside this function after directly. I want to wait like 1 second. So here we are hiding the pop-up. I want to wait 1 second. Let's do set timeout. First we have callback. So let's put this into callback, and here we have delay. So let's put 1 second. Now let's see if this will help. Let's refresh, and I want to grab pepperoni, add to cart, and as you can see, it works. It adds to cart with this animation, and it closes the pop-up, or it did once. Let's see once again. Add to cart, and we still see the pop-up. Maybe we can do something like this. I will add async here, and instead of set timeout, I'm going to do a delay first. So let's do a wait, and let's do something like this. Set await new promise with a resolve function, and we'll do set timeout with resolve function after 1 second, and then here we will have a set show pop-up to false. Now let's see, I will refresh, and let's do pepperoni pizza, add to cart, and it works fine. We can decrease this to maybe like 600 milliseconds. Let's see here, add to cart. Yeah, it works nicely. It doesn't hide the pop-up. Let's see why. Add to cart, and I still see the pop-up. Let's see why. Here we have some warnings and so on. Nothing about the pop-up. Let's see, await new promise, resolve. Let's do here console log, and let's do hiding pop-up. And now let's see, inspect console. Let's add the pepperoni, and I don't see this hiding pop-up. Let's see why. Looks like it stopped somewhere here. It needs to be here. So let's do also here console log if it has options. And now let's see, if I refresh, let's add the pepperoni. It says add options true, but it hides the pop-up and it shows some errors, but I think that's because we need to have like full second here. Let's do refresh and let's test again. Add to cart and nothing more. We have only add to cart. So let's see. I will do console log, add to cart, and now let's see. Add to cart true, hiding pop-up. Let's try again. We get animation, but now no console logs. Now it worked. Let's do again. I will clear here, add to cart. Okay, it worked. Let's do once again. Let's clear everything, add to cart. Okay, so it worked. Let's do once again on our pepperoni pizza. Let's see, add to cart, true, hiding pop-up. Okay, so it seems like it works. And we have a lot of pepperoni pizzas, so I'm going to remove some of them. So let me remove all of those, and I will have only one with some extras. So this works, and now we are done with our flying pizzas, flying images. And yeah, I think it looks fine. Now we have even classic chicken pizza. Yes, and now let's only test the last one, our pepperoni pizza. That will be medium with extra cheese. Let's add it to cart, and looks like it works. Pepperoni pizza, medium with extra cheese. Okay, let's add also maybe a large pepperoni pizza with all of the extras. Extras for $19. And now let's see here. Yeah, it worked. Let's remove some of them. So we are done with our cart. We have some pop-ups, we have some cool animations, we have subtotal here, and we have checkout with all of the information from the profile. If someone is not logged in, so if you are a guest, so for example, I can log out, I need to fill it manually. I'm not logged in anymore, but I still see my pizzas here and I can do the checkout, but I need to fill everything manually. The next step will be actually, so we can do a checkout with Stripe. And so later we can also see our orders inside our profile. So if you are logged in, you can go to orders and you should see your own orders. Or if you are an admin, as I am, you should see all of the orders. So that is the next step that we need to fix. So that will be it for this video. I'm going to put the part 2 in the description if you want to fix the rest of stuff here, fix some warnings and deploy it on Vercel. So check out the description. Otherwise, we have a fully working site here. As you can see, we have a cool looking start page with some hero section here, bestsellers listed from the database, about us and contact. We have nice looking menu page where we have some cool pop-ups. We can pick some sizes if we want. We have some extras that we can add for menu items. We have categories, menu items, and everything looks really nice. For the login, we have a working login for both credentials, email and password, and we can also log in with Google, and that's the preferred way for me to log in. And for the profile, as you can see, we have a lot of stuff here going on. We can edit, remove, and so on with categories. And and even menu items. So this looks really nice. Everything seems to be working. We can upload, change images, add extras here, and we can even edit users, make them admins or not, and we can even see here all of the orders. That's all for this video. I hope you learned something useful, and if you did, please click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. Have a nice day and see you in the next video.